it is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion.
Welcome to coverage of Top 8 Sunday here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, live from Chicago, Illinois. We started the tournament with 348 players, and now we are down to only 8 remaining. By the time we finish today, there will be only 1 left who will hoist that trophy and claim the title of Pro Tour champion. We also have more than 17,000 people joining us here for MagicCon Chicago, celebrating the greatest game of all time. We are so very excited for you to join us today for the top 8 here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Welcome along to the news desk, Maria Barthaldi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight. Top 8 day. It's the best day of the Pro Tour. Riley, what are you most looking forward to?
Look, some of the decks in the top 8 are so terrific. I've been a big fan of the domain deck for quite a while, but I really want to see how this Golgari Graveyard deck goes in the hands of young Zevon Faust. Really exciting list, and I can't wait to get underway with today's Standard.
Yes, we have some great decks in Standard to show off as well. Monty, what are you looking forward to?
I'm hoping, maybe coping, to welcome our new domain overlords with open arms. I would love to see a domain player take this whole thing down.
Well, if you're just joining us now, let's have a recap of what happened here with a look at our tournament schedule. Starting with Friday, what happened there, Monty?
Well, Maria, we kick things off, as we always do, with 3 rounds of Draft. Aetherdrift, the name of the game, this weekend. And then we swapped over to Standard for 5 rounds in the afternoon, at the end of which all players with 12 match points or better came back yesterday for day 2.
Yes, indeed they did. And yesterday we saw a day that schedule-wise was cut from the same cloth. 3 rounds of Draft, 5 rounds of Standard, but very different in terms of its atmosphere, particularly because the day ended with a cut to top 8. We had hundreds and hundreds of people in the building here on Friday. Only 8 remain in the tournament today, Maria.
Yes, and that brings us to today, Top 8 Sunday. This is single elimination, people. So we're not playing around here. Best 3 out of 5 games, with sideboarded games starting after game 2. There is a lot on the line. The title of Pro Tour champion carries with it a lot of weight. Also a lot of cold, hard cash. Let's take a look at the prizes here. $50,000 for first place. That means that grand finals match is 1 match of Magic for $20,000, which is huge there, the difference between first and second. Another $15K match there, as you can see the difference between second and third and fourth. So a lot on the line for these players here this morning and throughout the day today. If you missed any of the action from the feature match area yesterday, Riley's got you covered with some highlights.
And there were so many, of course, from the day's play yesterday. We opened up the account with Draft, of course, kicking things off here on a frosty Chicago morning as people ripped open their 3 little boosties of Aetherdrift and got underway. We have learned a lot about this draft format. I think we came in with some pretty clear ideas of what the best archetypes were, what the best approach to attacking this format was. But I think there are some lessons, some key lessons we're going to be able to take away from the weekend's limited play based on what we saw at the Pro Tour. Drafters like Ben Stark, like Matt Nass, undefeated overnight, doing really well across day 2. But in particular, it was great to see some younger players, some newer players getting up and about, and some of them found their way all the way to the top 8, as we'll talk about. After Limited, of course, we moved into Constructed. We moved into Standard, where we had our big 3 decks, Esper Pixie, Domain Overlords, and Gruul Mice. And certainly, we will get into this, but Domain Overlords had a very good run in the hands of players like Matt Nass. 12-1, his record. He was our first player into the top 8 yesterday. While other players filtered in as the action continued across the afternoon. Cutthroat Magic by the end of the day. Kensa Harane making his way into the top 8. We saw Yuchen Liu as well making it. And the excitement on the face of people like some of these players, debutants as well. Their first ever Pro Tour, making it all the way to the top 8 on debut. Really impressive stuff from our players. And of course, it's going to get even more exciting, get even more impressive as the day's play continues today.
Yes, exactly. And like you said, Riley, we have some people here in their first Pro Tour making their first top 8, and some people who have been here before hoping to win this time. Let's meet our top 8.
Nass, United States, Domain Overlords.
Faust, the United States, Golgari Graveyards.
Kenta Harane, Robb, Japan. Jeskai Oculus.
Lucas Duchow, United States, Gruel Leyline.
Chris Leonard, Canada, Domain Overlords.
James Dimitrov, United States, Domain Overlords.
Liu Yuchen, China, Guru Mice.
Robb, United States of America, Mono Red Aggro.
It's time now to reveal our bracket, everyone. Find out who will be playing whom in our top 8 here today. Very important stuff. Let's take a look at our quarterfinals. Check this out. Matt Nass, our first seed, undefeated overnight on Domain Overlords, will be up against our 8th seed, Robb, on Mono Red Aggro. Lucas Duchow on Gruel Leyline will face off against Canada's Christopher Leonard on Domain Overlords. Kenta Harane, rockin' Jeskai Oculus, will be up against James Dimitrov, also on Domain Overlords. And then we have first-timer Faust with this cool Golgari Graveyard deck up against Yuchen Liu on Gruel Mice. Those are our matches here in the quarterfinals and your top 8 bracket. But what does it all mean? For a different perspective on our top 8 and these matches, Mani, what do you have to say?
Well, Maria, when we think about a top 8 like this, we tend to look at the players, we tend to look at the deck list they're bringing, and we think about the quarterfinals matchup. But one thing that we can do, thanks to data, is get a more overall look at the whole picture. And to do that, me and Dr. Frank Karsten went through some numbers. We took all of the data from the different matchups over the course of the weekend, analyzed that, and then adjusted for some different variables like the play draw, different sideboard and main deck card choices. And what we bring you is the predictor. So the predictor here is going to display every player's chance right now to win the entire tournament.
Wow.
Now, with 8 players, normally, if they were all equal, it would be a 12.5% chance to win the tournament from this point. However, we've tried to adjust those numbers. So, without further ado, our underdog, the person least likely to win this tournament, is Faust with 9% on Golgari Graveyard. Now next, this is going to be some sad news for me. We have all 3 of our Domain Overlords players.
Okay.
Christopher Leonard with also 9%, Matt Nass with 10%, James Dimitrov with 12%. He's sitting right under average there. On the other side of that coin flip, right above average, Kenta Harane on Jeskai Oculus, 13%, which for those paying attention at home means we have 3 red players left. In third, we have Yuchen Liu on the regular build of Gruel Mice with 14%. That means our top 2 players, the 2 most likely to win the tournament at this moment, are Lucas Duchow in second with 16% on Gruel Leyline, and our 8th seed, Robb, at 17% with Mono Red Aggro. Now, the beautiful thing about Magic is, while we have these numbers, the games are yet to be played. There's still mulligans. There's still play, decisions. There's so many factors that could go into this, and everybody loves an underdog story. So I would love to see a few people from that bottom half of the numbers make their way. But at least we have something to try to follow alongside today.
Oh, that's so interesting. Thank you so much, Mani, for a look at the predictor there, and to the good Dr. Frank Karsten for helping us put that together. Well, how are our players feeling ahead of the top 8? There's probably a lot of nerves. Riley had a chance to talk to them before the top 8 this morning.
Well, when we started this weekend, the entire player area was filled, but now we have just 8 competitors remaining. The top 8 is almost upon us, so I thought I'd have a quick walk around and see how everyone's feeling as we head into our top 8, starting with our 8th place competitor, Robb. You sort of snuck into the top 8 there a little bit. Must have been a big relief once your name was called yesterday.
That was an absolute shocker. I was ready to congratulate someone else, Ken Yukihiro, for making top 8, and I literally was checking my phone as I heard 8th place, United States of America, Robb. I'm very lucky to be here.
All right, mate. Well, make the most of it. It's good to have you along with us. In 7th place, Yuchen Liu, who is playing Gruel Mice. Yuchen, how are you feeling this morning heading into the top 8?
I'm very excited. I never expected I can go this far because I didn't prepare a lot for this tournament, mainly only on Magic Online, I guess. But yes, this is a great weekend.
Well, it's great to have you, mate. Congratulations on making it so far. We'll see how Yuchen Head goes into the quarterfinals. Moving up the ranks now to our 6th place competitor, James Dimitrov, playing in his first Pro Tour. Made it all the way to the top 8 first try, mate.
Yeah, it feels surreal still. I'm happy to be here.
Mate, we're happy to have you as well. So you're one of our Domain Overlords competitors here. How are you feeling about the deck heading into the top 8?
I feel good. I feel like some of the other domain decks might be more prepared for mine, but after the run I had yesterday, I feel really great.
All right, best of luck to you, mate. We'll see how you go, of course, as well. And we've got another Domain Overlord player here, coming all the way from the frozen north of Quebec in Canada. Bonjour, Christopher, and how are you feeling this morning heading into the top 8?
Really nervous, excited. Really looking forward to that match against Lucas, and hope I win.
All right, mate. Well, congratulations to you for making the top 8, and we'll see how things go for you as well. But speaking of Lucas, we've got our opponent here for Chris Leonard, Lucas Duchow on Gruul Ley Lines. Bit of preparation with Team Rampant Growth Heavy Play here as we head into our top 8. Lucas, how are we feeling ahead of the top 8?
Feeling pretty good. I like my chances.
And your deck, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Very aggressive. How do you feel it's is slated against the top 8 as a whole?
I think the mono red deck would be hard, but the rest I think it's pretty good against.
All right, some good matchups maybe for the Gruul Ley Lines list. Over now to Kenta Harane, making it all the way over here from Japan, playing Jeskai Oculus. Kenta, how are you feeling before the top 8? Are you excited, nervous?
No, I'll be good. I'll be excited.
Excited, feeling good, feeling confident? Yes. All right, Kenta, best of luck to you, my friend, in 3rd place there. Moving on now to another young fella who has made his way all the way to the top 8 at his first ever Pro Tour, playing a Golgari Graveyard list that we're very excited to see. Zevon Faust, mate, how are we feeling? Nervous, excited? What's going on?
Pretty nervous, but I'm pretty stoked to be here, pretty stoked to be on the play.
You've probably got one of the more interesting decks in the top 8. How do you feel it stacks up against the field?
Not super great. I'm glad I got to dodge the domain matchup for the first round at the very least, but there's more domain that I'd like to see.
All right, well, you've made it this far, my friend. We'll see how far you can go in the end. And finally, last but certainly not least, here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Matt Nass. Not your first rodeo, my friend. You've been in a Pro Tour top 8 before, of course. How are we feeling today? Going to make the most of this opportunity, I imagine?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be in the top 8, but job's not done. Really want to push for more, but it's a tough matchup, so we'll see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Matt. I know many people all around the world will be pulling very hard for you, as indeed will people be going for barracking and supporting all of the players who have made it to the top 8 of Pro Tour Aetherdrift here. It's good to see they're in readiness, making their final preparations, but of course, a lot of magic still to come in the feature match area behind me, so we can't wait to get into it.
And we are getting ready for our quarterfinals here in Chicago at Pro Tour Aetherdrift as people head on in here to MagicCon Chicago as well. More than 17,000 people here in the building. It is absolutely astonishing to see. It's just totally awesome. All right, let's get set up for our first quarterfinal, everybody. Who will we see do battle in the feature match area first? Coming up here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, we've got Matt Nass versus Robb. This is a Domain Overlords versus Mono Red Aggro matchup. Matt Nass, one of our undefeated players overnight, converted that into the first person to make our top 8 here in the tournament. Easy road for him here to the top 8, went 7-0 in standard with 3 buys. This is his 3rd major top 8, first with that Pro Tour Kaladesh back in 2016. Robb, on the other hand, a bit of a rockier road to get here today, went 8-2 in standard for a 12-4 record overall in the Swiss portion of the tournament. Those are the players. Talk to me about these decks. Matt Nass said it might be a hard matchup here, Monty.
Yeah, I have to agree with Matt, and taking a look at his deck first, we are going to start with Domain Overlords. It is the most present deck in our top 8 with 3 copies. The core idea of this deck, of course, is using up the Beanstalk as a card advantage engine, but also combining the powerful enchantment creatures with Impending, Overlord of the Hauntwoods, and Overlord of the Mistmoors with Zur Eternal Schemer, being able to animate them, quote-unquote, turn them into creatures early, attack, get those attack triggers, as well as get some massive life swings. This deck has a lot of removal, and specifically what's going to be really important for Matt is those 3 main deck copies of Temporary Lockdown that he has access to. Those will come in very handy in this aggro matchup. One thing I do want to point out in Matt's sideboard is a notable card that is missing that some of our other domain decks have access to. There are 0 copies of Authority of the Consuls here, which is typically a key card when it comes to these aggressive matchups. Matt does still have some tools like Obstinate Bayoth and Elspeth's Smite, but it is going to be tough. On the other side, we take a look at Ian Robb's deck. Mono Red aggro takes the shell of the 3 mice from Bloomburrow, that is Heartfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger, and Manifold Mouse. These package alongside Monstrous Rage have really been defining the red aggressive decks in Standard, but this version of the deck tries to go even leaner. You see cards like Monastery Swiftspear, you see more burn spells in the form of Burst Lightning and Lightning Strike. You're trying to go faster, you're trying to be having access to more reach and really go under these big decks. And one thing that I need to point out in Ian Robb's sideboard is 4 copies of Sunspire Links. This card is an absolute devastating play when it comes to the matchup against Domain Overlords, and it's going to be a really tough battle for Matt, even though he is on the play because of being the first seed.
All right, there's a look at the players and the decks. Monty, are you going to give this one to Ian Robb? What do you think?
Okay, well, my heart says Matt Nass and Domain Overlords, but my head says that I shouldn't go against Frank Larson and his numbers, so I'm going to go with the Mono Red deck.
All right, what about you, Riley?
Well, Maria, I'm gonna say Matt Nass, and I'm gonna say Matt Nass for a very, very good reason, right? It's because he is the underdog, and if he wins, I will be able to come back and say, look at that, I was so smart, buggy your numbers, I know what I'm talking about, biggest brain in the building, absolutely, Matt Nass, 100%, here he comes till the final whistle blows. Let's go, Matt Nass.
All right, let's find out what happens. It's time for our first quarterfinal. I'm gonna pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here for our first quarterfinal. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got Standard in the top 8, Paul, and we have our 1 seed coming in, Matt Nass, playing against the 8 seed with Ian Robb. 2 completely different decks facing off here. We've got Mono Red in the hands of Ian Robb and Domain Overlords for Nass.
Yeah, and just kind of going into this, the Domain Overlords really doesn't want to see the Gruul Mouse deck. That was kind of the deck that was expected as the aggro deck of choice, but Mono Red might be an even worse matchup here. We did see Monty talking about those Sunspine Lynxes in the sideboard, and it's going to be devastating here in this matchup because Matt's primary game plan against the various red aggressive decks is stabilize the board, play an Overlord, play Zur, get lifelink and attack and turn things around, but you're not going to be able to do that as consistently with the 4 copies of the Sunspine Lynx.
Interesting matchup from a player standpoint as well. This is Matt Nass's 3rd top finish, and he is a grizzled veteran of the professional Magic scene as well. He has 13 Grand Prix top 8s with 5 titles going back years and years.
Like, I've hit horrific matchups.
But on the other side, it's Ian Robb's first Pro Tour, and as you may imagine, first top finish as well.
Yeah, just an incredible ride for Ian, just qualifying for this event, just kind of almost on a whim, kind of a last-second shot, and managed to get there. And even after he won his final round, he didn't even think he made the top 8. A lot of people thought it was going to be Ken Yukihiro based on his tie breaks, but basically all of Ian's opponents won their matches, and all of Ken's opponents lost their matches, and he was able to squeak in here at number 8. But being on the draw here on a mulligan to 5, really rough.
Really tough start here for Ian. Does have the Heartfire Hero to start things off, however. Matt has just the 2 lands. Ominously sitting there, I will say. Ride's End is something that has become very important.
Go to combat. Attack.
No blocks.
Yep. Take 2, go to 18. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt, savvy at the paper game, says no blocks does not mean I'm going to take damage.
Yeah, the only thing here is Matt's maybe trying to get Ian to run out of Monstrous Rage first. But that's not going to happen here. Matt just taking the damage here.
Yeah.
He's got another hero to follow up, and the Monastery Swift Spear stays on the battlefield after rides in, takes out the original hero.
And a pair of Screaming Nemesis in Ian Robb's hand, but does need land number 3 here to run them out.
Oh, and it's a mountain.
Finds it.
That's big.
That is very, very big. Screaming Nemesis, just a very powerful card. If Ian can ever get into a situation where you can run out the Screaming Nemesis and maybe fire off his own burn spell on the Nemesis to get Screaming Nemesis' other ability on the stack, that means Matt Nass can't actually gain life for the rest of the game. So that's going to be something that you could potentially see play a factor in this matchup.
Okay, everything coming into the red zone here. Does Matt Nass have another answer? Yes.
Sure.
And that will cleanly deal with the Nemesis. There's no, I don't know if it's officially an emblem, but it doesn't get, the players can't gain life for the rest of the game thing.
Right, and now this is Overlord of the Mistmores here. 2 fantastic blockers. If Matt Nass can find an untapped land next turn, can actually just go Zur into activate Overlord of the Mistmores, attack for 7, and gain 7 life.
Okay.
So there is another Screaming Nemesis, but it's a land in hand here for Ian.
Sure. 14.
And Matt Nass being careful not to damage that Nemesis on his own. There are ways for Ian to do it on his side. Is this an untapped land?
No, that looks like a Lush Portico.
Oh,
so it is
tap land.
Yeah, it is tapped. Now you can still just run out of Zur here.
He kept that card on top very quickly, though.
And he's got a backup Zur in hand here. So depending on what he kept on top, let's say he kept the Ride Zen on top, I can certainly see him just run out up the Beanstalk here if he does have a removal spell in hand. He's sitting at a healthy 14 life here. So right now, he can afford to just take 3 damage from the Screaming Nemesis, keep the flying tokens back for the 1-drops that are currently in play for Ian Robb.
Is Matt perhaps still resolving that Surveil trigger?
Oh, no.
Yes, he was.
Yeah? Okay.
And he's just going to play Zur here.
Yeah, just another great blocker here, playing it a little bit safe. And, Ian's deck just doesn't have a ton of ways to kill Zur. There's Witchstalker Frenzy, but he's hellbent right now. No cards in hand.
Uh-oh, is Matt thinking about an attack?
I'll pass.
He's just going to pass. Okay, down to 2. This is big draw step here for Ian. If he can find a way to damage his own Screaming Nemesis, he could potentially shut off life gain going forward.
4 mana. Okay.
Go to combat, target is twice. True Valiant, I'll give Double Strike and Trample.
Manifold Mouse.
Yeah, but this is just not enough.
No.
Matt Nass will be able to stabilize here and attack for a ton of damage and gain all of the life back, meanwhile having an entire army of flying creatures as well.
Right, Ian has no cards in hand, right? So this is just a simple put together the pieces of the puzzle thing for Matt Nass. But as you mentioned, besides the Overlord, he also has the ley line ready to go.
Yeah, this is just an attack for what, 13? And you get to gain 13 life? The mono red deck is simply just not capable of coming back from that point.
I'll take
7.
7 down to 7.
I'll pass you.
He's going to be at 20 after this.
Just start over the game here.
Yeah, hey, that got a little out of hand. Let's just start over again. And Matt Nass has the green light here. There's just nothing that Ian can do.
Ian just doesn't even have enough blockers here to get that Leyland Binding out of the way. Can probably even just attack with the flyers here, but maybe not necessary.
Think about what else.
You're going to get 2 extra tokens here, 2 on flyers here, and you're going up to 20.
It's a 7/7, right?
Yeah, so total.
It's no point playing this.
Yeah, and Ian Robb says, okay, I've seen enough of this. I know how this one ends. And that is a critical Game 1 victory here for Matt Nass. We are playing best 3 out of 5 here in the top 8. And what that means is the players don't sideboard until the 3rd game and any subsequent games after that. So this is effectively another Game 1 as far as the decks go.
Right, and now Ian Robb gets to be on the play here. Matt Nass did think this was not a favorable matchup here. And being on the play with a full grip of cards this time. A very good shot here for Ian to be able to tie things up here going into Game 3.
Okay.
Mountain, attack and trigger. You can take 1, go to 18. Post combat. Cast me in full mouse. I'll pass.
Another good curve out here from Ian.
And taking a look at Matt Nass's hand, does have 2 copies of temporary lockdown in hand. So that is really, really strong. So Ian has to be mindful of the fact that that exists. If he has something like a Screaming Nemesis, that's the type of creature you want to play. But Ian doesn't have that. But he has 2 Monstrous Rages. That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
With the Manifold Mouse in play. It's 5, 6, 12, 13, 14 damage here.
Yeah, Ian's doing some math to figure out how much he can get in for right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have the Emberheart Challenger, but it's kind of rough because Matt Nass's best play next turn is temporary lockdown. Do you want to keep this Challenger back to be able to have something to play post lockdown? For example, you can just go Monstrous Rage Manifold Mouse and pump the Hired Lizard. That still gets in for a ton of damage. And on the following turn, you still have the ability to go Challenger plus Monstrous Rage and get in for a lot.
Trigger and before double strike on Monstrous Rage. Okay. So you're at 17.
So there's one of the Monstrous Rages. Does Ian Robb take that middle ground?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here. Great sequencing here from Ian Robb.
10, 11's turn, so you'll be at 7.
4, 8. Oh,
you'll be at 6.
And then, oh yeah, 11 total this turn.
Oh, this turn. Okay, so
agreed.
down to 7.
So not quite lethal next turn, right? You attack for, you have a 2/2. You give it Monstrous Rage. It does have Prowess, which turns it into a 3/3, and then Monstrous Rage deals 3 damage, so that's 6. That will get Matt Nass down to 1 if he does run out a temporary lockdown this turn.
Which he almost certainly will.
Yeah, then at which point you're at 1 against the mono red deck, right? Burst, Lightning, Lightning Strike, any burn spell off the top can win you the game.
And Matt's going to be at least a couple of turns away from being able to gain life or set up anything like it. So really nice sequencing here from Ian Robb. He finds Heartfire Hero off the top of the library.
Yeah, given that Matt's tapped out, I just imagine the play here is just Challenger into Monstrous Rage here, get Matt Nass down to 1.
Monstrous Rage, True Prowess and Valiant. Okay, roll.
Can't play that one.
Then I'll attack you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, because it's 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, you got a 1.
Down to 1.
So now you're at 1 against the mono red deck, and you don't have any life gain, at least on the docket currently. This is precarious to say the least.
Yeah, so Matt Nass has a couple of options here. You can go temporary
Ride's
lockdown.
End.
You can go temporary lockdown to kill the creature. You can also go up the Beanstalk plus Ride's End. You can also play Overlord of the Mistmoors, but the Emberheart Challenger does have Trample. So having 2 2/1 flyers, you just die. You're just dead on board if you go with something like that.
I'll play Beans. Play land. All right.
I think he will get a card off of it. This is desperation time.
Ian has
for
so
Matt
many
Nass.
draws here. Rockface Village, Burn Spell, Haste Creature. Didn't find it.
He didn't.
Wow. So this is actually really interesting for Ian. You can either play Heartfire Hero or just activate Soulstone Sanctuary. And then, you know, Matt is aware of this because if you just draw land number 5, you can just go hero, kill my own hero, deal 1 damage to you.
Oh, sure. So what can Matt do?
Well, lockdown's certainly not going to work. You can just hard cast Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Yes.
If you have the mana for that. You can also go Overlord of the Mistmoors.
And give yourself a couple of blockers.
Just have a couple of blockers here, but Ian's got to be a huge favorite here.
Precarious to say the least.
So many great cards that just win Ian the game on the spot.
Draw.
Yeah, he's going to go for Overlord. This also gives him the option.
Oh, this is actually just lethal. You activate the Soulstone Sanctuary, play Heartfire Hero, attack. It has Vigilance, and then Witchtalker Frenzy gets a discount of 1.
Oh,
so you go for the win that way.
I'll draw.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fire Hero.
Yep.
Go to combat, attack. You're at 1, correct?
I'm at 1.
Yeah, and I have it on this.
There it is.
And he sees that he can now pay
I'm
3
gonna-
to kill
after
his
I
own
attack,
Heartfire Hero,
and
then go upstairs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, a nice win there to even things up there for Ian Robb. So he's now at 1-1 against Matt Nass as we head into the sideboarded games. And they managed to split one. Is that a win for Matt Nass there in game 1s, if you will?
Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, this is you know, I think the mono red deck has the better chance of breaking serve just because Matt Nass's deck is just full of a lot of expensive cards. So you can get a lot of clunky draws. So Matt's got to be happy that he was able to win game 1. But if you're on Ian's side of if you're on the Ian side, you were on the draw game 1 and you mulliganed to 5 and you still had a pretty decent start.
Yeah.
You kind of put him on the back foot here. So, you know, things still not looking that bad, the fact that he tied it up, and that's exactly what the mono red deck's looking to do. He just kind of had a normal draw, curved out, sequenced things beautifully. There's a lot of there was some interesting lines there. You could have just played all your creatures and just run into that temporary lockdown. But of course, we're at the top 8 of the Pro Tour. You know exactly what your opponents have, so you're going to try to play around things to the best of your ability, but great job, but a lot more Magic to be played.
That's right. We've got more top 8 quarterfinal action for you here from Chicago. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, game number 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Marshall Cycliff with Paul Cheon. We're in the quarterfinals of the top 8 here on Sunday, and we just finished up our first 2 games. We have 2 players that took kind of exactly opposite approaches to the format. One of them's playing every color except for red, and one of them's only playing red.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, that's the great thing about this standard format. There's kind of a deck for everybody, and it all can perform well. We saw, if you want to play a mid-range deck, you can play Esper Pixie. If you want to play kind of a control deck, this is the deck, the domain deck you can play. Or you know what? You want to beat down? Mono red is something you can pull off.
Now, Paul, for sideboards, those are in play now. We're past game 2. What would we be looking for from our players here as far as what they can change about their deck to help improve their matchup?
Yeah, so for Ian Robb, he's not messing around. 4 copies of Sunspine Links, which is specifically for this matchup. We're talking about a 4-mana 5/4. When it enters a battlefield, your opponent takes a bunch of damage, especially if they're the domain deck. Basically, every land is a non-basic land. And very, very importantly, it's got the static text, players can't gain life. That's one of Matt Nass's main win conditions against these aggressive matchups. Gets her in play, get something with lifelink onto the battlefield, and then attack. And not being able to gain the life could be absolutely huge here in kind of Ian making sure that Matt can't come back.
Ian starts things off with Monastery Swiftspear, but if we take a look at his hand, there is a Sunspine Lynx in there waiting for that 4th mountain to hit, and he's got 3 in hand, so that thing will be coming down this game. Take a look at it here. Damage can't be prevented, and players can't gain life, and it does a ton to them the turn it hits, too. Also, it's big. It's a 5/4.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. If you ever just connect with this once, with the enter the battlefield effect. What are we looking at? 10 damage?
Could be.
Something like that?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you know, the way that the game tends to play out is that Matt Nass is okay taking damage in the early stages. It's just a necessity here. But then he gets it all back in one fell swoop with huge life gain swings. And that's not going to be available to him here. No 2-drop, though, for Ian Robb.
Yeah, no, that is huge. Gives Matt Nass a little bit of a reprieve here. Still has the interesting option here of, what do? Do I play up the Beanstalk here? Could also go Overlord of the Hauntwoods. But at the same time, Ian Robb next turn didn't play something turn 2. So you have to kind of think there's a pretty good shot that he might have a Screaming Nemesis here to play on turn 3, which would get in for some damage. But Matt Nass setting up for the late game here, playing out that up the Beanstalk because that kind of unlocks the hand. Anything else now, basically, that he casts out of his hand will be able to draw him cards. He's got 2 Rides Ends and a Leyline Binding here.
He just got to get lost as well. This is interesting stuff. If you're in Matt Nass's seat, what are you thinking about this draw? Is it just a guaranteed Links on 4 since there was no Nemesis and no 2-drop?
No 2-drop, no 3-drop. This is 100% at least a Sunspine Lynx, at least one copy in Ian Robb's hand.
Lynx trigger, so I take 1, go to 19, you take 4, go to 15.
There it is.
I see it.
It does hit each player.
Almost not speed every time he plays.
Yeah, but the issue here is Ian Robb didn't have a 2 and a 3-drop, right? So Matt Nass is still sitting at a pretty healthy life total. He was on the play here and has plenty of action in hand.
Yeah, he might be able to just win this one the fair way, right?
Exactly.
Like, normally his life total would be down, say, around 10 or a little bit below that, and then Ian Robb could finish him off. But sitting at 15, Ian has a lot of work to do. And by the way, Lynx down.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why the Lynx is powerful is it is your top-end threat that you play after you get your opponent down to something like 10 to 12 life. But when you play that as kind of your only other creature, you're just playing Matt Nass's game.
Right, this is a huge draw step here for Ian Robb because we see Zur hit the battlefield now for Nass, and if Ian doesn't do something to interact or prevent life, I don't see how he's going to come back.
This can be over very quickly. Might have to use Witch-Doctor Frenzy, on the Zur.
Here you go.
But Matt Nass has
but now all of a
another
sudden
Zur.
Mono Red is the control player?
Right, and Matt Nass has another Zur in hand.
Oh, okay.
So
I
this
don't
is
see how
probably
Ian
just
comes
over
back
right
from
here.
that. Yeah, 15's just way too much. He can get through the last couple of points through something, but 15 and all of a sudden he's going to be at 20 life. It's just not going to be a thing.
Exactly. Can possibly even activate the binding if you want to gain more life, but 5 seems totally fine here. Just activate your Overlord of the Hauntwoods. This might just lead to a concession right away. Oh, actually choosing to gain an extra point of life here by attacking with the Leyline Binding.
Yeah, it gives up on an extra land, but whatever.
Yeah.
21 is the life total, and this is probably just going to be a concession here from Ian. Pick him up.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a top 8, so it's usually prudent to play him out, but it's hard to imagine.
You have no way,
forward.
right? You just have no way to kill the Zur. If you can't, Matt's just going to gain even more life next turn.
Conjure? Cosmos Trade, Sugar Prowess, and Valiant.
Okay. So 6 power, then you can play the Manifold Mouse to make it into a 6/3 double striker.
Mouse.
It's a fair amount of damage. But remember, Matt
I mean,
Nass
this is
has
an impressive turn. It just feels like it's too late.
Matt also has Elspeth's Smite, although I guess it doesn't kill it this turn.
6 and 12. 12 after another turn.
And Matt's like, fine. Yeah, whatever. I'll take 12.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Yeah. When you're playing mono red and your opponents, you
I'm at
like
9. Yep. 13, 9.
take 12, and they're like,
Yeah, sure, that's fine, whatever.
What's the worst thing that could happen?
I mean, Matt just has the win here, right? This is yeah, this is just
Yeah, so he's just going to show him, I'm going to remove your last blocker, and I'm going to get in for 6 plus 5 plus 2, and that's going to be it for game number 3. Matt Nass, he's got to breathe a huge sigh of relief that turn 2 and turn 3, just nothing happened on the other side.
I mean,
that's
that is tremendous here. Now, and here, it's just so far, right? Every player on the play has gone first, and Matt Nass locking up that first seed, proving to be very, very valuable here.
He is 1 game away from advancing to the semifinals. Ian Robb has the unenviable position of having to win the next 2 or he's out.
And Ian did mulligan, but a nice solid start here. One drop into Emberheart Challenger into Monstrous Rage.
Good.
But Matt kept the 7 with, hey, you got a 2-mana removal spell there in the Rides End into a lockdown turn 3.
Trigger, give a double strike.
Yeah.
Attack.
This is more what he needed to see in the first game.
Manifold Mouse off the top. That's huge.
That is clean living there for Ian Robb. And he
I would have been a little
smiles.
mad if this happens.
So good morning. Second chance with Leonard. My name is David.
So yeah, Matt Nass does have the Rides End. Probably one of the most important cards in the matchup. Not too many other cheap ways to interact with the mono red deck, right, until you get to turn 3. Big turn here, though. Again, Ian Robb does have to consider the fact that Matt Nass could have a temporary lockdown. Can he afford to play around it? Or does he have enough on the battlefield to kind of force actions out of Matt Nass?
Yeah, these are where matches are won or lost, right? Making those decisions between, can I afford to play around it, must I play around it, or must I not?
And Matt kind of has, again, this is kind of the perfect hand you can sculpt here for Matt Nass outside of having a turn 1 Elspeth Smite as well. But just being able to exile this Hardfire hero and then being able to follow that up with a temporary lockdown, and then Ian's just top decking. We're looking at a hand with, if he runs out the Challenger this turn, that is, then he just is looking at a hand with Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, the question is the board that he has right now enough to put a dent in the life total of Matt Nass?
Yeah, it's like
so that it can kind of absorb the potential for a temporary lockdown and then recover after it.
Right.
Feels like it's just a little short, maybe.
Yeah, now the question is, where do you double strike?
Yeah.
Right? If you think he has a Rides End, do you just double strike your Manifold Mouse? Just to make sure that you can get some damage in? You are sacrificing a good deal of damage by doing that, but you're spreading it around just to make sure that you can get the damage if you think Matt Nass has Rides End here.
Very difficult position for Ian Robb. I mean, we're talking about playing around a removal spell now, plus a potential sweeper either next turn or the turn after.
Yeah.
Where did he give the double strike?
He gave it to the mouse, or excuse me, the Hardfire hero.
Oh,
so
he did. So he actually only gets in for a little bit there. Just 1 damage.
Yeah, and that is really, really big. Now, curious for Matt Nass, like, do you run out the lockdown here? Are you too concerned about this, or
does he have untapped white or untapped land here?
He does. There's a Hushwood. There's 2 Hushwood Verges.
Hushwood Verges. Okay. So would you be content? No, not content. You may have your 1 powered currently.
Does Ian does Ian have lethal? You just have to kind of add it up here. Emberheart Challenger plus Monstrous Rage is 6 damage, plus Double Strike is 12 damage. So this is 13 damage total. And if he hits like a Pump Spell or a Burn Spell, that can just win the game here.
Oh, it was a mountain.
Oh, he didn't. But this will get Matt Nass down to 2 life.
Jeez, he gave him 1 turn. He passed with 1 power, and he's going to take 13?
So now with the Rockface Village in play too, Matt Nass has to stabilize, might have to just run out a temporary lockdown and
cross his fingers.
And if Ian Robb just drops a Burst
that was an
Lightning.
obstinate Baloth off the top.
I think you're...
Is it too late?
Oh, and there's a Emberheart Challenger here in Ian Robb's hand. But remember, Matt...
Update.
Excuse me, he doesn't. Never mind. But Matt Nass can go temporary lockdown, get the creatures off the battlefield, still has the mana up for Leyline Binding. So any haste creature off the top wouldn't get it done.
Can he cast the Binding? Yeah, he has an everywhere. Okay.
Yeah, so whenever you get Overlord of Hauntwoods in play on turn 3, Leyline Binding automatically just becomes a 1-mana removal spell.
Just wanted to double check. Well, that's a great insurance plan for him. I mean, it doesn't prevent, from Burst Lightning or something, but there's nothing he can do there, right?
Yeah, Burst Lightning, Sunspine Lynx, there's a ton of great draws here. This is kind of what you want to be doing as the mono red player. Get your opponent down low enough where basically every top deck is live to basically win you the game.
Oh, this is the fun part, no doubt about it. Nothing set in stone at this point.
Now remember, this Emberheart Challenger already has Trample. So we're talking about a trampling potential double striker here with that Manifold Mouse in play. There's also a Rockface Village, which threatens a ton of damage. So you want to get that Challenger off the battlefield no matter what. I think if you just play the Baloth, you might just lose, right? Just because you go up to 6, But then we're talking about a 4-power double striking trampler that just eats the Baloth.
Now, does he have the mana for Obstinate Baloth plus Leyline Binding?
I guess he hasn't played a land yet.
No.
He's been really thinking about this turn. So if you go Baloth into Binding, that plays around a lot of different cards that Ian can have. We'll see what he does here,
even
though.
the Lynx wouldn't kill him at that point.
Yep.
Okay, he's going to go for temporary lockdown, though.
All right. Burn spell, Sunspine Lynx.
He said he can make it easy on himself, just find a burn spell. No, he plays the land and passes the turn back.
Okay, nothing, but
it was a land.
Yeah, and Matt Nass has the Baloth here. You can just run it out, go up to 6.
Oh, that's a huge sigh of relief for Matt Nass.
Now, if you're Matt, do you play out another land? Because you're at 6,
because
right?
that actually does put you dead to a Lynx, doesn't it?
Right, because a Lynx off the top, if you play the land, that's exactly 6 damage. What does Matt do here?
I'll play this.
Oh,
He is going to
out.
play it.
So a Lynx off the top here.
Lynx would do it.
And Ian can tie it up.
But his outs went from many, many to quite a few.
Right. Man, Matt's got an Leyline Binding and a nice creature here just to block any random creature off the top. But hey, you play 4 of the Lynx for a reason. Most decks play maybe 2, maybe 3.
So if you're in Matt's seat, it's just about Zur now.
Here you go.
Oh, another land
gosh.
for Ian Robb. How does he keep missing?
That's 8 lands in play here for Ian Robb. Now, Matt doesn't have lethal here, right? So Ian does have a couple of draw steps here without the Zur at finding a Lynx.
Matt found Day of Judgment. Not going to do much for him here. Is there a Lynx on top?
Here you go.
No, it's
no.
another land. 3 lands in a row for Ian Robb. That is heartbreak.
And what's Ian's life total? He can't be at 20, right?
16.
16, yeah, that would make sense. And
But
this is
now.
not lethal.
He's going to go down to 2 here. Oh, but there's another Baloth, which means that the Lynx wouldn't be enough, right?
That is
4,
not
5, 6,
enough.
7, yeah. So no outs here for Ian Robb, and Matt Nass defeats him and is going to move on to the semifinal. Oh, you got a feel for Ian there, though. Land at a point where, I don't know, a third of his deck would have won the game, and then, okay, admittedly a much smaller, 4 outs or whatever, but oh, that's tough.
Yeah, well, this just often happens when you are kind of playing the mono red aggro deck. You kind of get your opponent low, and then you just kind of leave it to the top of your deck, right? You can get your opponent low, and there have been so many instances. We've just seen this over the last 25 years of Magic. The mono red deck needs to find a lightning strike, a lightning helix, a lightning bolt, something like that off the top. Ian, however, just mountains. Wasn't able to get it done. Matt Nass must be breathing a huge sigh of relief here. Possibly one of his worst matchups in the top 8, and he gets to go on into the semis.
Yeah, he sidesteps the threat of mono red and makes his way into the semifinals. He came in as the #1 seed, and he'll continue on through the tournament. He also gets to be on play as a result, which is a pretty nice thing to have as well. And, by the way, we've got Riley with Matt Nass right now.
I'm here with Matt Nass, who has won his quarterfinal. Matt, congratulations. Heading into this match, probably the underdog in this matchup. What were your thoughts heading into playing against such an aggressive deck?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely a tough matchup. I think the mono red, especially with 4 Lynx, is tougher even than Gruul, which is already like a slight underdog. So the good news was because of the 1 seed, I did have the play, so that helped quite a bit. I might have lost game 1 or some of the other games I won if I was on the draw. And then other than that, yeah, I just had to hope that he had bad draws, and he did. He mulliganed a bunch, drew a bunch of lands at convenient times for me, and that was the difference.
Well, you got there in the end, but I want to zoom out now and look at the top 8 more broadly. We were talking off camera about some of the matchups you're hoping for, and unusually, you're kind of hoping to have to play a couple of mirrors.
Yeah, so in the Swiss, we actually didn't want to get paired in a domain mirror because there's a big risk of a draw. But here, it's an untimed event. I think I have a decent sideboard for the matchup, and the alternative is Gruul with Leyline, which is somehow even faster and more aggressive than mono red. So I'd much prefer to play a mirror. And although, again, because the other bracket is Gruul versus Leyline, or Gruul Leyline versus domain, I'm not that optimistic that I'll get a domain matchup, but I would take it.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. But I want to ask you as well, your experience coming into this top 8. You're probably one of the more experienced players, well, in this tournament more broadly, but definitely in this top 8. How much of an advantage do you think that gives you in a top 8 like this, being one of the veteran players?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something. I think I'm probably likely to feel a little less nerves. I definitely felt more nerves at my first top 8 in Hawaii than I have at this one. So I do think there's something there, but at the end of the day, we're all good players playing Magic, and, you know, I think most people will play pretty well, and it'll just come down to those small decisions and how the cards drop.
Well, you've certainly made good decisions so far. Congratulations on the win, Matt, Nass. Good luck in the semifinals.
Thank you.
All right, one quarterfinal in the books, but we've got more to bring you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk to set up our next quarterfinal match. Don't go anywhere.
Prove you're the best the multiverse has seen with standard constructed matches at your local game store, March 8th through March 30th. Participants will get a Deep Cavern Bat promo card, top 8 players will receive a Preacher of the Schism promo card, and the store champion will take home a full art promo, Virtue of Persistence, while supplies last. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. It's Top 8 Sunday here in Chicago, Illinois. Only 8 players remain in our tournament. 7 now. We're in the top 8 and working our way through the quarterfinals until only one will be left standing to hoist the trophy and get the title of champion. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Marie Barthaldi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight with you here today. And we are in our quarterfinals of our top 8. But first things first, we're going to check in on some of our teams this weekend and find out how they did across the event overall, starting with Sanctum. Riley.
Yes, indeed. Sanctum of all, a big team, so big I believe that we actually can't get them all on the graphic that we're about to show you here. There are that many people who make up this team. But the key thing here is that they had a terrific weekend. Now, very unfortunately for Team Sanctum of all, none of these 11-5 players quite made it into top 8. 11-5, just one win away from a top 8 appearance for many of them here. But unfortunately, none got across the line. All the same, a lot that can be taken away as a positive from this weekend. A bunch of people at X at 5, 2 people at X and 6. Really, really solid weekend for this team, who continue to put up consistently good results at these high-level events.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at our next team, which is Handshake Moxfield, Monty.
Yeah, Handshake Moxfield, the team of last year. This is actually almost a disappointing event for them in that they have no players in the top 8. Last time this happened was Pro Tour Thunder Junction last year, but Arna Huschenbeth leading the field for them at 12-4 does earn a World Championship invite, even though he does not make the top 8. And then a bunch of players, Alan Wu, Simon Nielsen, Carl Serap, and Charles Wong at 11-5, and Eli Cassis at 10-5-1. So definitely still good performances from the team, just maybe not as good as they are used to given the incredible year they had last year.
Let's take a look at Team CFB Ultimate Guard. This is the old guard of Magic players, some of the greats of the game. You can see how many people are in the Hall of Fame on this team. Pretty good results overall. Probably not exactly the Pro Tour they would have all wanted, but they got somebody into the top 8 in the form of Matt Nass. You can see players just barely missing out here. Reed Duke finishing with a record of 11-4-1, and Matt Sperling at 11-5. So CFB Ultimate Guard, good results at the top for this team. What about the next team? Moriyama Japan. Riley.
Yeah, you can see as well some great results from Team Moriyama Japan here, a bunch of 10 and 6s, so some decent performances from the likes of Kenta Masakata, Yoshihiko Kawa, and Soichiro Kohara. But the headline act here, of course, Ken Yukihiro in 10th at 12-4. Unfortunate for him to miss out on the tiebreaker scrum heading into the top 8, but Kenta Harane. I know that Moriyama Japan will be very, very happy to see Kenta in the top 8 at 13-3. I would say overall, with the majority of the team overwhelmingly making day 2, Moriyama Japan can be pretty happy with the weekend they've put on for us.
Absolutely. Now we're going to take a look at a bit of a newer team here in Nerd Rage Gaming, Monty.
Yeah, this is a team that we haven't actually featured yet this weekend. They are a new team. They are a team that was put together by Theodore Jung. He's the team captain. He used to be on Team CFB Ultimate Guard, decided to form a team for himself, and arguably the most successful team this weekend, as they are the only team to put 2 players into the top 8, with Zevin Faust in 2nd place and Ian Robb in 8th place. Nam Dang, my friend and city mate from Canada, and Theo Jung are the other 2 players that get invites. Unfortunately, not too many re-queues. It is 10-6 that you needed to go to get an invite to the next Pro Tour, but definitely looking forward to seeing what this team is capable of in the future.
All right, there's a look at our teams and how they performed this weekend at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Speaking of Aetherdrift, we're now going to look at some of the most influential cards that this set has put into Standard. So we're going to do the top 10 here, starting out with number 10, Monty.
Yeah, so number 10 is actually going to be Afterburner Expert. This isn't a card that has found too much success in Standard yet, ultimately because it is so reliant on the set mechanic exhaust. But we have seen a few exhaust decks start popping up. There were a couple of players that played exhaust decks in this event, and having a creature that you can bring back from the graveyard straight to the battlefield just for doing what your deck is already trying to do can be extremely powerful. So this is one to keep your eyes on in case exhaust finds more of a foothold in the metagame.
All right, there's a look at Afterburner Expert at 10. What about number 9, Riley?
Number 9, not Malt Tender. I'm a big fan of a Mana Dork, and this one's a pretty good one. It's obviously not, it's trading away a little bit of raw power when you can compare it to something like Elvish Mystic or Llanowar Elves, but the fact that it can fuel graveyard-based synergies means that it has a very important role to play in particularly Golgari-based graveyard lists. We've seen this in all sorts of decks throughout the weekend, and given the flexibility it has with both providing mana, milling cards, and also triggering cards that have an ability whenever a card leaves your graveyard. This is quite a little package. 1 mana, 1/1 that can do a lot of different things. Might not be, Deathrite Shaman-esque in how powerful it is, but all the same, a lot of utility for such a cheap card.
Coming in at number 8, drumroll please, we have Nesting Bot here. This little cutie goes in Jeskai or Boros Convoke, powering out your Knight Errant of Eos, getting in for some damage early on and getting pumped up by some powerful spells in your deck. I think this deck's a lot of fun to play and happy to see it get another tool here in Nesting Bot that when it dies, hey, guess what? Replaces itself. That's coming in at number 8. What about number 7, Monty?
Number 7 goes to Monument to Endurance. This is a card that we started seeing success in decks that similarly resemble the Jeskai Oculus shell, but opt for more discard synergies. The big one that you're really looking for is Fear of Missing Out. That is one that helps this card go over the edge, and with enough discard outlets in Constructed, you can really make this card look completely busted.
All right, that leaves number 6, Riley.
Number 6, well, this is a tale of two halves here. I love this card, but there's also something very sad about it. Stock Up is, it's a terrific card, right? It's a real workhorse card. It doesn't look that exciting, but being able to dig 5 cards deep, right, in a blue deck and find what you're looking for, really, really important. We see traditionally cards like Dig Through Time do a huge amount of work, and for just 3 mana, getting a look at 5 cards and picking 2 of them is really, really good. It sees playing Azorius Control as a general utility card, and in Azorius Omniscience as well, where it can dig for those key pieces of the combo. But of course, there is a downside to this, and it does mean that people aren't playing Quick Study, the instant speed divination, which is, unfortunately, I hate to say it, particularly when I'm going on record, just kind of worse. I really want instant speed divination to be good, but Stock Up is here to outshine it a little bit.
All right, that's a look at 10 through 6. We'll do the rest of them during our next break, everyone. Time to get back to the tournament here. Let's check in on our bracket and find out what's already happened today here in our top 8. We've seen one match between Matt Nass and Ian Robb. Matt Nass took down that match 3-1 over Ian Robb. Matt Nass and his Domain Overlords deck advance to the semi-finals. There's a look at our top 8 bracket. And where we're going next, quarterfinal number 2 is on the way here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. I'm very excited to get underway with this next matchup. Let's find out who'll do battle in the feature match area. We have Kenta Harane and James Dimitrov for you. This is a Jeskai Oculus Domain Overlords matchup. Kenta Harane won 2020 Players Tour in Nagoya. Take a look here at his road to the top 8. Actually played James in round number 3 and won. Now, that was limited on day 1 of action. We're playing Standard here in the top 8. Went 7-2 overall in Standard on his way to get here today, day 3 in the Sunday stage. James Dimitrov, on the other hand, playing in his first Pro Tour, qualified at an RC in Washington, D.C., went 8-1 in Standard, had a bye the last round to make it here to the big time and the top 8. There's a look at our players. Talk to me about this matchup, Mon.
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Kenta's deck. Kenta is the lone Oculus player in the top 8, representing the Jeskai build of Oculus. That was a bit of a breakout at this tournament. Now, the key core of the Oculus deck is trying to get a powerful cheap creature like Abhorrent Oculus into the graveyard using discard outlets, and then you can bring it back using a card like Recommission or Helping Hand. But what the Jeskai flavor of this deck is doing is trying to go over the top by abusing Fear of Missing Out. Fear of Missing Out, not only is it a discard outlet, but it is also a way to get additional combat steps once you have Delirium, and that combos incredibly well with cards like Inti, but specifically Prof's Eidetic Memory. Prof's Eidetic Memory triggers at the beginning of combat on your turn, not the first combat step. So each time you go to combat, which can be multiple with Fear of Missing Out, you get that trigger again, and that can end the game extremely quickly. On the other side, we take a look at James Dimitrov's deck. Now, James has brought Domain Overlords. Slightly different build from Matt Nass's, but the idea is the same. You are trying to use Up the Beanstalk as a card advantage engine. You are trying to use Zur combined with the Overlords to really go over top of what your opponent is doing and try to be fast. The big thing is this deck has a lot of removal. The Jeskai Oculus deck is one that is trying to get a single threat onto the battlefield and then start abusing it. If your opponent has a lot of interaction, that isn't the best. Typically, you're much more looking forward to the aggressive matchups as Oculus. So James Dimitrov feeling in good shape here.
All right, so you're going with James to win this thing, Mon.
Yeah, this was the closest matchup, I think, in the top 8, but I'm going to go with James. I think we may get one Overlords player making it out of the quarterfinals, in addition to Matt Nass, who already got the job done.
All right, what about you, Riley?
Well, I'll take the opposite opinion once again. I think Kenta has the experience. I think this deck, that the Jeskai Oculus deck has just got what it takes, I think, to beat any and all comers, and so I reckon the Japanese fella's going to get up and about here.
Where is your gloating, Riley? You won last round.
I did win last time. Look, thank you very much, Maria. Let's get into this. I did indeed predict that Matt Nass was going to win, and win he did. And so what I'm going to do, make sure I get the production team to very cleverly clip that to make me say, oh no, I think it's going to, I'm very confident about it, and leave out all the stuff about how I was saying how I was going to self-aggrandize myself. As indeed, they'll cut this part of me talking right now.
Just always the contrarian, never respecting the numbers.
I have made a career based on this approach, Marnie, and I've done very, very well for myself over the years, mate, so I'm not about to change pace now.
Excellent. Well, I think Kento is going to win.
All right, I'm done.
Okay.
You see what I did there?
I finished there. Okay.
I'm going to pass it on over to the booth with Alien Corey here for our second quarterfinal.
Maria. Maria. Thank you very much for that eye-opening throw. I will say that.
I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
I know.
I've
There's
had
only so many puns that we can handle here. Being parents ourselves, it's just the mom and dad jokes are too strong on that side of things. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister.
Hey.
We're bringing you the action from the second, third, and fourth quarterfinals here.
Yep.
It's Top 8 Sunday. If you've just joined us, 7 players now remain after Matt Nass picking up that victory. So let's see if another Domain Overlord can join our Overlord, who is already into the semis there, Corey.
I, for one, welcome our new Domain Overlords here into the meta. Yeah, this match is, you know, the last round, Matt was definitely not the favorite coming in against Mono Red. On the other hand here, Domain is very much favored against this Jeskai Oculus deck. Went about 17-12 in the Pro Tour in favor of Domain, so about a 60% win rate in favor of Domain. These two, on the other hand, did not play.
Yeah,
you know,
didn't play each other.
Didn't play each other,
Finals, yeah.
exactly. Jeskai Oculus, Kenta didn't play against any Domain, and James didn't play against any Jeskai Oculus throughout the tournament, though. So new territory for them.
Absolutely. Kicking things off here with one of our Surveil lands. Land sticks on top there for James Dimitrov.
And looks like James has the ideal start of having a green Surveil land into Up the Beanstalk on 2.
Nice.
And then you kind of just figure everything out there. Looks like we have Biza, Day of Judgment, Zur, and looked like an Overlord as well. So a solid hand there, and with Kenta taking a mulligan to start, but being on the play, big advantage.
Inti, Seneschal of the Sun hits the board here for Kenta. I've been a big fan of this card ever since it's been printed, and it just does so much good work for this Oculus strategy. On the other side of things, Up the Beanstalk, fancy, signed one there. I see you, James. Going to be getting some card advantage there for James as this game goes along. Inti gets an eyeball into the graveyard, gets a counter.
Oh my!
And the wombo combo.
That is what we call doing it right there. That is exactly what this deck wants to be doing, is discarding Oculus and then using the Inti ability to get the helping hand. I mean, that's just poetry in motion.
That was awesome. Oh boy, trigger, upkeep. Let's see if we can get something. Oh, that's another eyeball.
That is another Oculus, so that's also fear of missing out. So here's going to be something that James is going to be able to pick up on here, is there's going to be a creature going to the graveyard. So James is going to know, well, you got something spicy underneath there.
Yeah. And it's just a process of elimination. All right, what's better than that fear of missing out?
Yeah, the other, mild factor is having a fear of missing out in the graveyard counts as too tight, so maybe Kenta's trying to push Delirium, but yeah, you're right. It's probably like, okay, there's another eye under there.
Yeah, definitely something spicy there for Kenta that James is going to have to deal with. The turn passes back here. Kenta untaps with 3 attackers now, and this is kind of where the Oculus deck absolutely runs away with things. Look at the amount of power on the board here. James has to have the answers for one of these creatures, if not more, if he's able to.
Yeah, and we did see from James land, Day of Judgment is going to be gigantic here, so maybe Kenta can find a way to push through enough damage. Or if anything, Kenta is just going to be like, okay, I don't want to push any more pressure on the battlefield because, well, I mean, this is already a ton of pressure. So Kenta will just hold any threats for the rebuild process.
Eyeballs aplenty, as well as an Inti. And now even more Manifest Dread happening, and Things looking pretty dreadful indeed here for James Dimitrov in this first game.
Yeah, all that being said, 1 day of judgment here to be able to clean up all the creatures. Yeah. After that, Kenta's deck doesn't really, you know, come from behind extremely well in any meaningful way. AK, you're not giving a lot of creatures haste. There are 2 bitter reunions to be able to pair that with. And that would actually be lethal if there is one of them, because I believe we did see a recommission in hand. So that's what Kenta's going to be looking for. Otherwise, if Kenta's just rebuilding, playing a couple creatures here, James's deck from this point on is very good at dealing with creatures. We saw a Biza in there to be able to gain some life. So I actually think James is favored if Kenta can't put a hasty eye into play here.
Yeah, so Kenta slowed down dramatically there with Day of Judgment. James looking to stabilize. And if Kenta doesn't have the win right here and now, got to think that he could do just that. So.
Yeah, and I think I saw Oculus and a recommission, so just deciding which avenue you want to get into play. But more than likely, a Oculus is coming in this turn. It's just which way does Kenta want to go for it.
Spyglass Siren, Map Token, Explore. Helping Hand on top of the library, so that'll stay there.
So Kenta's planned this game. I didn't see any bitter reunion, anything like that, so it just looks like a bring an Oculus back over and over and over again and hope it's enough.
Having a big think here before passing the turn. Does he want to fire it off right now?
Yeah, we're definitely going to recommission. It's just, do we keep this Helping Hand out on top? And it's just basically, Kenta's not thinking about what he's going to do this turn anymore. It's trying to map out next turn.
Yeah. There's the recommission.
Ooh.
Nice, okay. Fear Missing Out comes back, gets a counter of its own.
Okay.
And the card drawn off the top, so Helping Hand to give Kenta a hand if these creatures are dealt with now as well.
And we have Sorcery, Land, Enchantment. Yeah, we have Delirium, so all good to go on that. And now Domain starts to just really look like the extremely powerful deck that it is. Just kill everything. Everything comes with a replacement.
Leyline Binding twice now. Kenta's in quite a bad way. Things flipped very much there after that Day of Judgment took care of the entire battlefield.
Now still has the Biza to be able to come back as well. You know, I would assume James has a lot of extra removal. Otherwise, the Leyline Binding on the Spyglass Siren.
Another Leyline in hand.
Yeah, okay.
3, good grief.
That makes sense then. Otherwise, you don't want, you know, it's not the biggest threat right now, for sure.
And each of those Leylines came with an extra card too, so yeah. At this point, Kenta's like, oh, could I just have a Burst Lightning to the face, please?
Yeah, no kidding. James next turn will have the ability to go Biza plus have a Leyline available, it looks like. So, I mean, Kenta has to have a very fantastic turn here.
Yeah, too many things need to go right for Kenta at this point.
Exactly. And that's just the kind of the problem with this matchup in general. You know, you can put a lot of creatures on the battlefield, but none of them have haste like the Gruul deck. So that kind of differentiates this pseudo-aggressive deck up against Domain versus like an aggressive deck like Gruul that can pressure and have a lot of haste.
It's a double manifestation here. Torch the tower into the bin.
So if we have another Wrath here, another Sunfaller Day, we're probably all done. But this is Kenta saying, if you have it, you have it.
Ba-boom.
That's probably a Wrath.
Another board wipe there, so James doing an excellent job of keeping this battlefield under control. I do believe that was a Day of Judgment.
Yeah, 4 mana was tapped, so I'm sure there. No Incubate.
Steam Core Scholar, all right. Hi, bud. You bringing anything good with you? No, 3 lands. Okay.
Yeah, Kenta's deck looks really good at refueling that one time, maybe refueling the second time,
Yeah, but 2 board wipes, you're not going to fight through that.
Exactly.
Now all James needs is a Zur, and he can just go, whee! he starts smacking with massive 6/6s.
Yeah, and I would think this matchup...
Oh, hey, speak of the devil.
All done here. And I would think this matchup especially is going to greatly favor James. You know, we saw the 60% during the tournament in this matchup in favor of Domain. That was best 2 out of 3s. Now best 3 out of 5s. Post-board games, when Kenta can bring in like negates and stuff like that, that gets a little better. But, you know, Kenta has to win this game, I feel. Otherwise, it's pretty much all done. And this would be another game that I think James is very favored.
Yeah. So Kenta on the play. Both players kept their opening hands. And to kick things off here, fear of missing out for Kenta. And pretty sure he doesn't want to miss out on the semifinals, so has to get the job done in this matchup, like you mentioned, Corey.
Yep, absolutely.
But Beanstalk is here again. And Beanstalk, turns out, it's a pretty good magic card.
Pretty good magic card for sure. I mean, just basically got to be the card of the tournament so far. You know, we have at least, what, 16 copies of in the top 8?
Top 8, for sure.
0 this town ain't big enough.
Oh,
I
no,
think
there's
that's,
more. There's more because, wait. No, that with the Golgari deck as well.
Yeah, it's just the 4 decks playing 4 of, I imagine, right? Yeah.
That's how math works.
Yeah. And 0 copies of this town ain't big enough. So it really shows that, you know, the pros came to adjust to the meta, and they found ways to beat the most popular deck. So I think that's a big plus in Standard's healthy metagame right now. If you want to beat a deck, there are tools right now. It's such a deep card pool.
There's 3,540 something cards legal in Standard. So
yes.
If you don't, I mean, hey, if you don't like any of these decks, just, you know, do what Zevin and his team did and be like, okay, cool, well, we're just going to play this one.
Exactly.
Worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, Zevin's deck is really cool. Excited to see that a little later on. And look at this start, though. Oh, my. Just pretty much, once again, the ideal draw from Kenta, and we'll see if it's enough. I mean, I think I see another day. Oh, is that a split up? So right now, James can literally split up these creatures here. And I mean, that's good enough. That's just a solid 2-for-1 dealing with 2 very problematic creatures.
Yeah, dealing with the one that brings the other creatures along for the party. So great news there for James. Finds the board wipes when needed, and there's another Day of Judgment in hand too. So Kenta's got a lot to fight through here.
Looks like a Sunfall as well, and that just seems like, you know, most of the time when you play against these blue-based tempo-style decks, sweepers are just okay, but the way that Kenta's deck is built, sweepers are unbelievably good. There's no counterplay to him game 1. There's a bunch of dead cards in Kenta's list. Kenta does have 2 Spell Pierces, but they haven't found their way to his hand at all. And they've just all looked phenomenal.
This is going to be board wipe tribal this game, I feel. Down to 14 goes James. Not too worried about the life totals just yet. Kenta recommissions an eyeball. It'll get a counter. And hopefully a couple friends that'll stick around this time. But
sorry to interrupt you there, Ailey. There is the Spell Pierce here. So Kenta truly has a great plan here. If James just goes for a tap-out Day of Judgment, we could be all done because that's land, sorcery, creature enchantment, domain's there. So the Oculus can attack twice. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 damage.
Jeez.
If James goes for this Wrath, Kenta's going to win this game.
Woo! Yeah. Sweet. Yes, and like you mentioned, with Delirium available, we're going to get multiple combats here, at least for one of the biggest creatures, so things turn sideways, untap, and whack him again. So tying things up here, game piece.
All right,
Sweet.
yeah. Kenta needed that. Now I think the matchup really gets a lot more even. So, so now we got ourselves a quarterfinals here.
Timely Spell Pierce. Coming in clutch there for Kenta Harane, so let's get to game number 3 here. This is best 3 out of 5, just as a reminder. So the players have now sideboarded. Corey, what is the game plan here post-sideboard?
Yeah, I definitely think Kenta wants to be bringing in some counter spells. I think bringing in negates, that's going to be the first thing we're going to see. Outside of that, there are some Chandra Spark Hunters, which we saw Kenta make great use of against the Esper Pixie player for his Winnanen. Yesterday, I imagine that Planeswalker is totally fine here as well. Those would be my big changes. Basically, you just really want to get out Torch the Tower out of your deck.
Yeah.
And there's one into the Flood Maw as well, so you probably take that out. Take 5 removal spells out, bring in a 3 Planeswalkers, and some counter spells. A recipe as old as time. Okay, there is the ideal start for James. James finally had the ability to have a proactive draw. You know, being on the draw those last 2 games, everything was defensive. But whenever you can do this, you know, Beanstalk into the green Overlord, get a mana advantage, get a card advantage. This is when your deck is really firing on all cylinders.
In for 3, down to 16. Beanstalk and an impending Overlord. Helping Hand brings back the Oculus. And Kenta's just pedal to the metal here.
I keep saying, I'm like, wow, Kenta's draw once again was just perfect, but maybe this Jeskai deck is just that consistent. We didn't see a lot of it on coverage, you know, for how many players and how many phenomenal players played it. You know, the whole CFB team, as well as a lot of people on Kenta's team played it.
It just kind of quietly snuck its way into, you know, the feature match area and into the top 8s. You know, similar to how Robb just, mono red out of nowhere.
Exactly. Okay. Yep. But man, Kenta's draws, all 3 games have been amazing. It's just James very easily dealt with one of the draws, and without that Spell Pierce, James still would have dealt with the other kind of nut draw from Kenta as well.
Yeah. Meticulous Archive, Surveil. Looks like James likes what he sees on top.
Now James really needs, I feel, a Leyline Binding. There is one there.
Yeah.
I also think Kenta had a negate here, so this might be just locked up once again, depending on when we attack. I think James should very much wait till after attacks, because you don't want to allow an instant to get into the graveyard to boost that Delirium for fear of missing out. So I think that would be the correct thing to do. And if Kenta wants to try to get Delirium, cracking maps, doing that kind of stuff, then Kenta won't have the mana available for a counter spell. So yeah, I think Kenta's forced into this one combat here.
Leyline Binding, trigger, draw a card. Target likely going to be the Oculus.
If it resolves, I think this is a tough choice, because Kenta, you know, if you counter this, then your opponent untaps and Day of Judgment, you feel sad, but this is also most of your pressure. So it is a tough choice here. You have Chandra on the back. I think you counter this, and then you have Chandra to recover from the sweeper next turn. Ideally, Kenta would just have 2 counter spells here and it'd be easy mode, but
that isn't always the case.
Yeah, because if you don't negate this, you're down to just 5, power. 5 power here for pressure, and I don't think that's enough against James' impending Overlords.
Especially if Zur shows up, so it's
Kenta
allowed to resolve. There goes the eyeball.
Now, the one thing that Kenta does have going here is if you sack this map and put, let's say, a creature into the yard or something like that, and then you negate the sweeper, your Manifest could be a 3/3, gets to attack twice. That's 6, 7, 8, 9 damage all of a sudden. So then you're really putting a lot of pressure on, but you got to get to Domain. Or you got to get to Delirium, excuse me.
All these keywords. Turn passes back now, 2 mana up. Counterspell in hand for Kenta Harane. Another up the Beanstalk. More cards for James.
Kenta's cool with that. And now here's the Day of Judgment going straight to the yard, I imagine. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Going for the clog the battlefield approach, I see.
Draws a couple cards, able to get a couple blockers here, and
yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, nothing else though.
You don't announcement trigger and you didn't know your number, so it was missed.
Oh, we missed a trigger.
So the opponent decided to put one stack or not.
Looks like those triggers were put on after they were supposed to, essentially. So those are the impending triggers you can miss.
Yeah.
Okay. Very minor, you know, most of the time. The games James are going to win is animating them with Zur or just enough sweepers where Kenta has no pressure and James can flip over cards out of his hand at random to win. But looks like we got it figured out. But
gets it this time around.
Always good to have the judges help us out at all times. Thank you, judges.
The correct board states.
Exactly.
Turn passes back here to Kenta.
I always love that, you know, if you see the judges come in, make sure something's right instead of letting it go and just assuming things are right. So, good job, judges.
Kick things off here with cracking a map, perhaps? Or did we find a 1-drop? It's another siren, maybe?
Looked like a helping hand here. So, yeah, we're going to start by cracking the map.
Yeah, helping hand. Target the manifest.
Okay.
Spellpierce.
That is kind of missed its prime.
Yeah, at this point, you know, everything's going to be a little cheaper.
Yep.
A lot cheaper with Domain now.
And some sideboarding from Kenta. Kenta did what I was thinking there, bring in the Chandra, bring in the negates, also brought in Destroy Evils, which makes a lot of sense to have some counterplay to Zur and some ability to, you know, destroy Leyline bindings. Did take out the torches, the 2 bounce spells, and a couple recommissions. Then on the other side from James, brought in Rest in Peace, you know, great card here. Pest Control and Terrace Under for some of the less than ideal cards.
Off to combat we go. No Delirium, so no extra combats from these fears of missing out. But there are 3 blockers available here for these creatures.
So taking 6 down to 5.
Oh, excuse me. The other Overlord of the Mistmoors is hanging out with his friend as well.
Yep, yep. And this seems like a scenario. I think Kenta has land, helping hand, Chandra, negate in hand. So, you know, you just see on the other side, Zur just like, I believe it is my time to show up. And Zur would just completely close the game out here.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's not many things that like prevent Zur from taking over. It is those Destroy Evils that turn off the lifelink, but you can't kill the creatures that are attacking. So if Kenta doesn't leave up white mana, then James knows it's Zur time. and there's no white mana, so if Zur's there, James is almost assuredly going to win this game immediately.
Let's see, does he slam it?
Didn't take any out, so there's still the full 4 in the deck.
Oh yeah, why would you take any out?
That's a bad sign.
Yeah, that is a bad sign. And here he comes. Zur, Eternal Schemer, hits the board with 5 mana available, so 2 activations represented. It's going to be the Overlord of the Mistmoors that brings 2 extra buds along with him. That's a lot of damage and a lot of life gain.
So look like James didn't want to go for the full amount. You know, there still could have been, you know, James doesn't know that all the bounce spells and all the torches were taken out. So there still could have been plenty that could have been played. But we know together that Destroy Evil is really the only way to interact here.
He's got a spare in hand.
Yeah, got a spare to go. But I mean, even just gaining the 7 here, getting a couple more blockers, should just about be enough anyways.
That's way too much to overcome. You know, no sweepers in Kenta's list as far as I am aware.
Yeah, and I want to go back to that key turn of that Leyline binding on the Oculus with that negate just, you know, dying in Kenta's hand there. I'm curious if the game would have looked different if the negate fired it off there, because we don't know if there was a Day of Judgment, if James would have played differently, if that would have happened, but that seemed like the turning point of that game for sure. But James on a mull to 5 here, so this should be in favor of Kenta, especially being on the play.
And just to check, there are 2 Pyroclasms in the sideboard for Kenta, but I don't believe he would have brought them in.
I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that.
Yeah, there's creatures to kill, but most of the time,
yeah,
they don't show up. So
Kenta doing, you know, the just absolute right of this Jeskai Oculus deck. You start on turn 2 with the Oculus in the graveyard, and you play anything on 2 to put it there. Now let's see if Kenta, for a 4th game in a row, has an Oculus hitting the battlefield.
It's been very consistent.
It has, but he's still down 2-1.
He is. This is a tough matchup. You know, having a look at the data from the weekend.
Yep.
You know, the Domain Overlords deck is pretty heavily favored. So.
Yeah.
Crafts Eidetic Memory. Draws a card. Fear of missing out gets the counter from the memory and in for 3.
Interesting. I want to say those are all blue cards. Must not be a Spell Pierce, otherwise tapping mana like that wouldn't have made the most sense, but...
Destroy Evil, drawn off the top.
Okay.
Steam Core Scholar. Oh, yeah, we finally get to see...
That was a very well-played game by Kenta. And hey, this, you know, when you play a best of 5 and you're playing a 5-color domain deck,
and
you know, where you need all this mana, you know, we need Frank to run the numbers here, but there's got to be at least one of those games where you stumble and you have a fail rate, you know?
Yeah.
When you play a greedy mana base like that, it's not free.
Man, I wanted to see the Steam Core Scholar get counters on it, but anyway.
Okay. All right, a huge game 5 here.
Oof.
Nothing like a game 5 in the morning to start the Pro Tour.
Yeah, right? Surveilling with Shadowy Backstreet. That's a ride's end into the yard. Both players kept their opening hands. Spire Bluff Canal to kick things off here for Kenta. And the turn passes back to James, who gets Analyze the Pollen to go and find some land.
Yeah, but no Beanstalk this time around for James. That's what you really wanted. Maybe Kenta had the Spell Pierce anyways, but not starting with that. Your deck looks a lot more fair, to say the least.
I was about to say, that's the first time he's missed on turn, well, not missed in inverted commas. You know,
Yeah.
he may have chosen not to play it, but...
Yeah, besides last game where it was kind of a non-game, but yeah, otherwise both
Yeah.
players have kind of fired on all cylinders, but...
Got a split up there, he's got a Day of Judgment, there's an Overlord, and
looks like a Leyline Binding there in the
Yeah,
middle
yeah.
as well,
That's
plus a
Leyline.
couple lands. So all ways to interact, still pretty solid. We'll see how James tries to get max value out of these sweepers. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see, just this Overlord and try to get more value from a Day of Judgment. Or a split up if multiple creatures are tapped or something like that. But
also ramping nicely, so James will have multiple options to do many things a turn. And there again, Inti getting a counter, chucking an eyeball into the bin, and exiling Destroy Evil.
So probably not going to cast that unless there's for sure no counterspell, which it doesn't look like there is. So it's for sure going to be this helping hand on the Oculus, and you might just destroy Evil the Overlord. You feel kind of bad about that. But yeah, and that's just the open sign that James should very much be thinking, okay, you do not have a counterspell in your hand at all.
Yeah.
And if you counter anything this game, it's going to be off the top these next few turns.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a juicy Day of Judgment.
And cue up the violins.
Yeah.
No reason really to go for the split up here over the Day of Judgment.
It's not the worst if you want it. Like if you had to up the Beanstalk, maybe split up on tapped creatures and beans would be fine. But instead, might as well just get that manifest. You don't want the train wreck scenario of there being another eye under there.
Yeah. Because that would get Kenta back into the game
Exactly.
a lot quicker.
And now has that Leyline Binding available. So really, this is James's game to lose.
Yeah.
And Kenta's hand looks
This is not
very, very flooded.
Lots of lands.
Is that Fear missing out on 5 lands?
No, it's a Bitter Reunion.
Okay. Oh, well, still, Bitter Reunion and 4 lands here. It's terrible, so need to find something here. Okay, that was great.
What do we find?
Inti and Chandra.
Okay, nice.
That was great. Inti for this turn to present a little pressure. And then Chandra, next turn, you know, it's not as good as we saw against like the Pixie decks yesterday, as there's basically no way to remove a Planeswalker from that deck, but James has the ability to Leyline Binding it now and can do it even before combat, so it doesn't automatically crew that vehicle, so it's not the biggest deal in this matchup.
Yeah, certainly not the most powerful Chandra we've seen, but quite useful in this list.
Oh yeah. Looking at you, Torch of Defiance.
Alrighty, so Kenta gets some permanents back on the battlefield here. Inti and Bitter Reunion, which can be a haste provider if needs be. But James is still sitting at 17, so there's not going to be any, like, you know, bam, out of nowhere, you're dead
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Inti, number 3, that is the case.
No surprises, that's for sure. Okay.
Spell Pierce, okay.
All right, doesn't work out as well here. If only James only had 2 mana available, the Chandra Spell Pierce combo could actually get some work done.
Activate, yep.
0.
So we can 0, and James can respond here to deal with Chandra.
Yeah.
Through Spell Pierce, and then untap and Windmill Slam an Overlord of the Mistmore. Oh boy.
Not a bad follow-up after
Yeah.
dealing with your opponent's biggest threat, huh?
And Kenta only has land Spell Pierce, so if Kenta doesn't draw Destroy Evil to just stay in this game, I mean, I can't see a world where Kenta can win this.
Trigger on the stack, Leyline Binding takes care of Chandra. Avatar named, all right, so no Zur in hand, but we do see the big ol' Overlord of the Mistmores hit the board here, bringing along his 2 little buggy friends.
Yeah, there's no counter spell that can get that, but it's just a safe security blanket there. Be like, you are not countering this with your 1 blue, no matter what.
And paid full price for it as well, so that is a big, big chunk of damage coming in next
Another
turn.
land, we're all done here.
Yeah, no. Looks like our domain overlords are going to keep overlording.
I welcome them.
I do. And that's going to be 2 domain through to our semifinals.
You know, with all the spice that we saw, all these cool decks, Azorius Control, Azorius Omniscience, Jeskai Oculus, all this stuff, having one of the big 3 be the breakout deck, I think is something cool that we don't see all the time. So, yeah, really cool stuff. I don't think a lot of people would have thought Domain would have had this much success so far.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't want to say it's all just because of the Ride's End, you know, that we saw an uptick in popularity perhaps, or just the amount of submitted lists, but yeah, I don't think it's ever been not strong. It's always been consistent, you know?
No, I think it's a bit of a product of how people built their Gruul decks.
Yeah.
You know, everyone tried to be more mid-rangey to have an arms race advantage in the mirror and to be better against the Esper Pixie decks. Like, everyone was fearing these Esper Pixie and other Bounce House decks that every deck kind of went more mid-rangey to combat that. And Domain is just like, yes, keep putting 2-mana enchantments that don't do anything against me into play.
And then whee, over the top we go with a bunch of life-linking enchantments.
Yeah, it was just a perfect storm for Domain to improve
Kenta's
over the weekend.
Fighting the good fight here, gets an Oculus down as well as a Manifest Creature, but just look how much power is on that side of the board.
Yeah, when that Overlord hit, this game was very over, and we're just kind of going through the motions.
Yeah.
It's a Sunday, but hey, Zur, let's add that to the party.
Oh, goody. That is gonna do it. So James Dimitrov on Domain succeeds there in our quarterfinals and makes his way into the semis. Big congratulations. Yeah, I feel it for you, man. Congrats. That is so, so cool to see. I bet he's over the moon.
Oh, I bet. I mean, that feeling has to just be unbelievable. Going to Game 5, the nerves that you have, even being on the play, even in a good matchup, to just know that you are moving on to the top 4, and no matter what, are going to have a phenomenal finish here at this Pro Tour. It's got to be a phenomenal
I wonder if that was Mom.
Yeah,
I want to go meet Mom.
Yeah, okay, yeah, not sure.
Oh, congratulations again to James. We did get to chat with him after his win, so let's head on over to Riley, who's with him.
I'm in with James Dimitrov after a grueling 5-game win in the quarterfinal. Congratulations, James. How are we feeling after that, after picking up the dub?
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel incredible. That was rough, long, stressful, but yeah, I feel really good now.
Well, I want to ask you, because obviously it was a very long contest playing across all 5 games, what went right for you? What were some of the things that meant that you were able to take out this match?
Yeah, so being on the players draw seems very big in this matchup because you're able to hold up counter magic. They are. So if you're on the play, it's harder for them to play a threat and hold up counter magic. So I was able to get under that and kind of control their board on the play. So Game 1, I stole it on the draw. That made me feel really good. And going to the next 4.
It set you up really well to win the other games, right? Okay, well, now looking forward towards the semi-final. This is your first Pro Tour. I want to know how you're feeling, your confidence. Are you feeling like there's a lot of pressure? What's going through your mind? What's going through your heart right now?
I'm feeling great. I mean, after my run yesterday, I just feel so confident. So just really feel like I can beat anyone right now, and just seeing who's next and excited.
It's a great attitude to have. I feel like I could beat anyone. James, congratulations, mate. Best of luck in the semis.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
2 quarterfinals decided, 2 to go. Who will join Matt Nass and James Dimitrov? Stay tuned to find out. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. It is Top 8 Sunday. We have had some excellent matchups here so far in our quarterfinals. 2 have been decided. We've still got 2 to go. Corey Baumeister alongside Ailey Loney here to bring you the rest of these quarterfinals. And it's been an excellent, excellent time here so far, Corey.
Yeah.
Any big surprises for you thus far?
I mean, I'm still just kind of shocked that, you know, we have our other side of the top 4 already in place. It's 2 domain decks, and we have a chance to have 3 out of 4 B domains.
I know, right?
That's the biggest shocker to me so far. But this domain deck has the trickiest time. The trickiest time in this next match.
Oh, yes, it does.
Yes.
Before we get there, though, let's take a quick look at our bracket if you're just joining us to show you where we have been and where we're off to next. So Matt Nass, 3-1 over Robb on Mono Red Aggro. So there's our first domain overlord. And second, we saw Kenta Harane fall to James Dimitrov, also on domain overlord. So those 2 gentlemen are in our semifinals. We now need to find an opponent for one Matt Nass. Who do you think he wants to face?
You know, I think Matt very much wants to play a domain mirror. You know, that's usually not something you want to play basically ever. You know, you want to play your good matchups, but Rule being domain's kind of trickiest matchup, already difficult, but Lucas is playing the Leyline version, which, you know, I feel like every single Pro Tour, every Spotlight event that we have been casting together, everyone's like, no, Leyline, this deck's not played anymore, it's not good. And it's always in the top 8. It's always making it to the finals. It won Spotlight. JED, you know, went deep with it at Worlds. So, I don't know. I think Leyline is still good.
I think so, too. This deck is sweet. Lucas Duchow is certainly a master of it. We've seen some excellent plays from him. His opponent, Christopher Leonard, on Domain Overlords, which we just saw in action. A couple minor differences here and there. You know, we see the Lumbering World Wagon. But for the most part, it's the same game plan.
Yeah, pretty much the same game plan as we saw from Matt Nass and Ian earlier today. That same kind of dynamic. You know, it's going to be the domain decks trying to stop the hyper-aggressive start. But there are draws where Lucas can win on turn 2 when on the other side there's just going to be a tap land from Christopher, you know? So I would think this matchup is heavily favored in favor of old Duke 1-2 on Magic Online.
Oh, let's go. Vroom, vroom. Start your engines, friends. Leyline on the board, and Ministry Swift Spear getting in for 1.
Now, I don't know if Swift Spear is the creature that can allow you to win on turn 2, but...
You need the Cacophony Scamp.
I would think so.
Yeah, you need the Cacophony Scamp, 2 pump spells for it, sacrifice it, then boom, boom, you dead.
Yep, absolutely. So if anything, there was just a draw 2 here.
Gives trample, doesn't give the +1. But it does give the, well, it does give the plus from the prowess, but not the extra, as it is not a mouse, or he doesn't control one.
Just 9.
Just 9. No biggie, turn 2, half your life's gone.
Yeah, if you were planning on getting a sandwich or something during this match, I would hang around for a while. I think this could be a real quick one.
It could be a quick one indeed. Shadowy Backstreet now for Christopher. I admire your choice in lands, sir. Very good, very good.
Yep, they're beautiful. And now the only piece of interaction that Christopher can have, and Lucas is going to know this, is Elspeth's Smite here. So, you know, Lucas either will play a bunch of pump spells early, I guess not. Must not have the best hand.
Overlord, Overlord. There's the Smites. Okay. So before, this is after damage, right?
I believe this is after damage, which is very smart here. Lucas's hand is 3-land Monstrous Rage, so this was really smart timing from Christopher.
Yeah.
As you kind of waste your Monstrous Rage here, but Lucas is just saying, hey, I'm going to wait to top deck a Hasty Threat and hope that's enough, but...
3 Overlords in hand, that's rough. I mean, it's cool rampant stuff, but you might be dead before then. You're at 9, Chris. You need an answer here, bud.
Well, I mean, Lucas needs a threat right now.
He does, yes.
Wow, I mean, these are the exact kind of games that Christopher can win on the draw, is where Lucas completely stumbles. Yeah, Biza's great. And I don't remember that being one of the lands I saw in his hand, too, so I think he top decked that Verge, which is just even more insult to injury.
Island for turn here from Christopher.
I think Christopher can pretty safely cast a green Overlord.
Sure, yeah.
Just hard cast one. If you have a piece of interaction like a Leyline Binding or something, you just don't put yourself in a risk and you just go Biza, hold up 1. But if you don't, get this going. And now you can curve green Overlord into the white Overlord for next turn.
Because it's a decent sized blocker, you know. Okay, there's a Cacophony Scamp.
Okay.
We know about the 1 pump spell in hand.
And I think 1 is enough here. Maybe not. I guess you... Yeah, I mean, when it dies, it still deals the damage. So if you get a Monstrous Rage on it, it's going to be +5, so 6. It'll trample over for 1 and then deal 6. So that's only 7 with what we have right now. So yeah, Lucas will need something more besides just Monstrous Rage and for this creature to live.
Yeah.
But all that being said, Christopher's just got all creatures in hand.
Yeah.
And no interaction.
Oh my. Okay, Overlord of the Mistmoors. This is not looking great here for any Gruul fans.
Yeah.
Just so many ways to either gain life or just put big butts on the board.
But the Cacophony Scamp is the scariest card to have. You know, like, Christopher can easily be thinking, well, all you needed was 1 creature and you had a bunch of pump spells here. 13. So I bet Christopher doesn't even attack here and just tries to be as defensive as possible.
Yeah, this or the Heartfire Hero, you know, pump it a couple times. And if you can't attack through, then just pick it up with Burn Together.
Yeah.
Callous Sellsword. Lucas is playing 1 copy of those.
Yeah, the fling style of effect. So Lucas, on the flip side here, will know, like, hey, if you have a Leyline Binding, whatever, you're going to win. You know? Like, so this is going to be the kind of spot where Lucas can get a lot of cards out of his brain.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to play around this. You would win on the spot. So what can you have? And it would probably come down to, I can't beat anything, so I just have to go all in.
Yeah.
Because the longer Lucas waits, the worse it gets for him.
Absolutely. Mid-game, late game, this is not where you want to be as the Gruul Leyline player.
Yep.
But if the top of the deck doesn't play nice, there's not much you can do about it. You know, as well, this deck isn't playing, you know, the card draw engines that we've seen from other Gruul lists either.
Yep. And Christopher just drew Rides In, which should pretty much lock this up. And I got to say, Lucas has some perfect symmetry here. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8. One first in OTJ where he played Esper, now playing Gruul. So that's full range right there.
Perfectly balanced.
Yep.
As all things should be. Avatar named on the cavern. 2 avatars in hand for Christopher.
So it seems pretty safe for Christopher to attack here, play another green Overlord, leave up 2 mana, have Ride's End.
And this guy's also coming off of Impending, so.
Yeah, and you got another Overlord, so I think that's what I would do. Just make sure you have your 2 mana left over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Lucas didn't find the other half of the hand that he needed to wrap this game up.
Yeah, and I'm sure Lucas kept, you know, the Leyline, Might of the Meek, a creature, probably the turn inside out as well, and then just, you know, drew land, and
yeah. That you know, that is the rough side of decks like this one. You know, when you're all in on, okay, I'm going to put as many eggs in one basket as I possibly can, pump up this one creature, get you dead. But if you don't have a creature, that all falls to pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, you know, we've seen all the other Gruul decks that play much more, you know, they can play into the long game a lot better.
Yeah.
This version is very much our traditional aggro decks we've seen of the past. Like, you're all in. You need to go for it.
Yeah. So monstrous, 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 monstrous.
4 monstrous here, so that's +8. So this is a 10 power creature, but none of this really matters as there's this Ride's End. So I guess one thing that could happen is if Christopher goes for Ride's End here and Lucas has a Snakeskin Veil or an Overprotect or something, that you can win. But if Lucas's only other pump spell is an Overprotect, then it's all about, okay, who blinks first? And whoever blinks first usually loses, so.
So I think it's just, just Snakeskin Veil to worry about.
Okay, yeah, no Overprotect in this list.
Yeah.
And just Snakeskin Veil would put this, what, to 12 power? Yeah. And there's 10, 15. I don't even think a Snakeskin Veil would do it.
Because, the first Monstrous Rage, you can only have 1 roll on it.
Exactly.
So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So it's a 10 power Trampler right now.
5/5. Trigger, you take time.
Jesus.
Okay.
You're at 3.
Can you imagine if you had 1 more spell?
Yeah, and no burn spells from Lucas, so not able to do too much. Lucas helping him out.
You have so much land there. Let me help you out, bud.
Yeah. I thought that was a nice play by Christopher, not firing off the Ride's End there, like recognizing I'm not dead to this. You don't have burn spells for reach, so I'm not going to be the first to blink and fall into a Snakeskin Veil plus another pump spell trap type thing.
Nice. Christopher's at 3. Here comes an Overlord of the Mistmoors, along with his insect friends. That is a lot of power and toughness added to the board, and Lucas now down to 4. But I think he's out of gas at this point. He agrees, scoops him up. We're going to go to game number 2 here.
I mean, that was gigantic. Lucas on the play in these pre-boarded games, so, I mean...
Those are the games you need to win.
Christopher needed to win something like that to give himself a shot here in this matchup, so...
All right, game 2. It's basically just a shuffle and play, as no sideboarding yet until game 3. Best 3 out of 5 if you're just joining us. Thank you so much for being here. Let's get things underway.
All right, I saw Swift Spear and a Slick Shot show off at least. No Leyline to start going really crazy to begin. And a start of a Plains usually signifies, all right, I need to not walk into an Elspeth Smite, so we might see a plotted Slick Shot show off here.
I think we might.
And Lucas correctly plotting. If we do plot, you know, you always plot second main phase to leave any possible spells available.
Cacophony Scamp joins the Swift Spear. Avatar named on the Cavern of Souls.
Not the ideal start for mana bases here. And wow, we might not have another land. I was going to say Cavern of Souls is almost always your last land you play. So that's something I would be internalizing if I'm playing against this deck. It'd be like, you probably do not have another land.
16. After damage, I'm going to have something to do. Sure.
This is the post-combat smite again.
Looks like it, yeah.
This guy? Yeah.
Ride's End instead.
Okay.
There goes the Scamp.
Plot.
So no possibility at end step to sacrifice that.
Yep, and the main reason to do that is just always playing around Snakeskin Veil. You end up dealing yourself much more damage by playing it before damage. Now, of course, there is a cost. If that Snakeskin Veil wasn't there, Christopher's taking unnecessary damage.
Yeah.
That damage can add up, you know, so it's not free, the decisions Christopher's making, but I do think they are the correct ones this early in the game.
Land 3, turn passes back now. Not as fast start from either player here.
Yeah, I want to say that's an alternate art get lost at least, so he has some interaction here.
Yeah, that is a get lost.
15.
But otherwise, yeah, Christopher's mana base is not great.
Get lost, 2 map tokens. Should come along with that.
Okay, I think Christopher still needs a land here to be able to do anything. That's another smite. Yep, there we are.
No land, no double green for the Overlord that's sitting in hand.
I think that is another get lost there in the far left side of his hand. So I think we have get lost and smite.
Yeah. Smite would be the...
Okay, this opens the door for a slick shot show-off turn, though.
Okay.
3 maps now.
Look at all these maps.
Yep. Okay, I mean, this could mean big business here for the show-off.
Swift Spear explores. Let's see what's on top. That's a ley line.
Just where you wanted on turn 5.
Hey, you're a little late to the party, friend.
Okay. Leaving the show-off back here. Doesn't want to expose it to a possible top-decked white source Day of Judgment. Which is exactly what happened, I believe.
Final land. Yeah, that's another Plains.
Yeah, I don't think we have the Day, but still has an Overlord to impend here.
Yeah. Overlord of the Mistmoors at least puts some stuff in the way.
Done after that.
I think that was a Might of the Meek, as well as a land. So I think Lucas now has 6 lands and 1 pump spell here.
That's too many lands, man.
Lucas getting flooded at the worst possible time. All right, that is pretty strong. Probably going to leave that one.
Yeah. Yep, that'll stay on top of the library.
And
turn
here
inside
we
out.
go.
Because we can get to that this turn, right? If you said there's a Might of the Meek in hand.
Yep, definitely. So we can get to that plus the turn inside out on top.
Yeah. So in with both critters.
Now the Might of the Meek doesn't actually pump.
No.
Since it's not, we don't control a mouse, but it does still essentially represent +3 with Slick Shot Show Off.
Yeah, neither of these spells give... No, the Might of the Meek gives trample. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So there's that. Draw the card. We know what it is on top for Christopher.
Okay, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8. So that tramples for 6. That's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
3, 4, 5 here.
I want to say 11.
3, 5, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4,
12, 13. And then -2 from the blockers, 11.
Yeah, I want to say this is taking 11. And then you get to manifest.
Yeah.
3 spells is 5. And then this is 8.
Yeah, so 8 tramples for 6.
6 and 5. So you go to 1.
Yeah.
This dies and I manifest.
No
Okay.
big deal. Ouch.
We have a saying that, you know, 1 is not 0.
It certainly ain't.
But I think that might have been the best possible thing to put underneath that. I want to say that is a Cacophony Scamp, and if you can manifest that up in response to a Day of Judgment, you'll just be able to deal damage. But Christopher should be at 1, correct?
Oh, I thought so. He didn't do anything to gain life, did he?
Yeah.
Avatar again.
Not positive on that.
Is our math checked out to their math?
Yeah, yeah.
Should be at 1.
Maybe they had the life totals wrong on the screen to start with, and that could have pulled us off, but... I mean, their life pads say 1 right now.
Yeah.
So I think we should all assume Christopher is indeed at 1.
Yeah.
How many cards? 3?
Yeah. And it looks like there is Elspeth Smite and Leyline Binding. Okay. So as it stands, I am pretty sure that Christopher has this covered, and that is not enough. That doesn't actually do anything. So I think the way this is going to play out, we're going to get the trigger. Leyline Binding on the Monastery Swift Spear. You have the Smite on the Manifest Cacophony Scamp, and Christopher is going to stabilize here at 1. And if we draw a Zur, then we're just done.
Yeah. There's the Binding, gets the Swift Spear. Elspeth Smite takes care of the Manifest creature.
Wow.
Jeez.
Just a terrible draw from Lucas. Lucas just really needed anything here.
Yeah, the top of the deck hasn't been kind to Lucas Duchow.
Yeah. And yeah, okay, so that's an Analyze Pollen.
Yeah.
You can analyze right now to go get Zur, play Zur.
So yeah, there's certainly enough in there to analyze for 8.
Oh man, this has got to be Christopher advancing to a 2-0 start here in what seems like a really bad matchup.
Yeah, I think Lucas's draw was just so unlucky. You know, just giving too much time. The longer these games go, the more it favors the domain decks because they just have so much more to work with.
Yeah, and just Lucas flooded a lot in the early game, you know, and this is an early game deck. And, you know, drew his ley lines on turn 4 and 3 instead of having them in the opening hand. So Lucas's deck is more high variance than the other Gruul decks, where when it looks good, it looks unbelievable.
And when it looks bad, it looks...
But wait a minute, did we just go to end step and then pending those? I guess, are they both on Avatar? They're not on Human?
Oh, do we not have green?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we don't have green because...
Or we don't have black for Zur.
Oh, right, sorry, black.
Okay, I thought one of those was on Human, but...
That would make sense.
Now Zur gets to come down with the Everywhere Land and then animate one of these creatures. And I think that was a Leyline Binding as well to really fully clean it up. And this is the one change that Matt Nass did not play, is the Caverns, because he just said they lead to some awkwardness. And, I mean, here was the awkwardness for sure. So I do like that choice.
Well, Christopher does have the... Well, did have the ways to just, you know, fend off any damage. So, again, I'm not sure where the extra 2 life came from, unless our math was absolutely horrible, but I think that's going to be enough for Lucas. Nothing you can do against that much life gain and that much board presence. So, yeah, 2-0 so far for Christopher Leonard. Let's go to game 3.
Yeah, going to be an uphill battle here from Lucas, but, you know, if anybody can get the reverse sweep here, it's going to be the Gruul deck here. You know, Lucas did mulligan both the first 2 games, and now is Christopher's turn to take a mulligan. And then looking for some sideboarding here from Christopher, we brought in 3 Balos, a Get Lost, 2 Authorities, and a Sunfall. So a bunch of great stuff here against the aggro decks. Took out the one of Atraxa, the lumbering work wagon.
World wagon,
Or World Wagon, excuse me. Yeah, that one makes sense. And then took out the Up the Beanstalks. Just end up being too slow here. And Lucas brought in some Questing Druids to go longer, Manifold Mouse, and then actually took out a couple ley lines and 4 Swift Spears, which is kind of surprising. The ley line specifically, maybe not necessarily the Swift Spear, but...
All right. Things are underway here with our Slick Shot Show-Off ×2. Getting in for some damage. Anything pre... Nope.
Yeah, always tough when you only have 1 mana to target anything, you know, as you just respond with a removal spell. And Christopher has played this very well, where has never tried to kill things in combat, has always went to take damage and then end step do it to mitigate the power of these pump spells.
Pretty heads-up play from him.
Yep, definitely.
Saves himself some life points and Overlord of the Hauntwoods hits the battlefield.
Theoretically, it could be costing Christopher life points, but the worst case scenario, he's playing around, and I still think that makes it a correct play.
Yeah. Yeah, Snakeskin Veil getting blown up by that is never fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's the lesser of two evils if you want to look at it like that.
Yep. And I mean, if Christopher was at a lower life total, then, you know, you for sure don't take any risks, but...
Oh, hey.
Another show off.
Hits the bin. Lucas isn't interested in developing a third one on the battlefield here next turn, so just gonna keep exploring. Finds an Emberheart Challenger. I don't think we've seen one of these this game. This match.
Not really. This once again kind of signals to me that Lucas doesn't have just a ton of pump spells. But now this math on the table would signify the exact opposite. Probably has a ton of pump spells. So if you have 2+3s, Monstrous Rage, yeah, that would be, they're each +5.
Yeah.
So that would be 13 that you could present pretty fair and safely, but I would think if you only have 2 pump spells, you want to maybe just play one and then save the other one for the Emberheart Challenger to get that value.
Yeah. In the sideboard, there are the questing druids available for Lucas. You know, not playing the main deck as some other Gruul lists do, so being able to exile cards off the top of the library and refilling your hand in that way is it's pretty much the only way to fight against this domain deck.
Yep, very true. Playing the Manifold Mouse represents a nice turn next turn of being able to play that challenger, target it, give it double strike, and then any pump spell is, you know, instead of +3 or +5, you know, doubling that. Ends up being very strong. That being said, Christopher will now have mana available, and I see at least one Leyline Binding. I think just Leyline Binding and 2 lands, so.
Yeah.
Not amazing. Christopher did mulligan to 5, though, as well this game.
Just passes the turn back. Counter comes off of the Overlord. And the Emberheart Challenger gets drawn, so I guess we just jam and see what happens, huh?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Christopher wants to proactively deal with the Manifold Mouse. You know, if you're kind of like, yeah, if you have the Snakeskin Veil, I'm just dead, maybe the best play is to try to just deal with the mouse that's going to target the challenger over and over. And here is the stop from Christopher, thinking about exactly that.
I like RJ 2 or 3.
And I got a quick glance. I want to say it's land Snakeskin from Lucas, but I didn't get a perfect view of it.
I think you might be right.
And that'd be pretty good, to say the least.
Yep. Trigger double. Trigger here. Behind.
Oh, nice.
Huge.
That's great. Trample and +1 because there's 2 mice on the board.
Yep.
Off we go.
No blocks.
Lucas is mathing.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you still get +1/+0 if you have 2? If you have mice on the battlefield? There's not just a mouse, so, you know,
Gory.
We'll have to get a judge over here to double check that.
Magic is very specific in its wording. They'll never say mice. It's mouse creatures.
Okay, fair.
So good morning, second chance players. My name is Davide.
So this is just Lucas saying, how much do I want to put in one basket here? Do you want to kind of go all in? And this is saying exactly that Lucas wants to diversify his threats as much as possible and just wants to draw the card. Like, if Christopher is already, after Manifold Mouse did the damage of giving something double strike, you want to deal with that Manifold Mouse? Great, thumbs up, you know?
Priority now with Christopher if he wants to respond to Might of the Meek on the stack.
And with Christopher's only 1 removal spell, if you end up Leyline Binding the Manifold Mouse at this spot when you could have done it pre-combat, you're like, well, you know, something went wrong here.
Emberheart Challenger is the target.
Yep, and really like that now. Once we've already gone past this spot, I think you have to do this. And if it's Snakeskin Veil time, I think you just go for it.
Yeah, that's it. Snakeskin Veil.
And that should just be lethal.
Counter +1/+1, yeah. 2 spells cost. The Slick Shot show-off is ginormous at that point.
Yeah, Slick
And
Shot's
it was on
huge,
double strike, right?
And it was on double strike, so yeah, I mean, that was roughly 16, 17 damage or so.
Much damage, such ow.
Yeah, many ows.
Game 4, let's go. Let's see if we can get 5-game series out of these players as well. Christopher Leonard up on top on Domain Overlords, leading 2-1. Lucas picking up his first win here in this quarterfinals.
Yeah, and that was the mulligan to 5, but also just a solid hand from Lucas.
Yeah.
No 1-drop here is less than ideal, but at least has lands and spells. Uh-oh, remember what I was saying when Cavern comes down, it's probably your last land? It's probably the same here. I haven't seen Christopher's hand yet, but yep, that's the only land.
Oh, goody.
Well, maybe that's a land there.
Oh,
the second from the right. Yeah.
Keeping up 2 mana for rides and I guess.
Okay.
In case of hasty threat, who knows? What do we got there? It looks like a board wipe, Day of Judgment, so Avatar hits the board. Oh, no, he had the Lush Portico in hand there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got them fancy lands.
Gotta love them. They are beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So now being able to have Seek the Beast to get some value here. And
hello.
Wouldn't be too shocked if we just see
Jam.
played Slick Shot show up and a Monstrous Rage. Your hand is kind of forced here.
Yeah. 2 goodies, you gotta go for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage.
7?
Yeah, good old 7 damage there, it looks like. Or yeah, 6. Plus 3 from the Rage, 3 from the Slick Shot itself. So, yep, down to 14. Ooh, there is a Zur there. Doesn't look like land 5 yet.
Oh, there it is.
Never mind. Okay,
But
so it's on
everywhere.
Avatar.
Blue.
I think we can still do the Zur Overlord trick. The thing is, this is great against traditional Gruul to do this on turn 5 or against Mono Red. But with a Slick Shot already in play, there is a solid chance that Lucas could still win the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. If
Like on this turn.
If we have enough combat tricks. Ooh, what was that? Was that a Scamp?
Coffany Scamp. Okay, there's a
Scamp,
couple
Might of the
Meeks.
2 of the Meeks, yeah.
Okay, looks like I count 3 spells right now.
So that's an extra 6 just without anything else.
Yep, 6, 9. Looks like plus 9 to me with the spells.
Cards? 6.
10, so just 11 here. Not amazing. You can start with the Might of the Meek to draw some cards.
3 cards or 4? 4.
2 Day of Judgments in hand.
Yep.
I'll block.
Lucas really wanted to block there. I don't love that block, as now your best plan of life-linking Overlords is over, and now Lucas gets to just not care about the Overlords.
Yeah.
And can start progressing his battlefield a bit. I bet Lucas was hyped for that block.
Oh, yeah. You may have been more so hyped, but I'm sure he was happy to see that. The Prestige Druid hits the board.
Lucas was better at hiding it,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
I mean, at this point, you just got to think that Christopher's going to blow things up. You know, maybe you get one attack in and then bye-bye.
Yeah.
Ooh, Authority of Consuls.
An attack, Day of Judgment, and play an Authority looks great. You know, that is solid, but... and it's easy to say from us, like, yeah, that block, you know, maybe wasn't ideal here, but Lucas could have won the game with a couple Monstrous Rage and stuff like that. So the block totally makes sense.
Exploding Mice deals 1 damage to Christopher. Follows up an Authority of Consuls, so any creatures entering now are going to be tapped and giving life to Christopher.
No hasty threats here. Ooh, okay. What is this?
Manifold Mouse.
Couple mice.
Kicked. Game 2, they are tapped.
Technically tapped, yep. A little irrelevant, but it is.
Cards?
Technically supposed to be tapped, I agree.
Thank you.
There we go. Those mice are not blocking Zur animating that Authority of the Council on our watch.
Yeah. It's one of the least likely things you'd expect to see animated, but hey, sometimes you just need a 1/1 to
Hey,
get
that's the only way that it could come up with those being untapped matter.
And another Day of Judgment now. 2 board wipes down for Christopher. He is playing Pillow Fort.
Yep. Okay, looks like now we're just going to put our 2 threats back out. More than likely, Cacophony Scamp and a Heartfire Hero.
Okay.
Okay. Draw a card first.
Monstrous Rage. Do we have a Burn Together in hand? Is that what we're digging for here for Lucas? Because no, okay. I was gonna say, if he keeps like chucking things onto that mouse and then sacking it,
yeah,
it's like double damage with the abilities.
Yep, doesn't look like it's there yet, but here's a Baylot to do some life gain. Now I want to say it's Monstrous Rage and actually another spell. So Lucas, you know, kind of for the first time in this set of matches, actually has spells in hand instead of just all lands. But as I say that, I think he drew a land.
Commentator's Curse.
But now the math comes in. You know, even just, I believe we had, not Might of the Meek, but the Turn Inside Out. So even Turn Inside Out on one of these creatures, whatever gets blocked by Obstinate Baloth, you know, you do still get to deal the damage and you get the manifest out of it. So no matter what, that's pretty good.
What's the bigger threat here? Mouse, right?
Probably mouse, but you want to make sure that if you block the Heartfire Hero, it would still die to something, or it would still die even if you have like a Monstrous Rage, which it looks like it would. It would get to 4 toughness with the Valiant, so this maybe is a little safer.
There's Turn Inside Out for the Scamp, so that'll clear out the Obstinate Baloth.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Just one Monstrous Rage.
Elspeth Smite in response, so no extra creature there off the Scamp.
Yep.
Yeah, take 2/24.
And it gets exiled as well.
Yep, and here is Emberheart Challenger. And just that Monstrous Rage. So Lucas is basically all in, but Christopher is hellbent, so huge draw step here. One good one, one like, you know, big white overlord or something, and Christopher is going to be pushing very far ahead.
Lucas is at 6, which is quite painful indeed. This Baloth is a 4/4. I don't know if we can do 25 damage in one fell swoop here, especially not if we're drawing a land.
Probably not, and that's another land, so really wants to flip over like a Seek the Beast.
Leyline, you're supposed to be in the opening hand, man.
Exactly, so at least gets to play this.
Yeah.
Triggers Prowess. You get in a big hit, but I mean, this with Chris already at 25, you know.
Yeah.
A hit for 9 here is still just okay.
6 plus 1 more prowess for 7. Good. Yeah. Yep.
Yep, 9 damage there. And another land. If Chris bricks again, Lucas has a chance, but otherwise, you know, if the mouse deck has to start being on defense, things aren't going well.
Absolutely not. Lucas down to 2.
Okay, big draw step for Lucas to keep him in the Pro Tour.
Can he find it?
I want to say that was just a creature.
Anything that targets. Anything that pumps. A spell would be great with a ley line down. Oh, no.
Yep, has to leave a creature back.
Yeah, has to block.
Chump blocker, so 1 leyline binding, something like that, and we're all done. That's a Zur, I think. I mean, Zur is less than exciting right now, but we actually might see this Authority of the Council get fired up.
We might.
Because the block is forced.
Funnier things have happened.
No, I mean, you definitely do it here because the block is forced on the Baloth.
Yeah.
And the Authority will then be a lethal threat. Love it. And then Lucas has to beat 2 lethal attackers coming in, the Authority of the Council being a 1/1, and the Zur. One of them is very tough to beat.
Yeah.
So this is actually a great draw.
Zur's here. He's on the board. He's going to animate an Authority of Consoles.
Yes.
I've seen it all. All right, get out your bingo cards. Take that off.
You got to respect the Authority.
Respect my authority.
There you go.
Oh, Heartfire Hero goes down. Gets in for 1 point of damage up top.
All right, it's got to be like Seek the Beast into a bunch of spells. How about a land?
It's a land, so that is going to be Christopher Leonard picking up the 3rd win there against Lucas Duchow. Congratulations to Christopher advancing to our semifinals, Corey.
Impressive,
Sweet.
and I believe there's one domain player.
Oh yeah, there's another.
There's another domain player.
Yeah.
And I believe we now have a third domain player into the top 4 with 3 in the top 8. I mean, that's just a dominant performance by this deck.
Absolutely.
And now I guess maybe everyone's going for the only non-domain now that we're going to be watching here in a second.
Oh boy. Well, congratulations to the domain players. They are certainly making it look difficult to beat you.
Yeah,
but, we
that
do.
looks great.
Yeah, it looks so cool. So much fun. I believe we do have an interview for you with our winners, so let's head on down there to see what Christopher Leonard has to say.
I'm here with Chris Leonard on the tournament floor, winner of his quarterfinal here. Chris, heading into this matchup, domain against a very aggressive deck. Were you expecting to take this one out?
No, really, I wasn't expecting to go so well. When I won the first 2 without sideboard, I was like less nervous, and yeah, managed to take this one.
The sideboard obviously does make a big difference in a matchup like this, but now that you've got this aggressive deck out of the way, what are you hoping for as we head into the semis? Maybe a domain mirror, potentially?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm gonna rematch Matt and hope it goes my way this time.
Do you think it's a little bit different in the top 8 given the matches are untimed? That takes a little bit of pressure off in terms of playing domain to its full capability.
Yeah, sure. Playing fast gives room to mistakes. And I don't think we both played at as the best of our capabilities. And yeah, untimed match will be great for both of us.
It'll be a really interesting test of skill between the two of you. Chris, congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Coming up next, our final quarterfinal, Yu Chen Liu versus Zevon Faust. Welcome back to Top 8 Sunday of Pro Tour Aetherdrift here in Chicago, Illinois. Ailey Learning alongside Corey Ballmeister, bringing you the remainders of the quarterfinals. 3 out of 4 are donezo, Corey. We've got one more to show, and it's going to be a goodie.
Yeah, this is going to be the spiciest one here. We're going to be checking out this really awesome new Golgari deck that really burst onto the scene. So yeah, this is going to be a great match. I'm excited.
In the hands of Zevon Faust, that is the Golgari Graveyard that we are going to be seeing in action against Yuchen Liu. If you've just joined us, though, let's take a quick look at our bracket to see who has already made it through to our semifinals. Matt Nass taking it down. Christopher Leonard is going to be facing him in the semis. James Dimitrov is sitting, waiting in the wings to see if it is going to be Zevon Faust or Yuchen Liu that he's up against.
Yeah, James is definitely going to be hoping to play against Zevon, though. Zevon, the one matchup that he didn't want to play against was Domain. So, you know, if Zevon gets to the top 4, be like, well, you know, I had a great run. I'm getting to the top 4. Now I got to play 2 bad matchups no matter what in a row to get there. But, yeah, plenty of magic to play before that.
Zevon has just been so, I don't want to say shell-shocked, but like in disbelief the entire time. It's like, hey, bud, you're playing really good magic, so keep it going. And his opponent, Yuchen Liu, didn't have the smoothest path here to the top 8. Had multiple win-and-ins, stumbled a couple times.
4 of them, to be exact.
finally clinched it and made his way into the top 8 here. So we're joining these players in Game 2. Zevon Faust picking up a pretty lengthy Game 1. So this is still pre-sideboarding for anyone joining us. It is going to be sideboards after Game 3, after Game 2, I should say, so from Game 3.
Yep, absolutely. And Zevon's list, you know, we kind of saw in, or heard in the soundbite, excuse me, this Golgari Graveyard deck, they were kind of off of it because they couldn't get the Gruul matchup down, but then they found Souls of the Lost, the ability to have this really big 2-drop that you can get down early, and it really flipped the matchup for them, they said. So this went from being a matchup that looks pretty bad on paper to was actually performing pretty well. Zevon said he played 2 matches with it, and it worked out great and locked it in. So
love it. Second sight then, I guess.
Yeah.
He played it twice, and we're like, yeah, I'm going to rock this at the Pro Tour, and it served him extremely well here this weekend.
Yeah, and Zevon's first Pro Tour, and anybody would remember from the RC and DC, him and his team kind of came up with this Celestia Company deck in Pioneer that just broke through, put 4 out of his 7 teammates into this Pro Tour.
Both players getting their little itty-bitty idiots on the board here. So Heartfire Hero, as well as our Lizard down here for Yuchen. Their Souls the Lost. And its power and toughness is equal to the number of permanents in your yard. So it doesn't just look at creatures, which is handy.
Yep. And the Vermin being sacked, you get the -1/-1. Combo.
Yeah, kill some stuff.
That's pretty much a Splinter Twin scenario right here.
Okay. So things going so far so good here for Zevon.
Yeah, and only a 2, 3 toughness creature right now. Decent, but 1 monstrous rage able to push through any of these creatures. So we'll see. There's the obliterating bolt to deal with it straight away.
Yeah, that'll exile it. Rockface Village down as well, so that'll come into play later, no doubt, for Yuchen. Gets the monstrous rage on the Heartfire Hero, and whee, away we go. Lots of damage coming in. Down to 11 goes Zevon.
All right, now a big turn to see if Zevon can get some big blockers in the way, because that's really what his deck is doing. You have some removal with Harvesters of Misery, having that kind of alternate mode. You have up the Beanstalks to draw cards, but other than that, this deck wants to be dropping gigantic 5 toughness creatures ahead of the curve as much as he can to then combat the Gruul deck's aggression. There's not a lot of, cut downs, go for the throat type thing.
Yeah. Okay, here comes up the Beanstalk. So this deck utilizing this powerful little enchantment because all of its creatures, sure, you're paying 1 or 2 for them, but as we've seen with discounts in the domain decks, well, yeah, you're just going to get some free cards off of them.
Yep, absolutely. And now Yuchen, hellbent here, no cards in hand, but at worst has the ability to go +2 on damage with the Rockface Village on the Heartfire Hero. And then if you do draw a land, not so bad, you get an extra point with the Hired Claw. And if you get a spell, well, great, it's a spell. So kind of all good draws here for Yuchen.
Yeah. Not very many blockers in the way here, just the Molt Tender. Good way to fill up the bin for all the other cards that care about the graveyard size, as well as add a little extra mana if he ever stumbles on lands.
Yep. Torch the tower off the top. Not terrible by any means. You're able to boost up this Heartfire Hero, get in there for a total of 6 damage, and torch this Molt Tender, which doesn't go to the graveyard, goes to exile.
That's good. I think there's only one card in Zevin's list that cares about exile and the graveyard, so
yeah,
hopefully he'll be able to find that if things keep getting sent to the exile.
Good comment. Yeah. Tax trader. 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5, 6.
Yeah. Plus the extra
Yes.
one up top, so 7 total.
Yeah, and this is just such a huge, I mean, obviously these matches are so huge for these players anyways, but it's so much more amplified from Yuchen's side because, well, Yuchen knows, maybe doesn't know now based on the other match still playing when Yuchen is playing, but the fact that it's all domain the rest of the way, you know, if Yuchen were to be able to win this one, would be favored to win this Pro Tour.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
Zevin's going to make it as difficult as possible for him to do so. As Senate Scout hits the board, we're going to explore, find another land. There's another Beanstalk in hand.
Definitely not what you want here. You want to be playing something big. There is something big.
Nice.
That being said, with this Heartfire Hero having trample, if it dies to the 5/4, it's going to deal that amount of damage, and if it gets through, it's going to trample over. So I think no matter what, this is just an lethal attacker, as the Heartfire Hero is going to go up to 5 power. And it's going to go to 4 toughness. So if the 5/4 blocks, Zevin dies because it just goes 5 upstairs.
Yeah.
If the Scout dies, you take 4.
Yep, that's still deado.
Yeah, so I think no matter what, we are dead. I guess you can have one of the overwhelming remorse.
Yeah.
And that would be huge.
If there's enough stuff in the yard, definitely, but not in hand for Zevin. So Yuchen Liu able to tie things up here. We're going to go to game 3. And players get access to their sideboards.
Yep, absolutely. So for the sideboarding here, what we saw from these players, we'll start from Zevin's side. You're able to bring in another Harvester of Misery, the Terror Tide, kind of the sweeper in black here for 4 mana. 1 cut down, and then you take out some of your worst cards, the Chitting Gravestalker that we just saw. That's kind of the lesser of the cheap creatures that Zevin has at the top end, as well as Molt Tender, and 1 Hollow Marauder as well.
Nice start here for Zevin, has the Beanstalk first and foremost. A permanent in the bin. And, ooh, Emberheart Challenger. Excellent start here for Yuchen. So now Scout, Explore. Hi, Harvester. Ooh, stay on top.
Would have loved to just have that Harvester right now for the Challenger.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's gonna go to bin.
Makes sense. When that one's face up, it's a lot easier to play around.
Yeah, for sure.
There is 3 in the list anyways, but yeah, that is such a great card for this deck. Being able to have a removal spell that's a creature that also fuels the creatures in the yard.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome synergies in this list.
This deck is awesome.
I'm keen to see if this if the team iterates on it after this Pro Tour.
Yeah, the thing is about this type of deck, there's not too much changes you can make. It really does do its thing, you know, like.
It'll be interesting to see if the new sets bring any new graveyard synergies for Golgari Graveyard.
So I don't think I saw Yuchen with a 3rd land at all.
Judges are here for helping you, so if you have any problem,
Doing some math here for Yuchen.
raise your hand for judge.
Debating how this works.
Also, this tournament, like the Pro Tour,
If you attack, you build a gigantic creature. There is those kind of scenarios where if you were to kill a creature, well, damage gets dealt to the souls. It does increase. So you got to kind of play around that. This is kind of the Tarmogoyf effect that we've seen before.
Because it's, what, a 3/4 at the moment?
It's a 3/4 at the moment, but if the Scout were to go to the yard, it would, you know, have a 5 toughness.
Yeah. You wouldn't think there would be this many decisions to make with the Gruul Mice deck, but we've seen time and time again, players slow down, just analyze absolutely every possible angle of attack.
And I think we have 2 Monstrous Rages here, maybe even a 3rd from Yuchen. I saw a lot of Monstrous Rages.
Rage once, flip.
Not great.
And Keeper's Talent.
So that goes
3, 4, 5, 6 power now?
6 power, yep.
Yeah.
And I think that is the perfectly awkward number where if you deal 4 to Souls of the Lost and 2 to the Scout, the Souls of the Lost would live.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you just have to kill just the Souls of the Lost here, unless I'm mistaken. Assuming this works the same way that like Tarmogoyf would work.
It's trampling though, right?
Yeah, it would trample, but.
Okay, we're just going again. Nice.
Okay.
So that's enough to kill them dead.
For sure enough to kill them both. Let's see if the creature can live. That'll be 5 toughness.
Yes.
So I think it still dies.
Power, so everything will die? Yes.
So 3, 6.
So I think here's going to be Yuchin's, like, I got to deal 5 to this.
So I should take 3?
4, 5,
so it's 4, 5, 6.
6, 7, 8,
No,
9.
I think
Okay.
You take 5 to this, 2 to this.
Yeah, there we go. So it is the Tarmogoyf effect.
You take 2. Okay, I'll take 2. Okay.
Yep, smart play from Yuchin.
Cool.
Not sure if Zevin knew that interaction as well.
It's very strange when it comes up the first time.
Yes, yes.
Because basically, if things die at the same time, it then checks and says, oh, there's an extra permanent in the bin now, so I live.
Exactly.
I'm sure there's a fence here, much more easy to say name / thing for that, but I'm not a judge, so. Land passes back. Knowing Vermin hits the board, and Zevin gets a land down.
Go.
What a powerful exchange with that Marauder there against Gruul. Like, it, you know, the 2 toughness is not great on that creature, but the fact that it just made Yuchin discard a card and Zevin got to draw 2, like.
Pretty sweet.
And Overlord Impending, of course, triggers up the Beanstalk as well.
Excuse me, Hollow Marauder. They're both purple.
Yeah, and just getting back your gigantic creature. I mean, this one's going to be absurd.
Don't discard Knowing Vermin.
Souls of the Lost, there's the Knowing Vermin.
So I think there is a Screaming Nemesis. So Screaming Nemesis on defense against this gigantic creature does, you know, stop the way because you do not want to be taking a ton of damage here.
How big is the Souls now? It's got to be enormous.
It's got to just be 8 or 9, right? It's everything's a permanent.
Wait, oh, yeah.
I think it's just a 9/10. There we go.
Hey, get that out of the way.
So it's going to be 13 damage.
Yeah, can we get some more stuff in the bin?
Yeah, even if we don't finish it this turn,
Vermin,
Yuchin's
nil.
not going to be able to come back and deal 16.
There's
So
the permanent.
looks like this is going to be Zevin 1 game away.
14.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I can see how Souls of the Lost flipped this matchup a bit. It seems like a nightmare.
That thing's a beater.
Yeah, to play against.
And very appropriate flavor text. Do you remember us? To be honest, no one paid attention to you when your set released. Souls of the Lost.
So now all Zevin has to do is just attack with the flyer here.
Yeah.
And this will be all
Yeah,
done.
otherwise Screaming Nemesis is going to go wee, boom.
Exactly.
Right back at you, friend.
Okay, that was sweet.
Yeah, cool. Get another game out of these two. So Golgari Graveyard looking pretty strong here if we're able to deal with the threats that Yuchen deploys on the board.
Yep.
And now we get to look at the opening hands.
All right.
As a treat.
As a treat. I love it. And this would be the game where Yuchen, I would think, is heavily favored. You know, being able to just get under Zevin here, but you might not have had a second land there.
Vermin gets a Husk Burster. There we go. In the bin alongside a land. So that's a good start for a permanent count.
Yep. Has a forest, Carplusian Forest. Doesn't have a mountain, it looks like. So still 2 land here, perfectly reasonable. And now how just to best approach this turn. You have the Challenger, or you can play Heartfire Hero and maybe your Monstrous Rage.
Don't know if the hero wants to come down. Yeah, this rat is a bit of a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
just because of the ---- effect, so don't want the hero out without a way to protect it or buff it.
Yeah, because that's the thing is if you attack with just the Challenger, you can just block with the Vermin. It gives it -1 and makes your day a little brutal. So the Challenger wouldn't be able to get in damage, so that play is not great. So just this and Heartfire Hero and be on your way seems pretty good to me.
17.
Torture Tower takes care of the Vermin, so no death effect. That's a lot of cards in there. Good grief. 2 Souls of the Lost, Terratide, Beanstalk, and Overlord. Woo!
Okay, all that being said, Zevin's next 2 turns look great. It's just Souls of the Lost, Souls of the Lost.
Yeah.
You know, and they get progressively bigger. You know, the first one will be a 3/4, then they'll both be 4/5s.
Third land would be great, though.
Oh, and you know the really spicy piece of technology is the Terror Tide will never kill the Souls of the Past.
Souls of the Lost?
Or Souls of the Lost,
Yeah.
excuse me.
That's sweet, because I got the 1 extra toughness.
Yeah, because it will always have 1 extra toughness than the permanent. So that's a combo right there.
Terratide, giving all creatures -X/-X. X is permanence, so neat little interaction there with those 2. I bet you they're the Souls of the Lost.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
That did get Terratided.
Amazing.
Yes.
So there's the land. So I assume we just go land, play a Souls of the Lost, and hope for the best. Yuchen is hellbent, so Zevin can kind of see it, you know, see the finish line as if Yuchen were to just draw very poorly. Zevin has the tools to win this. Ooh, big draw there. Innkeeper's Talon off the top.
Nice.
That was huge.
That's a lot of damage and potentially an extra card here as well off of the Emberheart Challenger, depending on where this goes. Leveling it up 2.
Okay. Leveling up signifies that we're not going towards the Challenger. Otherwise, you would probably want to
see what
do that later and see if there's a 1-drop you want to play.
Who gets it?
You can get the hero up to 4 and actually get in there. So that makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Okay.
Everyone in.
So if you block the Challenger...
Yeah, right. This is 5. This is 4. So take 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Oh, 5 and then 1. Yeah. It's 3. 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yeah, with
the 1. Yep.
Okay, now we need to top deck the land for the Terror. For the Terror Tide. If we do have that Heartfire Hero doesn't deal any damage.
Cut down. Not going to happen that time around. That would have been sweet to see that card go off.
I mean, that would have been great. You know, being able to wrath the board there. Of course, Yuchen could have just drew a Screaming Nemesis, something like that to win on the spot, but would have gave him a chance. And another good old game 5.
Yeah. Getting max value out of this top 8 of ours, huh?
Exactly.
Zevin Faust, Yuchen Liu. The final quarterfinals to be decided here. Both players keeping a hand of 7. You love to see it. Let's get down to business. Lizard to start things off. Sinnoh scout the draw for Zevin.
Ooh, Zevin's hand is great.
Nice.
A couple Harvesters of Misery to be able to kill a couple creatures.
Yeah.
You know, would love a 3rd land here. That would really tie the room together. But if we can find that, we're really, really going to the races here.
Possibly able to do so.
It's risky to send out Scout here, so I think I agree with this. Just
kill the things.
Yep, and then start doing the Scout stuff next turn.
3rd land, Nemesis in for 3.
All right, big draw step here for Zevin.
Clean answer for that would be wonderful for Zevin.
And Zevin does have a clean answer if he wants to go that route.
With Remorse or, okay, we're going Balemork first.
Okay, not leaving up black mana, so not interested in, you know, just remorsing this Nemesis.
Don't know if we have enough creature cards in the yard respective. There's just 2 there, I think.
Yeah. It's saying if you would have flipped over, you know, but then again, you would take extra damage.
Yeah, Llanowar Wastes hurts.
So this was the safer play. And now, Yuchen has the ability to torch the tower, the Screaming Nemesis, which will then kill the Scout, and no more life gain available. Now, there's not a lot of it from Zevin's deck, but, you know, there's still some.
It is kind of a cute little thing to do, regardless.
Yeah.
So. Yuchen asking the question, would you like to block?
Yeah, there's Balos that could come down to gain some life.
Yes. So attacks declared. Damage.
Yeah, not a lot of creatures right now in the yard, so that was a rather bad flip from the Overlord.
Listen, he's trying his best,
Yeah.
okay? It's always a risk. You never know what's on top of the deck, so.
Yep.
Monstrous Rage. Goes down to 11, so 6 damage dealt there. This is a growing threat here.
Now we'll see what Yuchen wants to do, because, yeah, you kind of don't want the Scout to actually just go to the graveyard, because it helps out the rest of your creatures.
Yep.
So you might even just torch the tower it, or just completely ignore it for as long as you can. And wow, that looks like Zevin has 0 plays, because can't even play the Remorse. Okay, does have the Harvester as something.
But even that doesn't let him play the Overwhelming Remorse.
Yeah. Yeah, all it is essentially only a -1 because you have to take a pain to play it.
Yeah. Torch the tower, puts it into exile, so that still doesn't help Zevin.
Yep.
Man.
It's looking great for Yuchen.
It is. Stumbled a lot to get into the top 8 here, and looks like Yuchen has said no more. I'm gunning for number 1.
Okay.
Ooh, Restless Ridgeline getting busy now.
This is 9 damage coming in. Zevin can make it 8. It's the best thing he can do, so no matter what, Zevin's gonna go down to 3, and there's a Burst Lightning in hand and the ability to kick it, so I don't think there is a possibility that Zevin can do anything, except I guess you immediately have to draw Obstinate Baloth here, and then the math is still probably not there.
I think we're gonna see our final semifinalist here, Corey.
Yeah, I think you are right.
So the last is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No matter what, the way he tapped should have taken a pain.
Yeah, should be at 3.
Essentially doesn't matter as the Burst Lightning is able to clear this out.
Yep, that's 4. There's the Remorse.
Boom!
There's the Burst Lightning to face, and that is going to be Yuchen Liu making it into the semifinals here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Big congratulations to him. That was sweet.
Yeah, big congrats to Yuchen, especially after that really bumpy end of day 2 where you're 11-1, you lose 3 win-and-ends, and then the 4th one isn't even guaranteed if you win. Ended up having his breakers being excellent, and now with Yuchen being the only Gruul deck in a sea of domain, this is Yuchen's Pro Tour to lose.
Let's see if Yuchen Liu can be the hero we all need to take down these domain overlords. Riley caught up with him after the matchup, so let's go and hear from him now.
I'm in with Yuchen Liu, fresh off a win in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Yuchen. Now, this is your 2nd Pro Tour top 8, and there's something very interesting about the last time you made a top 8, which was back in 2017?
Yes, it's a Pro Tour Ether Revolt in Dublin. Also has a Ether in the tournament. I think the Ether power helps me.
It's a good luck charm for you, the Aether, that's right. Now, we were talking off camera about your deck choice. You were saying that the deck that you chose is very difficult to play, and something that you've had to really work hard to get as far as you have, because it's again not an easy deck to do well with.
Yeah, they have a very many complicated calculations, and I just believe it's a great choice, but I do not have too many times to prepare. Yes, I only did 6-4 in the Swiss round. I came the biggest reason I can become the top 8 is I 6-0 the draft.
It just goes to show how important Limited is. Yeah, that's right. But I want to ask more broadly, are you feeling very confident? Are you feeling like you're under a lot of pressure?
Both, I guess. Nowadays, I'm just stay like casual player. I do not have a pro team to test with. I just hang out with my friend or play with Magic Online or Magic Arena. Not taking it so seriously. I think with prepare to other team or the other person. I think I'm more casually playing the game.
Well, I tell you what, for a casual player, you've done very, very well, making it to the top 8. Yu-Chen, congratulations. Best of luck in the semifinals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Four remain, 1 Gruul Mice and 3 Domain. Who's going to take it all down? We'll find out next. We'll be back at the news desk in 2.
Get behind the wheel in Aetherdrift. Available now on MTG Arena. Crew your ride and ignite your engines to start earning achievements and experience new mechanics like max speed and exhaust today. Log in now to get 3 packs in your inbox. And we are burning some rubber here in the top 8 of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. We are now into our semifinals coming up here live from Chicago, Illinois. Only 4 players remain. Half our top 8 is out. This is single elimination magic we are watching today. Standard all the way down. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Murray Berthalde, Mani Davudi, and Riley Knight hanging out with you here for Top 8 Sunday at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. In case you're just joining us, let's have a little refresher on what exactly is in Standard, Riley, because it is a huge format.
Huge format indeed, you're right, Maria. Over 3,500 cards are legal in Standard at the moment. It's probably the biggest Standard has ever been, potentially. And you can see we've got sets that go all the way back here. All the way back to Dominaria United. In addition, of course, to Foundations, the most recent set before Aetherdrift. some old cards that have found a bit of a resurgence in the set. But this week here at the Pro Tour, we've seen Aetherdrift cards make their mark on Standard. Very difficult to break into the top level of Standard at the moment, given how many sets we have, given how much power there is in some of these older sets. But all the same, no matter what your favorite set in Standard is, there are cards that you can bring to a Standard tournament.
Yeah, ultimately with a Standard this big, you just cannot expect a new set to come out and suddenly completely change things up. As we're going to see, every set is going to leave a few cards that make an impact, but if suddenly Aetherdrift came out and every deck had 10 Aetherdrift cards, that would not really be a sign of good design if every set has just been replaced by one set's worth of power.
Yeah, and the other thing is we see older cards from older sets find new homes, right? Yeah. Glisser is a great example of that, a card that wasn't really doing much before rotation. All of a sudden, the format shifts, new cards they sort of get shaken out into new places. So Standard, very exciting format, of course. It's one of the more dynamic and ever-changing formats, Maria, and with so many cards available to play, there's no limit to the sorts of decks and lists that you can put together.
Absolutely, but let's talk about the decks the players brought this weekend and what kind of numbers and how well they did in the tournament. It's time for some win rates here in Monty.
Yeah, when we get to Sunday, we like to look at our metagame in a new light. Of course, coming into the weekend, we have our metagame, we see what the players have chosen to bring, but on Sunday we can reveal how those decks did. So this metagame slide is still sorted by their metagame share. Gruelmice was the most played deck in the field, but looking at the big three, the very clear winner here is that deck in third, Domain Overlords, at 55.9%. Not the highest win rate in the field. Of the big decks being played here, Mono Red Aggro actually had the highest win rate, thanks in part to Team Nerd Rage Gaming, who brought the majority of those decks with 56.5%. But I think we have some clear winners here. Domain Overlords, definitely the big one in the big three, and some clear losers. I'm gonna give a shout out to Demir mid-range there. Wow. Those are...
Press F. Yikes. Press F to pay respect, everyone. Oh, boy.
It is very hard to get a win rate that low.
It's actually kind of impressive that it's that bad.
Honestly, harder than to do well, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just feel bad. Oh, no.
The big thing that I'm taking away from these numbers, however, Money, is the fact that the Mono Red aggro deck did so well compared to Gruelmice, right? Gruelmice was the flagship aggro deck in this format, but it looks like simplifying what these the mouse package is trying to do in a mono red shell seems to actually really pay it off for those players who did so.
Yeah, typically when you have a format like this where there's three decks that all seem to counter each other, the baseline for a deck that you want to bring from outside the big three, one that may be considered to have a lower power level, is that it beats two of the big three. And Mono Red Aggro checks that box in being able to typically beat Gruelmice and Domain Overlords. That is a reason to bring it, and it's no surprise with Domain doing so well this weekend that Mono Red also did well.
All right, there's a look at our Standard metagame win rates. If you're looking to play some Magic in Standard here coming up, take your pick of those decks at good win rates.
Don't pick Domain.
Don't pick Domain.
We'll leave that one.
There's a look at the tournament floor here in the building at Chicago. Hey, everybody. We're going to talk now about the most influential Aetherdrift cards that we've seen in Standard here this weekend. We did 6 through 10 last segment. Now we're going to do number 5 through number 1, and Mani's going to kick us off.
Yeah, my number 5 card has to be Bright Glass Gearhulk. This card is so cool. I am a big fan of effects that allow you to build your deck in a almost toolbox way, and Standard has so many different options for what you can go fetch with this 4/4. It is extremely well costed to be a nice aggressive creature, and the toolbox packages that we've seen players build around this card has been awesome. My favorite, Nurturing Pixie, going to get that and being able to pick up the Bright Glass Gearhulk and continue the value engine going. Really sweet stuff.
That's number 5. What about number 4? Riley, we got a tie.
We got a double header here, yes, between Grim Bauble and Momentum Breaker, because these cards operate in a very similar way, right, in the decks that they're slotted into, most notably Esper Pixie. Nurturing Pixie bounces both of these cards and enables you to replay them over and over and over again, potentially for more and more value each time. But it's not just the Esper Pixie list that we've seen these cards slot into. They've helped to open up new archetypes like Esper Paragon, for instance. These are decks that I think we need to explore more using the data that we've gathered from the Pro Tour. So I would expect to see both of these cards featured in a few different archetypes moving forward.
All right, there's number 4. Number 3, coming in at number 3, here we have A lot of cards. It's our Verge lands, everybody. These enemy Verges really opened up your mana in 2-color decks, made it a lot better. And Wastewood Verge there, I want to give a special shout out to for enabling Golgari decks a lot. We saw that sweet Golgari graveyard deck here in our top 8 run by Zevin Faust. Wastewood Verge featuring heavily in that deck too. So more to come from these Verges in the future, I am sure. What about number 2?
Number 2 is going to be one of my favorite cards, Spell Pierce. Cheap interaction is so important for the survival of blue decks in formats. And Spell Pierce, last printed in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, did rotate out with the last standard rotation. So the printing here, bringing it back to standard, is just such a helpful tool to have that definitely gives a boost to the decks like Azorius and Jeskai Oculus, as well as Azorius Control.
Spell Pierce is number 2. What is number 1, Riley?
Well, it's a pretty humble card here. It is just it's a 5-drop common, believe it or not, but you're rarely paying 5 mana for Ride's End, of course. This card has been a huge piece of the puzzle for many decks. A clean 2-mana removal spell. Very, very importantly, exiling the stuff that you pointed at, which is very relevant when talking about cards like Heartfire Hero, for instance, which has an on-death trigger. But another really important aspect to Ride's End is that it is, even if you cast it for just paying 2 mana, it's still a 5-drop, which means it still triggers up the Beanstalk. This card has been a mainstay of Domain decks throughout the weekend, and Maria, we've seen just how good Domain has been at Pro Tour Aetherdrift.
Absolutely.
Ride's End, a big part of that success.
There's a look at your number 1 Aetherdrift card, most influential here this weekend. All right, let's take a look at our bracket, everyone, as we turn our attention towards our semifinals here on Top 8 Sunday. Take a look at our semifinal matchups. You can see what happened in our quarters if you're just joining us. We've got Matt Nass and Christopher Leonard playing in the semis, both on Domain Overlords, and a 3rd copy of Domain Overlords made it to the semis in the hands of James Dimitrov, who will face off against Gruul Mice in the hands of Yuchen Liu. Those are our semifinals that we are gearing up for here. But Monty, you've been running the numbers with Frank. You talked about it this morning, your predictions for what's going to happen in our top 8. You were dead wrong. So how do you feel now about those numbers?
Honestly, well, as a big Domain fan, I welcome our new overlords. So
our overlords?
I am very happy to see the numbers be wrong, not only because it means the Domain is doing well, but also because it continues to show that Magic is a game of so many different variables. If we could just predict everything that would happen this morning spot on and have it go exactly as predicted, that would feel a little boring. So I appreciate seeing some underdogs rise up. I appreciate seeing the numbers be wrong. And, you know, as we go through our bracket, well, we have to run the numbers again because we have to update and we have to know now who is most likely to win.
All right, show us.
So let's go to the predictor, round 2. All right, step 1. We have 4 players who are out. They are now 0% to win this tournament. We bid goodbye to Zevin Faust, Kenta Harane, Ian Robb, and Lucas Duchow. So in shared 3rd and 4th, we have Christopher Leonard and James Dimitrov, both on Domain Overlords, both with 21% remaining. That is below average. Of course, each of the players remaining at this point should have 25% to win in an even field. In 2nd, we have Matt Nass. There's the even 25%, one unfavored matchup, but should have a slight edge due to being on the play against the other Domain Overlords. And our only remaining aggressive deck, Yuchen Liu, is the new favorite to win the tournament from here on with 33%, well above average, remaining at this point in the tournament.
Very interesting stuff there. Thank you, Monty and Frank Karsten, for putting together the numbers for us on the predictor. Well, it is time to set up our first semifinal, everybody. Let's reveal who'll be watching do battle here in the feature match area. A lot of money on the line in this semifinal. And of course, the glory of the title of Pro Tour champion. Who's going to play in our finals? We're about to find out at least one of those persons here coming up. James Dimitrov versus Yuchen Liu. Domain Overlords versus Gruul Mice. Let's take a peek at these players' path here to the top 8. James Dimitrov first Pro Tour, came in 12th at a DC Regional Championship to make it here this weekend, went 8-1 in Standard, was awarded bye in the final round of Swiss to make it here to our top 8. Up against Yuchen Liu, who had top 8 at Pro Tour Aether Revolt in 2017. Said it himself, he does well at Aether-themed events. Take a look at his path here. 3-0'd both drafts, and that really propelled him into our top 8 because he went 6-4 in Standard. So had a rougher road, but made it here in the end on the back of that limited record. There's a look at the players. What about these decks, Monty?
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at James Dimitrov's build of Domain Overlords. We're going to be talking about Domain a lot, so we know what the deck does now. What we're focusing on is the specific card choices when it comes to the impending matchup. And for James, the key here is going to be the 2 copies of Pest Control that he has access to in the main deck, as well as 1 copy of Elspeth's Smite. Now, no temporary lockdowns in James's build, but that is supplemented by some of the other choices like a split up in the main deck and the typical removal choices. Looking over into the sideboard for James, one card that I will draw attention to is the 1 copy of the Authority of the Consuls. This card does a great job of stopping your opponent's haste creatures from trying to get back at you after you've used one of their board wipe spells. So this card might be a key player in the post-board games. On the other side, we take a look at Yuchen Liu's Gruul Mice deck. Now, Gruul Mice typically the favorite in this matchup, in part due to its ability to go fast, and that is the reason that Yuchen has been successful so far at this tournament. One of the key pieces, of course, in the main deck is Screaming Nemesis. When your opponent is trying to gain life to stabilize the board using cards like Zur, if you ever get this Screaming Nemesis triggers emblem, quote unquote, onto your opponent, that will make things a lot easier. Looking over at the sideboard, a key card, as we've seen in the past, is those 2 copies of Sunspine Lynx, as well as the 4th Screaming Nemesis. So bringing those in will help shore up maybe some of the remaining weaknesses of the matchup.
Here's a look at the players and the decks. All right, Monty, who do you think will be our first finalist?
I'm going to have to go with the numbers. I'm going to pick Yuchen Liu as Gruul Mice. I think he has the momentum to get things done. In his last Pro Tour top 8, he fell in the quarterfinals. Already got him past that point now. I think he has what it takes to go all the way in this top 8.
All right, the mice are nice with Monty. What about you, Riley?
Well, Monty's going with the numbers, and I'm going with whatever Money doesn't say. So I'm picking, I'm picking James on Domain. Let's go.
All right, Riley continues to be a contrarian here at the News Desk. Let's find out what happens. It's time to get our first finalist here at the Pro Tour. I'm going to send it on over to the desk.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Aether Revolt. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we've got our first semifinal match loaded up. A lot of pressure on Liu Yuchen here. The only deck left of this type.
Yeah, he is the only hope for anybody not a fan of the Domain Overlords archetype, as there are 3 in the top 4. Liu Yuchen, the only person here on Gruul Mice, and well, according to Monty, still the favorite to win it all, based on the slight edge that this deck seemingly has against Domain Overlords, but not a big edge. We've already seen 2 Domain decks overcome and defeat red aggro decks in this top 8.
Been really impressed with Liu Yuchen's play, not just this weekend, but basically anytime we've had him on camera.
Yeah, and a bit of a bumpy ride, right, on his journey to the top 8. Had an incredible start at 10-1, then went 10-2, lost a couple of win and ends, and then finally squeaked in at 12-4 in the final round here. A lot of his losses, though, were to Esper Pixie variants, and now this is the matchup that he wanted to play when he submitted Gruul Mice for this tournament.
He's got a Paw Patch Recruit on turn 1. We see the up the beanstalk there for James Dimitrov on turn 2.
The Paw Patch Recruit, not a mouse.
Yeah, it will
rabbit.
It will not benefit here from the Manifold Mouse.
Remember, James Dimitrov's list does not play the 3 copies of Temporary Lockdown, which we saw Matt Nass use, which was very, very effective against his matchup against Mono Red. So doesn't have a clean answer to the board here, at least on turn 3. But now James does have access to lots of mana, so plenty of sweepers available. Liu Yuchen needs to get in for a ton of damage here could also be one of those instances where you can't play around a sweeper and you just play everything.
And that looks like it's going to be the case here.
11.
We see the Screaming Nemesis crash in. Down to 11 goes James. This is a big turn.
Yep. Zur would do it.
And Sunfall's not too bad either. It's even a little better drawing an extra card off of Up the Beanstalk. And getting that incubator token with 3 counters on it. Meanwhile, the Overlord continues to tick down. It felt like Liu Yuchen needed to do a ton of damage that turn. Did a bit.
More
and
hasters.
It felt like James needed to sweep the board, but he did.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just kind of the power of going first in this matchup. So huge. James Dimitrov with going into the top 8, 1 rank above Yu Chen Liu here, allowing him to be on the play. He would be basically close to dead. Ooh, but very nice. We talked about this previously in the quarterfinals, how this could be very important. Attacking with Screaming Nemesis, then casting Torch the Tower on the Nemesis. There is now, what do we want to call it? A Screaming Nemesis emblem, more or less.
Like an emblem, yeah.
Like an emblem. And basically what this means is James can no longer gain life for the rest of this game, which is big because what we've seen a lot of these domain Overlords decks do is stabilize with Zur into activate your Leyline Binding or your Overlords, but James no longer has that as an option, simply just needs to keep his life total high and totally stabilize the board and win that way. Could be a Zur.
So much less potent now, though.
Right.
So Surveil land surveils another one into the graveyard.
Oh, it does have a Leyline Binding here. Because you really don't ever want to block Screaming Nemesis. You're just going to take a bunch of damage anyways.
That is Zur.
And did the impending already tick down there? Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Got it. We got it.
Yep.
I guess Zur is the profitable block on the Nemesis.
Yeah, you just take one damage. Yeah.
The first time you don't want to because of the emblem effect that we talked about, but that's already there.
Yeah, but now that we have the emblem effect, and looks like Lou's got 3 lands in hand. So not a great spot to be here. Only option really to attack. Now, but we do have the Leyline Binding, of course. So draw the card here. So this is tough here.
This is slipping away from Liu Yuchen. And really, it's been Up the Beanstalk.
Absolutely.
It's fueled James Dimitrov's hand.
And now James can just try to end things very quickly here. He can potentially attack for 9 this turn. No, even more with the Leyline Binding. And just kind of put Liu on a 2-turn clock here. If he chooses.
And he is incentivized to get fairly aggressive here, right? Like, you don't want to wait around at 6 life, not knowing what Liu Yuchen has in hand to find, you know, end step burst lightning you. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and look at this. Getting in for 11 damage here.
That's 2-turn clock with a blocker back.
Yeah, and I don't think Liu has a top deck here with James at 6 life here that can get him out of this.
That's a Torch the Tower off the top, and that's not going to do it. Game number 1 goes to James Dimitrov, taking advantage of being on the play and a little bit of a floody draw there from Liu Yuchen.
We have seen a lot of the red decks kind of seemingly flood out.
They fall apart when they do. It's tough. Oh. Those are 2 cards going to the bottom?
Oh, jeez.
So on the play here for Liu Yuchen?
Yeah. Well,
but on 5?
Right, in a turn 1 Rockface Village, it looks like a Sanctuary in hand as well, so no true red source, but all creatures in hand here for Liu Yuchen.
Dimitrov is going to start developing his mana here.
Yeah, and when you mulligan like this, you just have no other option than to just play all of your creatures and just hope James doesn't have the sweeper in time here.
Yeah, pair of Hired Claws here.
It's a big hit, though, from the 1-drop, right? You are taking 3 damage this turn.
Yeah, both trigger. Not enough mana to put a counter, but it's fine. Another tap land.
And we got a Screaming Nemesis here as well.
Okay, I mean, this is about as much damage as you can pile on. And remember, we're still in a game 1 scenario as far as sideboards go. There's another Nemesis.
That's another Nemesis. And remember, like I said before, James doesn't have access to temporary lockdown here. This is a hit for 7.
Down to 10 is James Dimitrov. You better do something here.
Needs at least a Ride's End here on the Screaming Nemesis. And even if he does, he takes 4 from the Hired Claws, and another Screaming Nemesis is coming down, which means he's going to be at 3 life.
Would Pest Control?
Pest Control would kill the Hired Claws.
Yeah.
Yuchen would still follow that up with the second Screaming Nemesis and still put James down to 4. So if he goes Pest Control, land into Day of Judgment.
Okay.
Right, but he's going to need kind of a lot of things to go right here because Screaming Nemesis, the last thing you want to do against this card is block. You just kind of want to use removal spells if you can.
Let's see what Dimitrov has.
Yeah,
this is a situation where Up the Beanstalk's just not going to do it.
Split Up, he does have that. Oh, doesn't have it though. Split Up would have been incredible.
One Split Up in the main.
Yeah.
Okay, we're Overlord of the Haunt.
This is
maybe
lethal.
they set up a sweeper. 3,
is
6,
lethal.
7, 8, 9, 10, and that's game.
Oh, man.
On a mulligan to 5 from Liu Chen. And he wins on turn 4, turn 5?
Yeah, that was a turn 4 win on the play on a mulligan to 5.
Whew. He's going to have to be relieved there. And it looks like both players are starting on 6 cards here for our game 3. Now, I will remind you, sideboards are in play now.
Sideboards are in play. Liu Chen with 2 copies of the powerful Sunspine Lynx. Possibly even the Screaming Nemesis here out of the sideboard here. But James also has a lot of nice options in the sideboard for this matchup. There's an Authority of the Consuls, along with multiple copies of Obstinate Baloth and another Pest Control and a Beza in the sideboard.
You see Heartfire Hero for Liu Chen.
Elspeth Smite.
Elspeth Smite to take it down. And the rebuild is another Heartfire Hero go.
I'm very curious what the play win rates are in this matchup. It seems huge, like 65+%, something along those lines.
It does. You have that visceral feeling.
Yeah.
Because the difference on one turn, you know, from Gruul Mice is like 8 damage or something.
Exactly.
And the difference in the other direction is like a sweeper.
Right.
Like all of your stuff's dead. It's like massive swings back and forth there.
Yeah, I mean, James is currently at 20 life here, and James can untap and have access to 5 mana potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Overlord of the Haunt Woods on impending there for James.
Azure here would be great if James does have the ability to play it and turn on Overlord of the Haunt Woods. That's just an attack for 5. Get a land, gain some life. And if you're passing with 5 mana, you have to think James at least has a Ride's End here.
At least. And that would be nice. Innkeeper's Talent is a pretty cool card, but if you only have 1 threat, you're kind of eggs basket wanting a little bit. Let's see what Liu Chen has for this turn.
Yeah, I think I saw Beza in James's hand, choosing not to run it out just yet.
I see 2 Monstrous Rage in hand for Liu Chen.
Okay, trigger on the stack, get lost, because you don't want it to grow, right? Because it'll die. And if you let the trigger resolve, then all of a sudden you're taking 2 extra points of damage here. Now, I wonder if Lou's thinking, should I Monstrous Rage just as Lightning Bolts? Like, do I just cast Monstrous Rage on my creature just so you take a bunch of extra damage? I mean, on the draw, you probably have to play things very, very differently. I could see that potentially. It's actually 4 extra damage because you get the Valiant trigger. Oh no, the Valiant trigger is already on the stack.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll respond.
Burn spell?
Monstrous Rage your face?
Power and dice.
So James takes 6?
You take 6.
He kind of split
All
the
right.
difference by using one of those Monstrous Rages.
Yeah, can only cast the one.
Oh.
As the Rockface Village is for creatures.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he's got a game plan, but doesn't have a creature there.
And you can see why there's no creature.
Yeah. James can go back up to 15 with a blocker in the Beza. And still has that Overlord that's going to be live next turn.
There's Beza for 4 life. And I assume not a card?
And draw a card.
Oh, and draw a card.
Wow.
Draw. Pass.
Beza's nice.
Beza's extremely strong. That's one of the best cards we've seen against aggressive strategies. So 4 mana available now for Lou.
Really needs a threat.
Yeah, there's a couple of creature lands in play, but they both require 4 mana. Oh,
is that the Lynx?
That is, in fact, the Lynx. A little awkward on the timing, and also Lou's taking a bunch of damage off of this as well.
Yeah.
He's taking 4, but
wait, he's taking the full amount.
He's taking the full amount, but James is taking 5, it seems.
2, 3, 4, 5.
There's a plains there.
Right.
Yeah, but now James needs to find an answer here to the Lynx, just so that if he wants to gain life, and he already has it here in the
that didn't
binding.
take long.
It did not, and
James slams it.
This Overlord's deck can just turn things around so quickly.
And speaking of turning it around, Beza in the red zone.
Overlord active.
And Overlord's live.
Now, I believe Lou had a paw patch formation. You can use that to, actually use that to kill the Leyline Binding if you want. Not quite enough for the kill, and you're also taking a bunch of damage yourself.
You might die in your own land.
Yeah, but you can also consider playing that out because the Innkeeper's Talent would then have a target, and if you turn it into a 6/5, and then you use your map tokens, you can actually if you have something on top, you can potentially make it bigger than either of the creatures that are in play.
Have yourself a little blocker.
Yeah, you can even potentially make it into an 8/7, which would be the biggest thing in play. But this assumes that there's a spell on top of Lou's deck. Okay, going for Challenger here instead. This would turn it into a 3/3 with the Innkeeper's Talent trigger.
He's going to target the Emberheart Challenger.
See if he had something nice. Ooh, Screaming Nemesis. Now here's the question: do you kill the Overlord, get in for 4, or do you go for the Leyline Binding? Killing the Overlord does seem pretty nice.
It does.
And then that might halt James, and it might prevent him from actually attacking with the Beza next turn if he's out of action.
Yeah, because the weird thing that Liu Yuchen has to deal with is he also doesn't want to die.
Right.
Get a removal spell plus those 2 big creatures crashing over. But it does look like he's going to opt to try to get his Lynx back here.
Right, because if James attacks with both, and then you kill the Leyline Binding,
he's going to attack just with the Overlord.
This is 7 damage. James is going to take 7 now because the Overlord attacked.
It's not a May.
It's going to put him down to 3. And then maybe you just trade the Sunspine Lynx with the Overlord, right? Because you're going to take 4 yourself.
Right.
You could also potentially just take 6 and go to 2.
You could.
That gives you 2 attackers. And I think he has a monstrous rage. He has a monstrous rage in hand.
I think I saw one way back on the opening hand. There's still 2 cards in hand, though, for Dimitrov.
Of course.
And a lot of mana available.
Yeah, and he's taking it.
He took it.
He's setting up for the end of turn here. Oh.
He needs to respond to this?
I think you want to respond if you don't want your opponent to gain life. Right? Because, no, it'll be in play. So you won't be able to actually gain the life.
Okay, so it's all fine.
So James is going to go down to 3 here. Lou's going down to 2. What is James's last card? If it's a removal spell, he's still in it. But remember...
I think it's a Day of Judgment.
That's not going to be good enough here. We have Innkeeper's Talent trigger as well and a Monstrous Rage.
And Monstrous Rage
also,
in
you just
hand.
attack with both. That's just lethal.
It is, as it sits.
Wow.
He also has the land there, which is also a lethal threat.
That Lynx is just so insane.
I mean, 2 triggers off of it, because remember, James gained off of base of this game too.
Right.
This is also the game that Yu-Chen decided to use Monstrous Rage as a lightning bolt.
Right, and it's paying off here. James is now basically just representing a complete lethal attack here. Now Yu-Chen's just wondering, look, if I just attack with 3 creatures, is there any shot James can come back?
They're all lethal.
Right. So 1 removal spell won't do it, and he only has 1 card in hand.
Right.
Right? If you have, this just forces.
Yeah, I mean,
with everything.
Yeah, there's no up the beanstalk to curve things into things. And James Dimitrov's going to pick up his cards because Liu Yu-Chen found the line. Wow, what a win.
Wow.
Oh, that was a really nice line to find there from Liu Yu-Chen. He picks up the 3rd game, so he's up 2 games to 1 in our semifinal. Remember, the winner of this match, that's Liu Yu-Chen if it's this game, or if James can win the next 2, will be in the finals.
Right. And this is, of course, the upside of playing Gruul over something like Mono Red, right? You have some additional flexibility in your sideboard. That disenchant effect from the Paw Patch formation, extremely important, and a type of card that Mono Red just doesn't have access to.
Super clutch that game. So it did 12, the links?
It did 5. It did 5 and 7, 12, and
then
it was also attacking,
yeah.
too. So.
Wow. That was impressive.
Smite, Ride's End. Oh, nothing.
Emberheart Challenger just going to get in. Interesting.
Huntwoods.
The classic.
Yep.
Now, I keep going back to when Liu Yu-Chen used that Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
On a creature that was on its way to die anyway.
Yeah, no, those super heads-up play there. No other creatures in hand. Recognizing that it's really unlikely that you're going to be able to get maximum value from both of the Monstrous Rages. So just firing one off there just to get enough damage through. Recognizing, look, I'm on the draw. Like, I just need to find some way to get you low and kind of hope that the Sunspine Lynx gets me there. That's exactly what happened.
And it was clutch because, you know, he did not have lethal through a removal spell there if he hadn't have done that. Now, as it turns out, he would have finished the game either way.
Yeah.
But that would, that would have given him the chance to even have James have drawn a removal spell and him to still be able to get the job done.
Oh, this might be a main phase Monstrous Rage, maybe hoping to try to hit a land here. It's a lot of damage. Manifold Mouse, but does Liu have a red source to run out the Manifold Mouse? Because that would be extremely powerful. Okay,
Yes.
and he does hit it. So this is an attack for 12?
I will become double strike, so take take 6/6, 12.
Yeah, 6/6 times 2, that's 12.
Wow. This is on turn 3.
Wow, slamming.
Yeah, this mouse package is unbelievable. Now, James does have a Beza, I believe. That's going to put him up to 10 with 2 tokens in play, but has access to the 1 mana as well. It's really important here, though, because that Emberheart Challenger is going to have Trample and First Strike here.
Mm-hmm.
If James has something like a Leyline Binding, that massively increases his odds of being able to stabilize after playing this Beza.
Liu has the Lynx in hand.
Oh, that's 5 damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, and James has had the Overlord turn 3, but he hasn't had the follow-up of being able to go Zur into Animate.
Hasn't been part of this match.
Right.
We saw Zur in game 1, but it wasn't even that important. This has been a missing piece.
Right.
Because Liu Yu-Chen, if he gets to just do this and only has to deal with removal and sweepers, then his chances are very good.
Right. Okay.
Oh boy, he's flooding the board now.
Want to begin my combat? Yep. So these 2 triggers targeting this and this trigger both, and I will resolve this first. And this trigger.
See what you hit.
And
Okay, you're gonna play land for
resolving
turn.
this becomes first double strike, and this is also double strike.
But the
So
Hardfire
this
Hero, of
raise
course,
rate.
doesn't have haste.
Right.
So if you give it double strike, it would trade with the Beza.
Yeah. Okay. Trample 1.
It does have trample.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Monstrous Rage.
Right?
Get the 9.
Yep.
Hey, every single point counts in these
Absolutely.
situations. Down to 9 goes James Dimitrov.
Land for turn. Solid board. But James is going to breathe a sigh of relief if he can untap here.
Yeah, this is a nicely sweepable board too.
Doing Elspeth Smite and Ride's End here. So if James gets to untap, he's going to feel much, much better about his situation here.
So he'll replace Beza and then have up a 1-mana removal spell at the minimum?
At the very minimum, yes.
Yeah, that does sound really good. Go up to 13, get 2 more fish?
Well, if he plays the Beza, I think they're both going to be even on creatures.
Oh,
but
you're right.
if Lou plays a 4th creature...
And get 2 more fish?
Now Beza gets you 2 fish.
Lou bailed me out.
Yeah, near max value Bezas here, gaining another 4 life with 2 more fish here.
But no
And
card
it's-
this time, right?
And it still kind of feels close, which is crazy.
It does.
19.
Ooh. Surveil to the top.
All right.
1 more turn until the Overlord's here.
Lou's got access to lots of mana now. But James, remember, does have that Elspeth Smite in hand here, which is going to make things very, very tricky here to navigate.
Yeah, Liu Yuchen will approach this turn as if there is a hard removal spell for whatever James chooses.
Yeah, Leyline Binding, Elspeth Smite, those are the 2 cards that Lou is going to be concerned about here. Now the Heartfire Hero that has a counter on it, that's a reasonably safe attack, right? You target that one, give it double strike, and that becomes a 3/3 with double strike. So if Beza gets in front of that, that'll be a clean trade, and you'll be able to deal 3 points of damage to James with it dying. Now remember, the one card we know for sure Lou has in hand is the Lynx, which would deal, I'm just gonna, what is this, 6 damage?
6 right now.
So that is a lot. Like, if the Heartfire Hero dies, that's also 3 damage. So then you have to think, what happens if I just attack with the other Heartfire Hero too, right? And do you want to give that one Trample Me and just be happy to trade that with a pair of fish, just because then it's going to die and you're going to be able to guarantee at least 5 damage going through with the Heartfire Heroes.
5 down to 8 with 6 in your hand of damage is starting to look pretty good.
Also, if Lou has maybe land number 5, you have the land here, which you can use to also pump one of the Heartfire Heroes. And then maybe you just wait for the Lynx for the next turn and just hope that James doesn't play Azure or something to gain all the life back.
Trigger targeting these 2.
Could just give Trample to both.
And resolving
So they each pick up a counter from Valiant, but he does have a choice to make.
Yeah, if the 2/2 attacks, double strike doesn't really make too much sense, just because you can put the Beza in front of that as a relatively clean trade. But of course, we don't know what Lou's holding here. If there's like a Monstrous Rage or something, that would be huge. But remember, James also has that Elspeth Smite. If he times it well, and Lou doesn't have some way to kind of blow him out on the exchange, that'll be very, very good for him.
double strike, double strike.
Double strike, double strike. But he's just going to attack with the 1.
Damage.
Beza trade, 3 damage.
And you take 3. You're down to 10.
Is it time to just slam the Lynx here just to prevent Zur shenanigans? Right, you just run that out, get James down to...
It's tempting.
Get James down to 4.
And have the Lynx in play.
And then you have the Heartfire Hero, which you can get close to just killing your opponent,
He
right?
is going to play
All
the
right.
Lynx. Sunspire Lynx hits.
I got 4, I got 17.
Lou does take a bit of damage off it as well, but more critically, James Dimitrov.
Oh, that's an extra point of damage.
An unblockable, we'll call it, point of damage.
Yeah, so now James has Ride's End, but the Sunspire Lynx has already dealt its damage, right?
Yes.
James doesn't have any way to gain life, so you almost want to use the Ride's End on the Heartfire Hero.
Right.
Because you need to use kind of that exile ability there.
Right.
You also do have Elspeth's Might, which you can also use as an exile effect.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's also these fish that can chump block.
Right.
There's also, you know, Elspeth's Might plus fish on a Sunspire Lynx would be a thing.
And remember, Overlord also gets turned on here.
Right.
So
and
lots of
Step
good
be there.
Right. So lots of good blockers here for James, but Lou's got a lot of live draws here. Another Lynx. He's only got the 2, but another Lynx certainly would do it. A well-timed Monstrous Rage could do it. And that's a Zur, but...
There's a Zur, but we have a problem.
Exactly.
That Sunspire Lynx.
The Lynx is in play here, so no life gain.
It would allow you to attack, but is that even beneficial?
I don't even think you attack,
You're
right.
going to get it anyway, and he doesn't somehow have any other enchantments laying around.
Yeah, I just don't think you're in a position to just use a bunch of removal.
So we're just going for the 1/4 blocker.
Yeah, just passing. Okay. Still has access to Ride's End here.
Also, with an answer to the Lynx, now Zur could be a big deal.
Right, so then if you're Lou, maybe you just don't attack.
Right.
Right, don't attack with the Lynx. Is there some other avenue to victory? Now, the one thing that's very obvious here is just pump up your Heartfire Hero, right? Give it double strike or just give it trample, actually. You don't even want it. You want it to die.
Both, yeah.
And that turns it into a 3/3. You attack with the Hired Claw. So theoretically, that is a lethal attack, right? Because that gets James down to 3 from the Lizard trigger, plus the 3 if the hero dies. But you also have to think James probably has Ride's End here, Leyline Binding, Elspeth's Might, all kinds of things that could work.
Smite does work, right? Is the creature too big?
Smite deals 3 damage. That would also work on the Heartfire Hero.
And it exiles?
Begin my comment. Yep.
Oh, creature land live here for Liu Yu-Chen.
So trample double strike, maybe? That would turn it into a 5-powered creature.
Double strike and trample. Sure. Yeah, attack.
This looks like a big attack incoming here, Paul. Uh-oh. He's getting ready to fire off all of it.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
With all trigger targeting this, and you want to use.
So he has to use.
And this.
He has to use a removal spell on the Heartfire Hero, right?
Oh, I see.
He has to use that one. So
and
it's
it needs to get exiled.
So you
too.
can just smite that one. So that's big. And now you just kind of block everything else. Nothing tramples, right?
Oh, and he had both of them.
And he has a Ride's End in hand. Holy cow. Okay, so that's being exiled here, though.
This feels like the game swinging right back in James Dimitrov's direction because he gets to untap here with Zur and Overlord.
Right, and you can
and
just
there's no more links.
Right, and then you can activate the Overlord plus the Leyline Binding.
Right.
Wow, Leyline Binding, allowing you to cast 2 spells.
Unbelievable binding there.
I was under the impression he could only cast one removal effect.
I mean, and he's gaining life off of this block, right?
Right.
So he's back up to 8 now.
And he can attack for...
how much is it? It's
14?
12, 15?
Leyline Binding is 6, 11, 12, 13, 14?
14.
And gaining 11 life. Oh, Lou was so close,
that
but
was
James...
so close, but James Dimitrov had 2 answers.
Yeah, 2 removal spells there. Basically, Lou attacked in such a way where he was like, look, if you have the 1 removal spell, I think I got you. But if you have 2 1-mana removal spells, so be it.
So be it. And that would be, admittedly, very difficult to beat otherwise.
But the big thing here, the big thing here is Lou is now on the play. He was able to break serve. That was huge. We're now in the final game here. Gruul Mice on the play. Very big.
Both players with 7 cards to start off our Game 5 decider in our first semifinal. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're happy to have you along. We've got another semifinal coming up after this, and then, of course, the finals. One of these players will be in the finals. The question is it Liu Chen or James Dimitrov? They took very different approaches to this standard format.
He play a swamp and says he puts back and it's okay.
Didn't take an action.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, James had like sort of mostly put a swamp on the battlefield, but it was just an accident, so he picked it up.
Yeah, and then he said, you know what, I want the
speaking,
Cavern of Souls here.
Yeah, normally you can do that. I mean, if you tap it for mana, you might have a problem.
Right. That is a good sign if you're Lou, just given that usually you kind of want to wait on the Cavern of Souls and you want to run out your green sources if you have them.
And
So
tap lands
that could be a sign that maybe James has another Cavern of Souls or is just looking for a green source if he has something like in Overlord of the Hauntwoods here.
And another thing is James accidentally showed him a swamp.
Right. Oh, main phase here.
Oh, going for it.
Now, James does have a Ride's End.
But it only hits tapped creatures on that discount, so that's why Liu Chen did this right now.
Yeah, but big heads up play doing it before attacks because James has multiple ways to punish you for attacking.
Right, tap creatures.
Right.
And we will see one of them here. Oh, he also has Day of Judgment.
Damage.
Well, he says no blocks, and
Okay.
Liu Chen says I'll pass priority.
Why would Lou do anything here?
Right.
Is he trying to get him to do something else?
Maybe he thinks he'll get crazy and go for another Monstrous Rage or something.
Yes.
And it is going to be rides into exile. But Hired Claw on top, or exiled there, will come in. Is there anything else from Liu Chen?
That might be it.
Go ahead.
So big, having that Ride's End prevented 6 damage from coming in there.
And Philip Faust. We need your result. Please double check before we go.
Can James find a big player? No second green source. He's had Overlord of the Hunt with turn 3 nearly every game. Doesn't have it here, but remember, this Overlord's deck can just play the role of the control deck. You just have a ton of removal after sideboard in this particular matchup with all the Elspeth Smites, the Ride's Ends, Day of Judgment, split up, just a ton of ways to handle what Liu Chen can have, and then also multiple Bezas out of the sideboard. We've got a Questing Druid there as well.
Combat. Yep. Trigger. Yep.
Another Emberheart Challenger is going to
first.
crash in with the Hired Claw.
Yes, this is 4 damage coming in. I don't know that he's going to pump here just because there's a good chance James has a sweeper. So I think you want to sacrifice the 1 damage and just pass. If James fires off a Day of Judgment, you let that happen, and then you go end of turn Questing Druid.
Okay. And here it is. Yep, that's Day of Judgment. So bye-bye board state, but as you mentioned, Paul, Liu Chen has a backup plan here.
Going to want to find some action here off the Questing Druid. That's probably one of the worst tooth cards you can reveal, unless you have a haste creature in hand, right?
Right.
That would certainly help. So you can play a land, maybe a haste creature, and go Monstrous Rage.
His hand is 2 lands and a Burst Lightning.
Oh, that is brutal. Can't give that one haste with the land, but you can still play it out and cast Monstrous Rage on it.
To get the roll.
Yeah, so that gets a +1/+1 counter and a roll token, so it is a 3/3, but that was very, very suboptimal cards to reveal off that Questing Druid here. James access to 5 mana next turn and add a healthy 14 life just facing off against the 3/3 Questing Druid.
Ooh, did you see that from James?
What was that?
Let's see what he's got here. The good old-fashioned way.
Just a hard cast Overlord of the Hauntwoods, 6/5. Oh, it's not hard cast.
It's gonna pass.
Why is there impending counters on it?
He did hard cast it, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
What am I missing here?
I think the judge is like, you don't need the dice.
Well, you paid 2 mana for something.
Okay, so
he accidentally tapped those.
I see. So he impended it and probably has some kind of removal spell here.
Definitely representing it.
Yeah. But he did. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, James is looking for something. When he drew his card, you know how you put it on the table? He gave it the little shake.
Right.
You know, the come on, give me a something.
Yeah, it makes sense to not play it here, though, right? He's got to get lost in hand.
Yeah.
You want to fire that off on the Questing Druid here if you can. Playing it would just make very little sense here, given it, because the blowout situation is Lugo's Paw Patch formation, kill your Overlord. You have nothing to be able to deal with the Questing Druid and also the creature land that's in play. You would just take way too much damage.
You've got to feel like this is a huge turn for Liu Chen.
Yeah, absolutely.
He just didn't have the explosive turn he wanted last time. Is he able to top deck something that can put him in that position?
There's always Sunspine Lynx, right? That always just is guaranteed to get in for a lot of damage.
Squeezing.
Oh, I think that was a Paw Patch formation.
That would be fine. Something to dump some mana into. Because he's got too many lands for this deck already. He's at 6 now.
Right.
And he needs to draw action quickly because James Dimitrov will bury him.
Yeah, the question here is
time.
The question here is, do I activate the land? If he activates the land, the issue is he no longer has access to the Paw Patch formation, will be 1 mana short. And then there's, of course, the fear of James just slamming Zur and gaining a bunch of life with the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
He's not going to go for the Restless Ridgeline. He's just going to attack.
Okay.
Dimitrov.
You're going to go for the Get Lost here. Probably just saving the life total.
Sure. And making sure to use up the mana.
Yeah, and
makes sense.
Lou's just kind of out of action here, right? You have a couple of map tokens. You have the creature land, but no creature here to play.
He just has to pass the turn back. James Dimitrov takes no damage for the last couple of turns. This is a big reprieve to give this deck.
But no big play here, it doesn't look like. I see a Pest Control, I think, and another Get Lost. Cycle, actually, looking for action. But that extra Get Lost also just means you have an extra layer of protection here. So Liu Chen's going to need to rattle off several good things here in a row to be able to pressure James. Back-to-back links. What does the links do right now? 6 damage, I think. There's a 1 basic I see in play.
Yeah, it's 6 damage. There's a swamp. But he didn't find one here.
And then I wonder if Lou's considering whether or not he should just be using the formation on the Overlord here. Okay,
Burst
lightning,
lightning
to the face.
Okay, done.
Right.
Okay, I go down to 10. What does he find off the top of the library, though?
He's got to spend your mana here.
A Lynx?
That's a
Emberheart Challenger?
That's an Emberheart Challenger, and there's a Rockface Village in play. So James doesn't actually have a window to prevent Lou from revealing a card off the top of his deck. So that is a great draw on this board.
That actually might have been one of the better draws.
Cast.
Map token will do the same, right?
Sure, yeah. Sure. Don't know that he wants that. Although it is a card that you can give haste next turn, right? If you just play something like that. But you might also just be wanting to dig for Lynxes.
James deciding if he wants to respond. Wow, he had a Leyline Binding too.
Probably cycled into it, I think.
Sure.
So he'll take out the Challenger so that no more targeting can happen.
Does have a Paw Patch formation. You could use that to kill the Leyline Binding. Get back the Challenger if you wanted.
And still map it?
And I think it resets, right? If you get it back, so you get another trigger, I believe.
But you want to probably play that Higher Claw, right?
Oh, okay, excuse me. That was a card. Sure. You give it haste and just go, you know what, James? If you got Zur, you got Zur. But I need to put some pressure on here.
Right. I mean, right now, Liu Chen doesn't have anything to combat the Zur problem anyway. There's a map token there.
No.
Hasn't played a land yet for turn.
And there's get lost.
Okay, so just all the map tokens.
They are just fighting a 1-for-1 battle here. And you have to feel that that benefits Dimitrov, as he has the ability to really get a bunch of cards going. I mean, a Zur would just be devastating.
Right, now Lou going, should I just kill the Leyline Binding and attack you for 2, or am I saving this for Overlord of the Hauntwoods?
Right. What a tough decision.
James is
you
down
know
to
if you
1
start
card.
cracking in for 2, that's fine, but this game could completely fall apart with a removal spell or a Zur.
Right, but 2 damage, really big here. You get James down to 8. You have a creature land in play as well. If you top deck a Sunspine Lynx, right, getting your opponent down to something like 6 life is going to be enough. I think he's going to go for the Leyline Binding here.
He is.
All right.
Take the more assertive route.
Boom.
And attack for 2. Down to 8. This is huge for Dimitrov. These next 2 turns, he has to find an answer for multiple threats or a Zur.
Zur would be incredible.
Mistmore's, so many good cards he could find.
Absolutely.
Oh,
there it is.
There's Mistmore's, and it's full price.
Full price. 2 tokens here. Overlord down to 1 of the Hauntwoods as well. How are you going to attack through?
Now you can't.
Overlord of the Mistmores here.
Now we're talking about Lynx, right?
We're looking at the burn
3,
plan
4,
here.
5, 6, 7, even with that land.
Jeez. Remember, we do get some triggers here. We do get to look at an extra card here with the Challenger.
Right.
With the map.
And it's a land.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually the trigger.
That's the trigger. And then now...
Oh, that is the Lynx on top. We'll keep that one.
Yeah, I think he wants that one.
But how do you get the other point of damage?
Well, he's not dead yet.
No. I mean,
the thing is, James now knows, so he can't really.
He's not going to.
He's not going to play another land.
Right.
He's not going to play another land. But who knows how many more burn spells Lou has in the deck? He's going to take a ton of damage here, by the way, when he does play his own Sunspine Lynx, because it goes back. It goes both directions.
Like he may have to chump.
I don't think he has a great attack here,
He'll
right?
take 7.
4 in the air at least.
And then he's going to
get block.
Crunched on. He can block. Right.
You can block, at least take 4. And then, yeah, how many lands does Lou have that damage him?
7, I think.
Oh, my goodness. So 7 just on both sides. Go down to 12.
It might be 6.
The Spirit Tokens deals 4 damage. Oh, man. And you get 2 more Spirits. So this could just be lethal just from the Spirits alone.
I'll go.
And James will have plenty of blockers here.
Plenty
That's
of
not something that he's concerned about.
Oh, and he found Zur off the top of the library there. That is the nightmare for Liu Yu
That's
Chen.
got to do it here.
Yeah, for sure.
What a draw.
Incredible rip for James Dimitrov. He slams Zur on the table, wakes up his other Overlord, and he's going to attack, it looks like, with just the Overlords.
That is 13 life that you're gaining here. Wow, Overlord of the Mistmores into Zur. Eternal Schemer here.
And top card of the library is a Lynx.
Is the Lynx.
Which would be, I'm assuming, lethal for Liu Yu Chen in the wrong way.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
He gets 2 more flyers. There has got to be no way out here for Liu Yu Chen at this point.
This is kind of it almost feels like a good control deck with a combo finish.
Yep.
This is the combo. These Gruul decks or mono red decks just don't really have a chance here if they have no way to kind of prevent the life gain.
And Liu Yu Chen may just be drawing dead with that Lynx on top.
It probably just kills him.
Right. Can't even cast it level.
Blue just running the numbers here. Does have the creature land here, so you can maybe do a double block. No, but that wouldn't be great. The enchantment creatures also have Death Touch. Oh, and that's it!
And that is going to do it. James Dimitrov advances to the finals. Wow, gets by a tough opponent there, Liu Yu Chen. You see him extend the hand, and a big hand clap there for James.
Yeah.
Oh, feels good.
Yeah, huge draws. What better way, right? You are playing against an extremely tough opponent. It is game 5. You have been clawing your way, trying to come back. Blue also making an incredible comeback himself with that Lynx on top, but just 2 timely top decks in a row here. And James now in the finals. And you know what that means? Might have a long finals here.
We might, yeah.
Because the other semis is another domain mirror, so we're going to have 2 more domain mirrors. Just breathe.
I blame Monty. He wanted this.
Yeah, go get a quick snack, maybe a meal before the next set of matches is all I'm going to say.
It's a really cool matchup, but you get to see raw power on display in that type of matchup where it's just heavy hitter. This was 2 very different approaches going at it.
Yeah. These games were definitely. It's way more dynamic, way more interesting. When you come to kind of the mirror matchup, which of course is going to get previewed by Corey and Alien the next round, they can go really long. They get extremely grindy. Lots of beanstalks, lots of Zers. So just going to need a nice mental reset before we get into the next one.
All right, well, let's get a word from James Dimitrov. He's with Riley right now.
I'm here with James Dimitrov, fresh off a win in the semi-finals. James, congratulations. My goodness me, what a game 5. That was a wild show you put on for us.
Yeah, that one was wild. Definitely needed a lot of luck. So, yeah, crazy match. Crazy game.
You must be feeling pretty good about finding your way into a Pro Tour final at your first ever Pro Tour. We'll remind our viewers, of course. Now, we know that you're playing against Domain, right? Doesn't matter who wins the other semi, you're playing against a Domain deck. So what are your thoughts on the mirror match?
Well, I did go 3-0 in the mirror against Swiss, but both these guys here list very ready for the mirror, so feeling good, but definitely be a challenge.
And you seem to be pretty cool, calm, and collected about it all. Is this a situation where you've processed stuff and you're feeling pretty good about it, or is it not quite sunk in just yet?
A little bit of both.
Well, mate, you seem to be in fighting form here. You seem to be in tip-top shape. So congratulations on making it this far, and the very best of luck to you, mate, in the final.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
One semifinal in the books. James Dimitrov advances. We've got a whole nother semifinal to bring you, though. We're going to be prepping for that at the news desk when we come back right after this.
Drivers at the ready. Commander Party events are rolling in February 21st to 27th and March 14th to 20th. Immerse yourself in the world of Aetherdrift with a special rule set that brings some of the set's high-octane fun to Commander. Go for the gold at one of these events and receive a Rishkar's Expertise promo card for participating. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour. We're on day number 3. It is the top 8 of Pro Tour Aetherdrift here in Chicago, Illinois, where it is cold outside, but the magic is just heating up here. We've got another semi-final to bring you. Welcome to the News Desk. Murray Bartholdi, Monty Devuti, and Riley Knight with you here. A lot of action has already happened in our top 8, and indeed in other Magic events, qualifying people for the next World Championship 31. And we're going to go through some people who are already qualified for this huge event coming up at the end of the year. First up, Monty.
Yeah, so Maria, we kick things off with the top 8 of the previous World Championship. Of course, Javier Dominguez, the eventual champion, but also big names like Kai Buddha, Marcio Carvalho, Quintanole, Seth Manfield, Yoshiko Ikawa, Max Rappaport, and Hafab. So at least one Canadian is going to be in there.
At least one. All right, that's a look from World Championship 30, who has already qualified for World Championship 31. Next up, some regional championship qualifiers here, Riley.
Yes, indeed, and there are some names that may be familiar to long-term Magic fans. Marc Duchow has been around the European Grand Prix scene back in the day for a long time here, but a bundle of players from all around the world, including Australia's own... No, never mind. Okay, never mind.
Well, just Monty gets to claim that. Yeah.
I was hoping. I thought
You
we had
tried.
a good chance, but
An effort was made.
no.
Yeah.
Well, they're probably hiding away on the second page.
Yeah, for sure.
You shout it out, Riley, if you see it. Let's take a look at some more regional champions and championship qualifiers here who we're gonna see at the World Championship 31. There you see Ma Noah qualified just a couple of weeks ago, actually, for this. So congratulations on Team CFB here this weekend, top 8'd at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. We will see you at the World Championship, my friend. What about digital play, Monty?
Well, I have never made a show of hiding my love for digital Magic. And from the Arena Championship, we do have Keisuke Sato and Mikko Araksinen qualifying. And then the Mock Showcase 1 brought Charles Kikides and Matthew Wright into the fold as well.
Those are our digital players. And Riley, we got one more slide.
Yes, and this is important to note that these are the most recent qualifiers for World Championship 31 because they qualified this weekend. These are the top 12 players, players who scored 12 wins or more across the weekend. Now, of course, this obviously includes the top 8 that we've been watching unfold here, but in addition to that, you can see 4 other players who will be making an appearance at Worlds this year, including Ken Yukihiro and Anna Huschenbett, 2 very well-established players, both of whom did well enough to make it to Worlds. Not quite well enough to make it into our top 8, but all the same, their very strong performance this weekend rewarded with a much-coveted seat at the World Championship later this year.
Absolutely. World Championship 31 already shaping up to be awesome coming up later this year. Well, everybody, we've got another semifinal to show you, so let's take a look at our bracket and find out what's happened so far today in our top 8 and where we have yet to go. You can see James Dimitrov over there on Domain Overlords needs an opponent for the finals, and we're going to find him one. We have Matt Nass versus Christopher Leonard. This is a Domain Overlords mirror coming up here in our second semifinal. All right, let's get to meet our players as we set up for semifinal number 2 here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. If you like Overlords, good news, you're going to be seeing a lot of them coming up here for the next, I don't know how long this could take because Domain Overlords sometimes takes a long time.
Buckle up.
Buckle up,
Saddle in.
Buttercup. Saddle up. Let's take a look at these players and take a look at their journey here to get to the top 8. There's a look at our second semifinal, Nass versus Leonard. Matt Nass was undefeated, one of our 2 players who were undefeated overnight here in this tournament. Actually beat Christopher Leonard in round number 13 to lock up his spot in the top 8 here. So a bit of a grudge match, perhaps, for Christopher Leonard coming up this round. On the other side of things, Christopher Leonard went 8-1 in standard to make it here to our top 8. But check this out, started the tournament out with 2 losses and battled back to find himself here in our top 8. So never count yourself out. There's a look at the players and their roads to the top 8. Tell me about this matchup, Monty.
Okay, well, I'm going to have fun with this one because we have a Domain Overlord's Mirror, Maria. And I absolutely love this deck, but as we have been, we're going to focus on the differences between the two and what they gain out of the sideboard. Now, for Matt Nass, I would say the game one is going to be a bit harder, but the sideboard is where he finds the most help. Having 2 copies of Nissa, Ascended Animus, as well as Atraxa, and Elish Norn, Mother of Machines, is going to be huge. And most importantly for Matt Nass, because he was the higher seed, the first after Swiss, he'll be on the play. Those are the edges for him. On the other side, Christopher Leonard. Now, Christopher Leonard does have a better deck for the main game. As you can see, 1 copy of Atraxa in the main deck. Now, 1 may not be that much, but 2 copies of Analyze the Pollen means that Christopher is able to go and find Atraxa more consistently should he need it. Now, going over to the sideboard, not as great as Matt, but one card that I do really want to highlight here is going to be that Doppelgang. That card can be absolutely massive in the mirror match, and one that Christopher Leonard may need to rely on in those post-court games.
All right, semifinal number 2 is on the way. Monty, who do you like here?
Well, the numbers are really close, and my heart wants to go with Canada, but because Riley has decided to be a contrarian today, I think it would be a lot funnier if Riley picks Canada, so I'm going to go with Matt Nass.
Ooh, all right, Riley.
Well, I too will be choosing Matt Nass. As Marnie was expecting me not to, the contrarian move is to do no, let's get nasty. Let's get nasty. Matt Nass, let's see if we can get... Look, got a lot of respect for the Canadian. I've been chatting with him. Chris seems very, very collected. Under the bright lights of the feature match area, but I think this is one of those situations where experience really counts. Matt Nass has been in this situation before in top 8s. He's got the reps, and his deck is well positioned, particularly after board, as you said.
All right, I'll pick Canada.
Okay,
all right,
we did it.
We got him off. We got him off.
I
can't abandon them.
Well, I'm going with the
They're my
power
people.
of the basketball shorts. That's right. You can't deny it. Matt Nass has got that power, and he's had it for years.
Like I said, let's get nasty.
Let's go, everybody. Alien Corey, I'm going to pass it on over to you in the booth with the call here for our second semis.
Thank you so much, all of you. Great to be here. Great to have all of you watching as we get into our second semifinals. I'm Ailey Loney. This is Corey Baumeister, and we have got a domain mirror match. Corey, tell us what you expect to see in this matchup.
Well, I think the biggest thing for these players, they're going to be looking for up the beanstalk. You know, that's what you're going to want on turn 2, so we might even see players mulligan a little more aggressively, just because you're always going to have these cards to put back that are not so great. Temporary lockdowns, get lost, these kind of things. Elspeth's Smite. So aggressively mulliganing for the powerful enchantment can really flip this match, and going to be the most important thing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of removal and answers for the more aggressive decks in the format in Matt Nass's list, which he'll be itching to get out. But as this is a best 3 of 5, the first 2 matches, no access to sideboards, so potentially dead cards, in inverted commas, for Matt Nass there. So it's going to be interesting to see how these first 2 matches shake out. And we are joining in game number 2 here, because game number 1 took a staggering 41 minutes for Matt Nass.
So it got done
win.
Pretty fast, huh? Wow, that was a quick one.
If you're a glacier, yes, that was pretty fast.
I mean, that's why Matt Nass wears the basketball shorts all the time. It's an athletic game when it comes to that long of games here. So Matt's got it right the whole time.
Got to stay comfy. Game 2 underway here, and we are going a little quicker here because we want to show you as much of this match as possible while not getting kicked out of the building here tonight. So got to stick to our schedule as best we can, but this is Matt Nass, Christopher Leonard, Domain Overlords. Which of them will be facing James Dimitrov in the finals?
So it looks like Christopher has the, air quotes, better draw here, as he hasn't up the beanstalk, but no green mana here and no third land at all. So might just see a cycle here. Having pest control, being able to cycle that in the bad matchups is excellent. Here's a green source, not untapped, so not the perfect draw, but still not going to turn that one away.
Able to get that down, enjoys whatever card is on top of the library. Passes back to Matt Nass, who has temporary lockdown, an Overlord of the Mistmoors, Leyline Binding. So basically one of fun of in hand here. And basically anything you could need.
Yeah, has a bunch going on, but most importantly, no Beanstalk. You know, we're going to be saying that a lot here when it comes to the early game, because that's all you want to do. If you're dropping Biza, you're dropping Zur, that kind of stuff is totally fine and reasonable, but you really want to be pairing that card advantage with it. So Matt does have the ability to impend the Overlord of the Mistmore, get some pressure going, but nothing too exciting here.
Overlord of the Hauntwoods here for Christopher, so gets everywhere. Domain is online now for him. Leyline Binding seen there in hand. There's also the Herd Migration, one of the main differences between his list and Matt Nass's, as well as Overlord of the Mistmores, as you mentioned, and Up the Beanstalk.
Yep, and the Herd Migration, normally you're like, okay, great, you have the ability to put a bunch of creatures down, but Matt does have 3 temporary lockdowns available, so you can kind of clean that up pretty easily.
Yeah, not the biggest thing that Matt's worried about. You know, in this game, with these decks being so similar, it's all about card advantage. Who can do more often?
Yep. So did top deck Zur here, so Christopher did have the option to go Zur, animate the Overlord, and get in some damage, get another everywhere counter, but decided to get the value going with Up the Beanstalk, which I like quite a bit.
Ooh, Sunfall in hand now for Christopher. It's a nice answer for shenanigans when they are eventually afoot with Overlords coming off of their impending counters. Hushwood Verge drawn here now for Matt Nass. Where does he go with this turn?
Definitely going to start by attacking for 4. Matt can go with Zur of his own if he wants to, which isn't the worst, but, you know, in response to Zur, Christopher could Leyline Binding the Overlord before it would get that hexproof ability. So it does look kind of tempting because, you know, Matt does have a Leyline Binding of his own. In fact, a couple where if you get your own impended Overlord leylined, when you leyline it back, it comes back as the real thing.
That is pretty sweet. There's some funny interactions with Leyline Binding that you're likely to see in this matchup and inevitably in our finals, where if you leyline the other leyline before the exile happens, the target doesn't get exiled.
Yep, exactly. So goes with the Biza here just to get that treasure and then plays the land. It's kind of the most important thing. You don't really care about the life. And if you get some fish, sure, nothing too special.
Just a big body on the board, so establishing a pretty formidable presence here. Christopher Leonard now getting cards off of his own impending Overlord of the Mistmores with the insects coming into play.
And has a couple of, or just one Leyline Binding available as a piece of interaction here.
Overlord again for Matt of the Mistmores, Leyline Binding twice, Temporary Lockdown, and Zur, as well as the Ride's End.
And right now it definitely seems, you know, that Matt is ahead, kind of in air quotes here, as Matt has the pressure, kind of has the tempo advantage going, but it all really comes down to that Up the Beanstalk. And while Matt's hand is getting depleted, slowly but surely, Christopher's will continue to stay stocked up.
Yeah.
And Christopher is going to have one of these fantastic Zur turns pretty soon. Usually want to wait until you at least have 7 mana so you can go Zur double activate.
Yeah.
And if Christopher were to top deck a land, that is an option, and Herd Migration could make that a guarantee here at end step.
Yeah, everything in Christopher's hand, barring Zur, and a cycled or discarded Herd Migration, represents another card, so
yep.
Certainly has the advantage there, whereas Matt Nass, critters on board, has the advantage there so far.
Yeah, it looks like Matt's trying to get the kind of cheeky win here and tried to, you know, really get a lot of pressure through before Christopher's card advantage can take over.
Yeah.
And now there is a piece of interesting interaction that might happen this turn if we did go for the Zur. With not having untapped land 7, we won't see it, but Matt still does have 2 Leyline Bindings available, but no full domain, so can only cast 1 of them.
Yeah, not finding his own Overlord of the Hauntwoods to unlock those for just 1 mana. Lush Portico, land for turn for Christopher. He's going to stay on top.
Feels like a pretty nice Sunfall turn, as you get to Sunfall the board, draw a card, and then have the only creature on the battlefield with your Overlord, but Then the impending Overlord on the other side is there. So yeah, always so many things to be thinking about.
It's going to hold off on the Sunfall for this turn, goes for Zur instead. Eternally scheming Zur. And what to animate here? More creatures valuable or more mana?
You know, I would think you kind of just always start with the Mistmore, especially since it has more impending counters on it, so it's not naturally coming around for a while. But we'll see here. We might have just went to maybe to end step. If Christopher or if Matt's doing this, it had to have been going to end step. Otherwise, you don't do that proactively. You would wait for the Zur to be activated. So Christopher kind of, you know, air quotes, threw that away. But being hidden underneath Leyline Binding, it's kind of safe there, as eventually you can just bind it.
Yeah, we'll just get it back eventually, no doubt. So we have an active Overlord of the Hauntwoods on the other side of things. Beezer, 2 insects, and an Overlord of the Mistmords primed to get into battle at the end step.
Yeah, and Matt is Leyline Binding flooded here, so you know there is some opportunity where he can deal enough damage and kind of sneak out a win when Christopher only has things like Sunfall and really the only one piece of instant speed interaction with the Leyline Binding.
Matt not interested in deploying anything else onto the field here, so passes the turn back, and Christopher Leonard finds a Get Lost off top of the library.
Yeah, Matt not wanting to overcommit to the battlefield anymore. I mean, with a solid amount of pressure here already, 14 power in play on Matt's side.
Plenty.
That is definitely plenty.
So many board wipes in hand there. Jesus.
Yeah, and if we go Sunfall, I mean, a sweeper is definitely coming no matter what this turn. It's just which one do you want to do from Christopher's side?
Yeah.
If you want to draw a card. The one piece of play that Matt has on the crackback is being able to Zur and animate the Overlord of the Mistmore. But that's not a lethal attacker. Yeah, so close, but...
Matt happy to take the damage, goes down to 14. Follow up here. Looks like we're going to be sunfalling.
And there is the draw. Now you at least have an incubate blocker as well. So a nice 5/5 to be able to hang around.
Shadowy Backstreet as well. I don't think we've played a land this turn. So
doesn't look like it. And now Christopher does have the ability to interact with either a Get Lost or a Leyline Binding. Which should be almost more than enough to close this out. You know, now the advantage is firmly in Christopher's favor. Matt doesn't have card advantage. There's none of his creatures that are like stuck underneath bindings. You know, you could piece together something if you know, had an Overlord underneath a binding from Christopher or something like that.
So end step, we just saw the incubate token taken care of, courtesy of the Leyline Binding, which I think Zur is going to attempt to animate here.
Yeah, makes sense to just animate the Leyline Binding that has nothing underneath it to play around Get Lost. If you go for your own Overlord here and it gets Get Lost, you lose 2 good permanents, essentially, where if you do it to your Leyline Binding, you only lose 1 okay permanent. But looks like Matt just recognizes, hey, I'm too far behind. I have to hope you just kind of don't have some stuff here.
Yeah. So animation... or the activation, targeting the Overlord of the Mistmores, and Christopher's deciding how he wants to respond. Because that would be 7, you go to 1.
Yep. And I think Christopher is going to realize that, yeah, Get Lost is a much better play here.
Yeah.
If you Leyline Binding it, then it's just primed to be binded back or Get Lost back, and then you get that value, so.
Yeah, now it's dead, so while Matt is behind on mana, not able to activate Zur twice, excellent time to get lost there. Turn passes back then to Christopher.
Ooh, okay. A Zur of his own here, ready to go. So, I mean, Christopher has the ability to go Zur, attack for 7, get 2 creatures, and Leyline Binding Matt Zur. And I mean, that just seems like plenty
That's a
on the battlefield to be able to make it so Matt is going to have an incredibly difficult time coming back. But Christopher, of course, going to think this out, as this is a huge moment for these players.
Yeah, no kidding. Matt Nass, no stranger to high-stakes Magic, but has never won a Pro Tour?
Has never won a Pro Tour. Definitely gotten close. Has won a ton of Grand Prix.
Oh, yeah.
His Grand Prix conversion rate is quite impressive. Every time, I think he's won like 6 Grand Prix or so, and a lot of them with KCI and different combo decks.
He's the reason I would say that got banned, right?
That's pretty safe to say, yeah. When he gets to the top 8 of those type of tournaments, he usually takes them down.
Uh-huh. Down to 7 goes Matt Nass. Get Lost, Temporary Lockdown, Leyline Binding, and Rides End. So removal available here for him. How does he approach this turn?
Let's see. Yeah, leaving Zur untapped here and having the ability to animate these Leyline Binding is kind of risky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 4 mana available on Christopher's side.
Yeah.
Binding locked and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love that play from Christopher. I feel like you want to proactively deal with the Zur, as now Matt has the ability to go 3 activations, so Christopher kind of can't blink first, essentially. Now you have the Leyline Binding, you get to go for Zur. But now Matt does get to respond by just saying, okay, well, animate both of these.
Yeah. And like there's no real risk anyway if the Leyline Binding with Zur underneath it. Oh, haha. Okay, so this prevents Zur from actually getting taken.
Yep. And oh yeah, a nice play there. Christopher responds by making it a creature. Then the Leyline Binding will fizzle there. So maybe maybe a missed sequence there. From Matt, because Matt could have responded by get losting the Zur from Christopher's side and then binding the binding.
Sure.
And now Matt used 2 pieces of removal to kill 1 thing. So essentially, the Zur could have been removed for free.
Yeah.
Yep. So maybe a slight misstep here.
Yeah, that kind of felt like the turn
Matt Nass.
that Matt wanted to get a bunch of damage through. Or just gain some life, because it is getting a little precarious.
Yeah, definitely.
Rides End still available for Matt. Bees of the Bounding Spring in hand for Christopher. Herd Migration 2, as well as Day of Judgment.
So can at least use that Herd Migration to draw a card. So almost showed the card on top, but I guess we'll be showing it now. Is a backup Zur, just in case.
Map token explores on one of the insects, gets rid of the Zur on top.
Okay, so just wanted the counters. Valued that a little bit more, and it makes sense. Now you can attack both of those spirits into an opposing Zur, and none of them will get eaten.
In with the team.
So now Zur can, Matt Zur, I'll have to be more specific, can animate one of these Leyline Bindings and go for a block there, and Christopher doesn't have any way to interact.
Yeah, not as it stands. No instant speed removal there for Christopher, so Matt's going to get to block here and gain some life.
Yeah, looks like Matt will take 4 but gain 6. And Christopher will gain 7 as well. Life totals will really be all over the place in a match like this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No Screaming Nemesis to prevent.
Yeah, there you go.
Round, huh? 22 and 9. Both players coming out of that with extra life.
This is kind of getting set up in a way with this Herd Migration with a bunch of tokens, where this is going to be like the world's best temporary lockdown in a domain mirror here.
Jeez, all of those are going bye-bye.
Yeah.
Is that 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Just
9,
clearing
10.
off 25 power.
Yeah.
Getting your opponents up the beanstalk out of here.
Yeah. I think it's 10. That's a 10 for one.
Yeah, and get your maps gone, I guess, but you can crack them beforehand.
Yeah. Oh, Sunfall.
Okay.
So
Probably
Christopher
don't
sit
need
up there,
that
like,
one. Okay, gonna keep it.
All right.
And here's the lockdown.
Oof.
Be able to have a huge swing.
Goodbye, tokens.
And a chunk of damage.
6.
Good old 7 with the
7.
counter, yep.
Yep. All right, life total is pretty even Stevens right now. But Christopher needs something. Finds another up the beanstalk, luckily.
Yeah, kind of the best thing to restock.
Nothing to trigger it currently.
Yep, it's a good start. Maybe draw into an expensive
Oh,
spell.
okay.
That's great.
Very nice. Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Overlord being a redraw here.
Never didn't have it. One thing these decks do so well is just keep the cards coming.
Yes. Yeah, they keep it flowing, that's for sure.
Just flood you with value.
And Overlord's going to draw a card, but it looks like the Sunfall was left on top for Matt. So, you know, Matt's kind of all in on this Zur right now. So, yeah, I think that is a smart play from Christopher. Deal with the Zur, even though Matt does have a backup.
Yeah. Smart play by smart players. Here comes Bees of the Bounding Spring. So a life will be gained. Go up to 19. Gets a card. No treasure, no creatures.
Most importantly, the card there. Now you can Zur and then attack for 6 once again. Seems like Matt's best plan. You don't really want to try to Sunfall. The Ride's End isn't great right now, so get on in there.
Taking Zur along for the ride. So in for 6 more damage and 6 more life if the Zur sticks around, which we know it will.
Yeah, debating if you want to chump block with the Bees. I like not, because you can double block with the Overlord next turn, and you're still at a healthy enough life total. You know, you maybe don't want to take it one more time.
Yeah. 2 lands off the top here for Christopher. Overlord of the Hauntwoods does represent another draw, though.
Yeah, and Christopher is definitely flooding out a bit, but has also drawn maybe 6 or so extra cards than Matt has so far.
That makes sense, then.
Yep.
Here comes the Overlord.
And it looks like Matt's, you know, a solid 20 cards through his deck without finding one single up the beanstalk.
Okay. Get Lost is a nice pickup here for Chris.
Yeah, Get Lost as a redraw. You can just destroy the lockdown and get your beanstalk back. And I think that would be what you want to do now, or you try to deal with Zur. But regardless, you really want to do it now. If you were doing the lockdown, of course.
Yeah. Because otherwise Zur gets to animated, and then it's hexproof, and then just a whole bunch of other issues to deal with. Ride's End. Targeting the Overlord. Now there's a cool little thing we could do. No, we can't. We can't do with Zur on the board. Never mind. To get his own Zur back to make his stuff hexproof.
Yeah, there you go. But we'll see if Christopher wants to prevent 1 damage here and destroy the Zur, or blow up the lockdown. It's rough to leave Zur on, but I think I'm going for the value here.
Getting the card.
And I would try to get the card.
Yeah, and then try and get 2 cards off of whatever he finds off the top in the next 2 draws.
Yeah. Yep,
Nice.
love it. So now the maps will represent, more than likely, the Leyline Binding being a lethal attacker. So Christopher will have to kind of find something here. Another up the beanstalk.
Okay, we're beaning.
Okay, but still 2 lands, a big draw.
Okay,
Huge.
3 cards off of that coming in. Woohoo!
And now is probably the time when the game starts to really snowball out of control, because Christopher could have survived 1 more turn.
Yeah.
But now we just drew 2 more ways. Christopher just drew the ability to draw 6 more cards,
Uh-huh. LA line binding for the Zur.
While killing 2 things.
With the Ride's End.
And you can get your own Zur back here.
Good grief. That was sick.
Yeah, now it comes down to Christopher's just got to be like, okay, how can I make sure I don't mess this game up?
Yeah, because now, I mean, it's swinging way back into his favor here if he's able to sequence this correctly. And both of those draw 3 cards, Corey.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where Beanstalk starts to really take over. And it was the classic Chris drew 3, Matt drew 0. You know, it doesn't come down to that elementary of a like how the matchup works, you know, but it very much helps.
Oh, yeah.
Person who has the beans definitely makes it a lot easier.
Beans, they're good for your heart and your hand because you get plenty of cards.
Yes.
Oh, another Overlord. Lands aplenty, Leyline Binding, and Analyzer Pollen. Ooh, you go get a Traxa.
You can get whatever. Now Christopher can just start turning his hand face down, start picking cards at random, and would still probably win this game when you have 3 Beanstalks.
That's so nutty. I bet Matt is just like, come on, where are those other temporary lockdowns?
Yeah, and Matt's just like, what's the best draw? And I mean, I think it starts with just Beanstalk into Beanstalk.
Yeah.
And kind of going wild from there.
Okay, Ride's End. I can get rid of Beza, I guess.
Yep.
That's a rough spot here for Matt Nass.
Yeah, that is brutal. Just leaving a removal spell that deals with 1 thing on top of your library.
Never feels good.
No, it doesn't feel good at all.
Man. Good Sunfall, but that doesn't do anything really, so.
Nope. End step binding to get your Zur back, to get yourself far out of range.
Crikey.
And Matt should just be able to, or Christopher should be able to just win the game here. You get to animate the Leyline Binding. The Overlord, you can even animate the Beanstalks if you want, so.
I mean, why not? Look how much mana he has available.
13, 17, 18, 19, 25. Looks like 26 damage to me if Christopher wants it.
That is so very gross.
And it's just 20 without the Beanstalk, so he doesn't even have to animate those. But there's really not any risk. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, get him in there. It's no console authority of consoles, but they'll do.
Yeah, now you can safely say that up the Beanstalk won Christopher the game with the attack, you know.
Absolutely.
It wasn't the card draw, it was the power and toughness from this up the Beanstalk that got it done.
Go 2/2s. Jeez, like, that was a crazy turn of events there for Christopher. Just card draw after card draw after card draw. Every single spell he cast netted him 3 cards there. That was just way too much for Matt Nass to overcome.
Yep, and now Matt's on the play and has the absolute best hand you can have. A green tap land into up the Beanstalk on 2, and then start going from there. So a beautiful hand there, and then from Christopher, nothing great. Does have the Terrace Under to just deal with up the Beanstalk. And normally you think, oh, this exchange is not great. You drew a card and then I destroyed it. It's a natural 2-for-1, but when the matchup is that important and it revolves around this card so much, you're just happily get lost that or Terrace Under immediately.
Up the Beanstalk, too good.
And then looking at some of the sideboards from these players as they start to develop their mana, Christopher brought in 2 Negates, 1 Terrace Under, 1 Get Lost, the 1 Doppelgang, of course. That's going to be the best one. 1 Paw Patch Formation and took out Beza, Herd Migration, Day of Judgment, Pest Control, Elspeth Smite. All the sideboarding here is basically how many cards do I need to take out? You know, that's the first thing. And then for Matt, we do see the Nissas coming in, Atraxa, Elish Norn, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Paw Patch, Stock Up, Terrace Under, as well as 2 Negates for the lockdowns, the Ride's End, Zur, and Beza.
Nice. Both players getting their boards developed here. Overlord of the Hauntwoods for Matt Nass, getting him some extra land and domain online. And Overlord of the Mistmoors for Christopher Leonard thus far.
And Christopher does not have the Black Source to be able to play this Zur, so really needs that if that is his plan of getting aggressive with the Overlord. There's a Swamp.
Hey.
Never didn't have it. We'll see if he actually wants to go for that, though, with Matt having this much mana available.
Yeah, that's a little scary.
Yeah, I think leaving up Negate here makes a lot of sense.
2 Leyline Bindings available. A Swamp here now drawn for Matt. Get Lost, Day of Judgment, and a Forest. So a couple of land drops sorted out for the next couple turns. And we're just going to play land go.
Yep, just draw go. I mean, this, of course, favors Christopher, as Christopher has the clock.
Hedge maze down, Surveil, Lush Portico in the bin.
Not much has changed, so it makes sense to just pass it back. And at some point, you know, Christopher's just saying, I'll do this all day.
Yeah.
You got to deal with my spirits eventually.
Got to get a bug zapper.
Yep. There is a cavern as well. So now it was a little more tempting for Christopher to go Zur plus animate the Overlord, as you'd still be able to have negate backup, but you definitely don't want to play it post-combat.
Yeah, that'll come off of impending counters, or the impending counters will come off of it, so it's active from next turn. Day of Judgment, looking super juicy for Matt Nass.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked to just see this Overlord come off, and then
an attempt at a Day of Judgment.
Yeah, then Matt attack with the Green Overlord and then try today. But yeah, with the negates,
it's a little tricky.
This could be tricky for Matt.
Yeah, and you know, leaving up so much mana, 2 negates in hand as well as Get Lost. So Christopher seems to have the answers for everything that Matt Nass has in hand available.
Yeah, that being said, Matt can just go Day of Judgment and then has 4 mana available, so can still go Binding, Get Lost, or Tear Asunder. So has 4 pieces of disruption here, and just the 2 negates. It should be not enough to combat Matt here this turn to deal with that Overlord.
Matt Nass attempts to cast Day of Judgment. It is countered by negate.
And now Matt can just say go, and if he wants to interact, if he's really afraid of a lot of counter spells, could do it at upkeep. And looks like that is where we're pausing, just saying, okay, you know, I got to make sure this doesn't attack.
Yep.
And this will probably eat the other negate as well.
Tear Asunder going after the Overlord. There is the second negate. So Get Lost and Zur Eternal Schemer in hand at the moment.
Yep.
2 Leyline Bindings available still for Matt Nass.
And now Matt knows that he doesn't have to play around another negate. That is the full 2.
In response to Zur, Leyline Binding enters, and on the stack it is destroyed. So.
And has the other Leyline Binding. So yeah, Matt needed every piece of interaction there.
Jeez, like, talk about getting yourself hellbent just to deal.
Yeah.
He was almost hellbent on dealing with that Overlord.
Yeah, that was an all-in moment kind of for both players. That
Good
was
grief,
awesome.
yeah.
And now as the dust settles, Matt's still at a very low life total. Has this Overlord to kind of get back into it.
Man, would love to find a Zur and gain some life here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because one more hit from these little idiots and he's dead. There is a Get Lost, so that will keep him alive.
Yeah, and we're getting 2 flyers of our own, so there's not going to be too many draws from Christopher that would just win the game. I don't think any draw is like Christopher has an I win button.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Leyline Binding would be quite strong, as you can protect it with Zur, and the Get Lost wouldn't do anything. You could, of course, kill the Zur in response, but Christopher needs a draw here. He's going to fall too far behind, and that is not it.
Boo. Lands. I mean, you're useful and all, but boo.
Yeah, not great here. Now everything will really kind of snowball out of control.
So whatever's on top, Christopher likes it.
Or at least is thinking about it right now.
Matt Nass still has the other map token available to him to buff some of the stuff, but that's a lot of power on board.
Yeah, and now Matt gets to turn the corner real quick and attack for lethal on the crackback with the 2 Overlords and force some chump blocks. Yeah, Get Lost, not good enough. Christopher really needs the string of Beanstalk into Sunfall or Beanstalk and then Sunfall. Something like that. There's Mom coming to hang out. Elishnorn coming off the top for Matt Nass. That should almost assuredly do it.
Is she even needed? At this point in the matchup, you think Matt's got this pretty much locked up, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
But she's still cool, so by all means.
So it doesn't trigger off the attacks of Overlords to get double, but just
the enters effects.
Yep, the enters, but still pretty sweet here. You know, it would be interesting if Matt wanted to even overextend into this, since Christopher kind of needs a Sunfall, but this ends up being reasonable enough.
Map token, look at all these bugs.
Plays the land immediately, thinks about the card, leaves it on top, and really Sunfall or bust, but you almost need Beanstalk into Sunfall.
But even then, Beanstalk wouldn't trigger with Mom on the board.
Yeah, good point, good point. Yeah, Beanstalk would be a terrible draw.
Elish Norn, mother of moths in that game, that's for sure.
Mother of no funds for your opponent, that's for sure. All right.
Ooh, Mom is in hand.
Okay, I mean, there's no Beanstalk in Matt's hand. And up top for Christopher, has the best draw you can have.
Hell yeah.
Beanstalk on turn 2.
Overlord of the Mistmoors, Terrace Under Sunfall. 2 other lands alongside that shadowy backstreet, so Matt's, if he can find a Beanstalk, he'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, Beanstalk or land I would probably be keeping on top, and we're probably going to see what we saw for the last game is now just immediately Terrace Under this.
No fun for you, Christopher Leonard.
They're both thinking about those beans.
Yep.
And a Traxa draw in there from Matt. So Matt's all ready to go, just has to keep drawing lands as he doesn't have any of them right now. So this Pop Patch formation definitely might use its hidden mode of draw some cards here. But all that being said, Christopher is pressuring really well here with this Overlord.
Yep. Pop Patch is going to draw a card, make a food.
And there is a tapped land, but as it stands, doesn't look like Matt has anything castable besides the Zur. You usually don't want to play that one this early, but drew untapped land number 4 there. Nice. That was huge. So now he has the decision, does he want to have untapped land and Overlord, or tap land and guarantee one of the 5 drops for next turn? Determines that he's far enough behind and wants to be able to get some blockers going.
Yeah, and try and keep the board at parity so the flyers can bounce off each other. And hopefully Matt can come out on top here in this exchange and find a Beanstalk and start getting the advantage off of that.
Yeah, and this was the turn where Christopher wanted to do exactly what he did last game, draw that swamp off the top and animate that Overlord for the Zur, but doesn't have it this time.
Around, no.
And Christopher's kind of turn off is going to be really good news for Matt.
Oh, yeah.
And there's untapped land number 5, but now it's the do you want to risk Elish Norn? And it wouldn't work.
Get dead.
Yeah, it wouldn't work, that's for sure.
It's tempting, though.
Yeah, it is tempting.
But you have to respect all the removal. This deck plays so much of it.
Looks like there is Elish Norn gonna get lost immediately.
Yeah. Shouldn't follow the GPS. Big think here for Christopher before firing off any removal on Elish Norn.
Could wait and Day of Judgment as well. You know, or Ride's End. The problem is, you know, this Elish Norn does not turn sideways.
No.
So, wow, gets lost the Overlord.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Okay, Mom survives. I imagine she's going to die soon here, though. There's another get lost.
There we go.
Yeah,
easy. Yeah, I would assume destroying Elish Norn now. You know, Matt plays negates and stuff as well, so.
Hangs on to the get lost, wants some instant speed interaction, so it takes care of Elish Norn. While Nass is tapped out, he finds and Analyze the Pollen, which he could fire off if he wants to go and find something juicy for a following turn.
Yeah, could get another Overlord of the Mistmoor and just play that immediately. That looks like a pretty solid play, and then you can Lush Portico to try to find land 7 for a Traxa. That seems like the play that initially sticks out to me.
Exiling.
Since you already have Zur, you know, you're already ready to go for that. Goes for the mana advantage instead.
Nice. I was about to say, we haven't seen this guy in couple turns.
Yeah, and this is nice too. This kind of guarantees Atraxa.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't have to worry about the mana colors because everywhere does everything and, accelerates towards her.
Yeah.
And then things get out of hand.
Yeah, this is really just saying Matt wants to guarantee Atraxa for next turn as it's going to be there's no counter spell for that.
Yeah.
Where this Sunfall to deal with the Overlord might not work, but Atraxa's going to work and then just easily
Can you imagine?
Might die, but
Atraxa into an Elish Norn on the board if Christopher
oh
had
yeah,
to move the board. Oh, that would have
that's the dream. That's the dream. Look at the top 20.
Yeah, you like to discard because you're going to be discarding. Good grief.
Okay, there is the Overlord unlocked. Now,
Sunfall Schemer Atraxa Grand Unifier.
Now, with finding an untapped land, I mean, Atraxa was almost assuredly going to find you one anyways. But one thing Atraxa is very good at doing is finding at least a way to interact, aka a Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
For 1 mana. But we'll see. Might be wanting to just go the Zur route here.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to sandbag Atraxa for a little while longer. So Zur, Eternal Schemer hits the board.
Okay.
I think he might eat some removal pretty quickly. He's going to animate the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. So that's going to get busy here pretty soon at combat.
So Christopher could have interacted there in response to that map and dealt with both of these creatures. With the
Yeah, because he's got the Leyline and the Get Lost.
Oh, the Leyline Binding does cost 3, so couldn't have done that here. So is waiting for this Overlord to attack. Then you can Get Lost Zur and then Rides End the Overlord if you want.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Now's a good time to do it because Matt Nass is tapped out. So first things first, got to get Zur off the board as he is giving hexproof to the enchantment creatures. And as you said, Corey, Rides End will take care of the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
And now Christopher gets to get busy with the Overlord and has the negate backup for the Sunfalls and has the Leyline Binding to be able to deal with Atraxa. So right now it seems like Christopher has the tools.
Yeah, to fight through everything that we see in Matt's hand.
Exactly.
But it's still, I mean, it's still tricky with Atraxa because she hits and she triggers. Like, you can't stop that.
Yeah, no matter what, it's going to get the value.
Yeah.
But, if Christopher's in a spot where he can be pushing through for damage, that might actually happen. So those are just untapped. And, yeah, of course, Christopher's life is not at 14. This is Matt at 14. And we'll get this adjusted here in a little bit.
Yeah, Overlord didn't hit its controller.
There is the old Atraxa.
All right, let's go looking at some cards.
And, all the Get Losts have already been used.
Jeez.
Where, this is, Atraxa is a card you do not want to put under a Leyline Binding.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
The worst case scenario happens quite often of you get to activate it again. So there's Planeswalker, Sorcery, Enchantment, Creature, Land down there.
Yeah.
Gets the
Floodform Verge instead.
Yeah, that looks like a Nissa to me.
Yeah, that's a Nissa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, this is great.
I mean, that's probably the best hit he can have with that, honestly.
They're all pretty good,
Just missed out on a... No, we got it. Did we get an instant?
No, it doesn't look like we got an instant.
Okay.
So maybe a Get Lost in there would have been the best possible, but yeah, this deck has so many different types that it's pretty hard to not have a good a good Atraxa.
Never any battles, though.
Yeah.
So sad.
So, yeah, Christopher forced to just do nothing. Leyline Binding that Atraxa just feels so bad.
You need to clearly answer that. So, Zur, negate, Leyline Binding.
Well, indeed. This is brutal because right now nothing can attack into the Atraxa. So if you want to be trying to get aggressive at all, you have to deal with the Atraxa. The only way to do it is the Binding.
Yeah, Binding with 2 negate backup for the 2 Leyline Bindings from Matt Nass. But
yeah. And let's see. how much domain do we even have up there? We have for sure Abzan. Maybe that's a archive there. So maybe the Leyline Binding costs 2. But yeah, there's only 1 blue source. So you can't even double negate.
I think that's a Verge.
Yeah,
Blue land is a Verge.
and if it's a Verge, it's the Leyline Binding also costs 3. So everything is wrong for Chris right now.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, you have Zur available.
This is a tough spot, man.
Yeah.
Matt Nass could be inching ever closer to a Pro Tour Finals here, Corey.
Absolutely. This is looking very good for basketball shorts lovers around the world.
Will that mean we have a shorts off in the finals?
Maybe.
Yeah. Because James is also rocking them. Here comes Zur. Eternal Schemer. He's going to have to come up with something good here to try and get Christopher out of this pickle.
Yeah, nothing looks good. Sure, Matt can kind of feel this one closing in.
Yep. He's going to animate, or excuse me, he's going to attack here with the Overlord. Atraxa is going to get in the way. And in response, we'll have Leyline Binding on Zur.
Yep, Leyline Binding on the Zur. See if we want to do anything about it.
I'm not even, I don't know if we have enough blue even to do double negate nonsense.
No, definitely don't. Yeah, use the only blue source up here, so can't do anything about it. Leyline Binding's uncastable.
Yeah.
Christopher right now has 3 uncastable spells in hand, and Atraxa's about to truly start going off. Nissa can also come down at any point.
Yeah, and
do an overrun effect. You know, not what you need right now, but
we get the point home that I'm very much in control here in this matchup. Looks like we did get the life totals corrected again, so apologies for that, friends. In comes Atraxa for 7, all the bugs in the way. All 8 of them. Atraxa goes die. Any follow-up here from Matt, or he's just going to say...
I would think we're going to do some following up. Matt definitely senses he is the aggressor now with all these cards, so Nissa, start making gigantic creatures. No negates available.
Massive Nissa here, indeed. So this is going to be equal to the number of forests? Something along those lines? It's 11?
Yeah, it's going to be gigantic. That's just equal to the loyalty, if I remember correctly.
This is loyalty, yeah. Oh, and then the overrun is the equal to the number of forests, yeah.
So you just make 8 8s, then you make 9 9s, then you make 10 10s.
And then Christopher gets run over by, what are they, Phyrexian Horrors.
All right, so up the Beanstalk here is, you know, probably the best draw, as it usually is. You know, Beanstalk here, if you can then... Oh, is that an Overlord? No, another Bean?
Terra Sunder.
Terra Sunder, okay.
There's no board wipe in hand.
Okay.
That's so brutal.
Terra Sunder is not awful here.
But it can only hit enchantments unless you kick it.
Yeah, I think you just want to kick it here. Get rid of Nissa while you can, because if you leave it underneath a Leyline Binding, you're toast. So I would think kicking it there while there was no negate available seemed like Christopher's only play there, but maybe I'm mistaken.
In comes the Horror. Down to 11 goes Christopher.
Yeah, there's a backup Nissa. Nothing matters.
Yep. Matt Nash just has absolutely everything he could possibly need here. And going through these turns now, the writing is on the wall. Matt Nass, I believe, is going to be in the finals here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift.
A domain finals. We already knew that, but...
that was inevitable for sure, but... which person it was going to be to face James Dimitrov was undecided, and I think Matt Nass is about to give us the answer here, Corey.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the only thing that can ever allow Christopher to come back is, you know, Christopher's kind of trump card here, which is definitely the Doppelgang, but just don't have enough mana where I just don't think it's enough. Even with Matt not having, you know, any counter spells available, it's like... just doesn't seem like it would do enough.
Yep. Nissa taken by the Leyline Binding, a card drawn here for Christopher. Can he find a board wipe or anything to keep him alive? Just a Plains. Zur Eternal Schemer available. Can animate this thing, but oh man, this is such a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, Matt just has way too many things in hand. This looks like we're just going to go through the motions.
Yep. Zur, go.
Yeah, no blue mana available with 2 negates in hand. You got to be feeling really brutal about that. Does have the Terrace Under and the ability to kick it.
Does it keep him alive, though, with these massive creatures on the board now?
Yeah, I don't think so. As this other Nissa coming down and just having that automatic overrun effect.
Yeah, that's just gross.
Is just going to...
+1/+1 for each forest and trample, so...
Yeah, and there's a lot of forests.
Oh, boy.
And now can actually double overrun. Can overrun with this one, and then play another one and overrun.
That's a lot of damage.
Or analyze the pollen for a Zur, animate this Overlord. Like it's... How
many ways
win?
would you like to win? Yeah. Another Leyline Binding to remove the blocker out the way. More than enough resources here for Matt Nass to pick up this 3rd win necessary to get him into the finals here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift.
Yeah, and Matt looking like he's ready to go ultimate on this Nissa. Probably something he hasn't done that often in this tournament, I would imagine.
Oh, okay. Terrace Under, gets rid of that. Okay, nice. So he got rid of the Nissa because Matt didn't activate it.
Yep, and, you know, Matt could do something about that, can Leyline Binding it back, but just recognizes you want to get Zur into play first, get that down, then use your Leyline Binding on Christopher's Leyline Binding to just make sure you can protect it.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be it for Matt. He's going to be into the finals.
That's awesome. Matt Nass, a veteran of the game, has been in plenty day 3s. He's won so many GPs. Hasn't yet won a Pro Tour. Is this his weekend to do so as he gets in here with the entire team?
Just 13-13s.
Yeah, no biggie. And that is going to do it. Matt Nass gets into the finals of Pro Tour Aetherdrift here, taking down Christopher Leonard. A Domain Overlord's mirror, but Matt Nass reigns supreme, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Big congratulations to Matt Nass. You know, he's always playing a ton of Magic, always preps for these tournaments whenever he makes them, you know, and with the best of his ability.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see the hard work paying off for our grizzled veteran here.
Excellent, excellent job there from Matt Nass. And a grueling matchup. We didn't even see the first. There were still 40 minutes tacked onto that match. Now he has to somehow refuel all of that brain power, all of his things he needs to get back to go and do it all again against James.
Absolutely, but you know, Matt does kind of have some of these mirror breakers in his list, so got to think if you are kind of favored in this Domain mirror match, probably looking pretty good for the finals as well, so looking nice for any Matt Nass fans out there, which there are plenty.
Absolutely. Anyone who enjoys shorts will be a Matt Nass fan. We do love shorts, don't we?
Absolutely.
That is going to do it for myself and Corey for now, friends. So thank you very much for watching the semifinals with us. We are going to hand it on over to Riley, who gets to interview Matt Nass, and then we get to set up for the finals.
I'm here with a very tired Matt Nass. Wow, what a marathon that was, Matt. Are you feeling the weight of that match as it's finally come to an end?
Yeah, I think that was about 2 hours of intense Magic. I don't even think we were playing that slow. Obviously, it's a top 8. You're going to play a little slower, but they were just long games, 4 games of really back and forth. There was one game I survived at you know, where the 2 flyers and the Overlord were looking like they might kill me. All sorts of crazy stuff, so... yeah, need a break.
Well, you've got one now, thankfully. You do have a little bit of time to rest and relax and recuperate before, of course, the final. How are you feeling about that? Is it something that's sunk in just yet? Are you, or are you just still in recovery mode?
A little bit of both, and yeah, it's a weird one because on the one hand, The mirror is obviously around 50-50. I like my sideboard, so maybe a little better. Gruul, kind of one of the tougher matchups for Domain. On the other hand, I'm so tired. Gruul will at least be a little faster, so it's one of those things where it could go either way.
At least you'll, we'll have a result a little bit quicker if you end up playing against Gruul Mice. But no, look, Matt, win, lose or draw, well, we don't have draws. Win or lose in the finals, you've done a fantastic job throughout this weekend. I know so many people will be supporting you as you head into the finals. Best of luck to you, mate, and congratulations on the run so far.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Only 2 players remain, but only one may stand here this weekend at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Will it be Matt Nass or James Dimitrov? Stay tuned.
It is finals time here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, live from Chicago, Illinois. Well, we started with 348 players. Now we are down to the final 2. You do not want to miss our grand finals coming up here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Riley Knight with you. And I don't know if you heard about this. You know about this? You heard about this? These spotlight events that have been happening.
Oh yeah.
We had one in Atlanta recently.
We were there.
We were there. Nani and I were there calling the action. It was very, very cool. And these spotlight events are going to be happening all over the world. And people have been having just a blast at them. I remember it was just like, hey, Spotlight Foundations. Once again, everybody's gathering for a great tournament, competitive play. If that interests you, consider a spotlight event coming up. I've got one coming up here next in Utrecht. Well, I don't have it, but I mean, we all have it really. Which is going to be Modern. So if you're interested in that, everybody, Modern in Utrecht is happening March 14th through the 16th. That's the next one that is coming up. And then we have some limited action, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Coming up later in the year, I've got one to share about which is also modern.
Oh, okay. You're also modern.
I'm on the modern train as well. Very happy to be modern. I'm a modern man.
Yes, indeed.
And I enjoyed playing a bit of modern. Modern Spotlight Secret Lair will be taking place May 30 to June 1 in Indianapolis, I believe, in Indiana in the United States. As I say, modern. The format, and Garrick Wildspeaker, a card that will be available there as a promo. We might be able to bring. This is the limited one you were talking about, Money. You were in charge of this one, I believe.
Yeah, Magic Spotlight Dragons will be coming to Denver, Colorado, April 11th through the 13th, and it will be limited. Sword of Fortune Frontier is the promo for that event. And one cool thing about these spotlights, each of them has a very unique prize for first place that will be announced later.
Yeah, all the prizes for first are different. So let's take a look at another one here.
This is the one that I was talking about.
Riley.
Indianapolis, Indiana, end of May. And again, the format is modern. And that Garrick Wildspeaker promo there, this is an old card. This is a classic card with an all-new look. So if you want to get your hands on that and you want to play some modern with the very best, Spotlight Secret Lair in Indiana in end of May.
All right, and of course, Utrecht that I mentioned earlier. Make sure to check that out. Once again, that one is also modern. Comes with a cool promo card as well, March 14th through the 16th. And we had just a blast in Atlanta at Spotlight Foundations. Such an incredible fun event. Like I mentioned, a lot of people there just said, hey, it's so wonderful to play competitive, constructed Magic again in a tournament.
Well, the other thing, Maria, is just how much money is on the line
Oh,
at these
absolutely.
events as well. $50,000 prize pool at these Spotlight events, including $10,000 for the winner. In addition to, I believe, as Marnie mentioned before, a little secret special bonus that they chuck the way of the winner as well. So huge money on the line at these Magic Spotlight events.
All right, well, let's take a look at all of the action from Spotlight Foundations in Atlanta.
I think the Spotlight Series is freaking awesome. I'm extremely excited to see like large open Magic events back again.
Anyone who wants to play can play, and it's just like a really nice way to gather.
I think this is, one of the best opportunities to come down and play Magic for an entire weekend. Definitely would recommend to anyone looking to come.
Nicholas Odenheimer is our Spotlight Foundations champion.
I don't know how to feel. I came here expecting just the foil Terror of the Peaks promo. That was my goal going into this weekend. So to win is phenomenal. Not what I expected at all. And the Spotlight Series, I think it's great. I played against a lot of people day one, day two this is their first big tournament. Like, this is their entry into the competitive Magic, and I think that's fantastic that people don't have to qualify at an RCQ and they just get to just go right in. I think that's awesome. And so to be the first champion of this amazing series, I couldn't be happier.
And we turn our attention now to the finals here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Let's take a look at our bracket and remind ourselves how we got here through our top 8 this morning. Some hard-fought battles out there setting us up for our finals here in a Domain Overlord's Mirror between Matt Nass and James Dimitrov. This is one of the top 3 big decks played here in the tournament, found now in our finals. Let's set up our feature match. A lot is on the line for both of these players, a lot of cash, and of course the title of Pro Tour champion. Matt Nass versus James Dimitrov, a Domain Overlord's Mirror. Matt Nass, let's get to know him. 13 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 wins to his name. Somebody who's been around the Magic circuit for a very, very long time. Last top 8 at a Pro Tour in 2016. Already made his season goal to make a top 8. Congratulations, my friend. Up against James Dimitrov, started playing in 2015. This is his very first Pro Tour. Qualified at an RC in DC, came in 12th. Season goal to win a Pro Tour. All right, well, he is very, very close to that right now here in our finals. Those are the players. Talk to me about this matchup, Monty.
Doesn't get closer, and this is a mirror match. So as we take a look at the deck list, starting with Matt Nass's, we are going to focus on the finer details, the intricacies. And for Matt, game 1, really not much of a difference. He is on the play. That is the big one thanks to seeding, but it's the sideboard where things really matter. Matt has access to 2 copies of Nissa Ascended Animist, a copy of Atraxa, as well as a copy of Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Those are the headliner pieces out of Matt Nass's sideboard. On the other side, we go to James Dimitrov's list. Now, James has played this matchup 3 times in the Swiss, won it every time. Once again, in the main deck, not much difference. Into the sideboard we go. The sideboard is where it's really big because James came ready. A copy of Atraxa, a copy of Nissa, a copy of Doppelgang, but the big one for me, the one I want to highlight most of all, is 2 copies of Jace, the Perfected Mind. This card is the mirror breaker when it comes to these long, grindy matchups, and James is going to be putting a lot of weight on these to get the job done here in the matchup.
Well, Monty, you've been talking to us about the numbers. You've been using something called the predictor to predict who is going to win. What do you think this time?
Okay, well, we're down to it. We've had 2 rounds of matches happen on our top 8. 6 players are at 0%. We have 2 players left. It's a mirror match, and I cannot overstate how close it is. Look at this. 52% for Matt Nass,
wow.
48% for James Dimitrov. And just to give you an idea of where these numbers came about, it's all about Matt Nass has the play. James has a little bit better sideboard cards. Matt just went through a grueling mirror match, leaving him a bit exhausted. All of these are factors that we're taking into consideration when deciding, alongside the stats, where these edges go. But this finals could not be closer.
All right, 1 word apiece. Who do you think's going to win? Monty?
Matt Nass.
Riley?
Matt Nass.
All right, let's see what happens. It's time for our finals here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Wow. Matt Nass, the only player that can get Riley to break from his strategy of going against Monty every single time.
I can't believe Monty even factored in fatigue factor here in the finals. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I want to see a real detailed breakdown of how he came to those numbers.
Yeah, hey, you got to be ready to go, and we are. We've got the finals coming up for you. Thank you so much for joining us. It is Domain Overlords mirror match between Matt Nass and James Dimitrov. This is a skill and endurance test. Make no mistake about it. Matt Nass, well, look at that record.
Unbelievable. First one to lock in that top 8 seeding, and of course that eliminated or removed Matt Nass from the tournament and just got buys for the rest of the way. So 15-1, great start, but James also with a fantastic record here at 13-3. James winning 3 mirror matchups. You saw the sideboard. James has a really good sideboard ready for the mirror, but Matt Nass also coming out on top in the semifinals matchup in a very, very long 2-hour match.
Taking a look at Matt Nass coming into the feature match area here. This is his 3rd top finish. He is no stranger to playing Magic on a Sunday for all of it. James Dimitrov, first top finish, first Pro Tour. And I have to say, he's handled it very well.
Yeah, unbelievable. I was actually outside prior to them just kind of waiting for the finals match to begin while Corey and Italy were in the booth. And, you know, James came off as somebody who didn't seem overly nervous. He actually looked fairly cool, calm, and collected, despite the fact that this is his first Pro Tour in the finals. Incredible.
I'd be nervous. Okay, we are underway here in game number 1. Big picture, Paul. What can we expect? I mean, neither of these decks can really win the game that quickly, and yet they seem to have answers for each other's threats at the same time.
Yeah, so, I mean, we saw kind of that 40-plus minute game in game 1 with Matt Nass in the previous match, and that's certainly something that's on the table. Even kind of when Matt Nass was interviewed, he was saying how the only matchup that he was really concerned about in the Swiss was the mirror, because there is a non-zero chance things could end in a draw.
Yep.
So we could potentially be in here for a very, very long match. However, Matt Nass did mulligan to 5 this game, and James Dimitrov has a turn 2 up the beanstalk.
Yeah, up the beanstalk is absolutely critical to fueling the fire, as these players will be casting many spells that will trigger it over the course of the game. And look at this. Not exactly what temporary lockdown was in this main deck for, but it'll work.
Yeah, but when you're on a mold of 5, obviously James can have something like a leyline binding to get it back, but Matt's not really in a position to let James snowball the game with that up the beanstalk, thinking, look, if you have some way to get this off the battlefield, so be it. It's not really going to be a great card for me anyways. And if you take a look at James's hand, 2 answers for it in hand there, and 2 copies of Get Lost. Kill the temporary lockdown, get the up the beanstalk back, draw a card.
Sure.
Really, really great stuff.
James is going to be mana efficient here and go for his Overlord of the Hauntwoods to get his extra land and continue to outpace Matt as far as resources goes.
Great draw here, though, for Matt Nass. Up the beanstalk. That is the name. That is one of the most important cards in the matchup. If you are the person that doesn't have a beanstalk in play and the games go on for 2, 3, 4 additional turns, that is just a ton of cards your opponent's going to be up on. Granted, they're able to cast some number of Overlords out of their hand.
And there's the first Get Lost. And again, you're going to see these players fight over these up the beanstalk. Most of the players that play this deck a lot just call it beans.
Matt Nass certainly does.
But currently, beans down. His is in the graveyard, and those map tokens aren't doing much right now either. Matt's hand is impressive, though. He has Zur +1 each of the Overlords.
Yeah, he could just go for an Impend on the Overlord of the Mistmoors, play Hushwood Verge, and even crack one of those map tokens to just try to sculpt what he wants to draw here. Or just hard cast Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Wow, go big or go home, says Matt Nass. But uh-oh, on end step there, James Dimitrov is going to free his beanstalk.
Draw another
from the lockdown.
Draw another card off of that, and then just hard cast his own Overlord. Draw a card as well. So this beanstalk has drawn James 3 cards, right? It's come into play twice, and then he's also been able to cast a large creature to trigger it.
He's got a land drop as well, but you can see how much more action James Dimitrov has been able to accrue. That said, Matt's kind of hanging in here.
Yeah, just haymakers going back and forth. Matt did find the Get Lost here. If he does want to slow down the beanstalk, he can certainly fire off the Get Lost here on up the beanstalk, get that off the battlefield, and still has the mana left over to get Overlord of the Mistmoors onto the battlefield if he wants to put a couple of flyers into play.
How important is Zur in this matchup? We've seen it be almost a combo piece against particularly aggressive decks where one big swing with your creatures can send the entire damage race back in your direction. What about here?
Yeah, it's one of those things. It can still be an incredible top deck. We've seen Matt Nass in the Swiss actually set up a board where he had quite a few Overlords that were all impended, and then in one turn with, you know, let's say 9 mana in play, you can still run out that Zur and just activate all of your Overlords in one turn, even some of your leyline bindings, and kind of put your opponents in a tough spot, because even if they have the removal spell for the Zur, that activation still happens. So you still have an army of large creatures to attack with. So very, very good, but we'll note that the life gain swing part of it, not as big of a factor in this matchup. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if both players can get up to really ridiculous life totals just because there's just a bunch of life linking going on.
I'll do it again.
Very tough decision there for Matt Nass. Day of Judgment was on top of the library, and this is one of those precarious situations where you're not quite sure if you're going to want to have that ejector seat ready to go, or if, you know, maybe you're the one who's actually ahead. As it turns out, he did end up leaving up the beanstalk on top of the library, and he gets to follow up with an Overlord of the Mistmoors.
Yeah, so really interesting turn here for James. He can actually go Zur, activate the other Overlord, gain a bunch of life, which would make it very difficult for Matt Nass to win the race. But remember, Matt Nass also has a Zur of his own. So he does have the ability to play the Zur, activate the Overlord of the Mistmoors, and get in a huge attack. And right now, James doesn't have a sweeper.
Right, and this, sure.
Okay, so Ride's End will take care of the tapped Overlord.
Just drawing so many cards here off the beanstalk. He's up so many cards on Matt Nass here, aggressively going after Matt's own beans.
Nice.
Yep, yep.
Combat 6.
Another trigger there from the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
And Matt
deciding if he wants to chump.
Yeah, he is at 20 life. Could, but probably just takes it here. Oh, and James has 2 mana available, but no actual removal spell here. So Matt can kind of get his engine going here. Actually has the mana to go Beanstalk, Zur, and activate. Or alternatively, Zur, activate, and cast Get Lost.
Yeah, plus, if you cast up the Beanstalk first, you may even find something else.
Yeah, but if your turn is, I suppose, if you're not going to be playing an expensive spell this turn anyways, given what Matt Nass has, might just be interested in just kind of running all the other abilities out first, and then go Beanstalk on the following turn and set up for a future draw.
Okay.
There's also the map token. Leading things off with Beanstalk here. James does have a Zur of his own.
Up the Beanstalk on the stack.
And James just bluffing, might be representing another Get Lost, but doesn't have one in hand.
So he says, sure, take your card. Oh, was it into another one?
No, this is 3 mana. This is a Zur.
Ah, Zur, okay. But he did draw another Up the Beanstalk off of that original?
Seems that way, yes.
Ah.
This will help swing the life back in Matt Nass's favor. If you can get an attack and you attack for 7, gain 7 life, and then you have 4 flyers in play as well for blocks. Now James can follow that up on his side as well, because James has his own Zur. So James can go Zur, activate my Overlord of the Mistmoors, my Overlord of the Hauntwoods. One can already attack, and then he can actually activate both of the Overlords here.
Well, we promised haymakers.
That's what this deck does, and neither side has, like, everything's just going to resolve, and it's just a matter of, all right, do I survive the thing that you do?
Right.
So that I can untap and do the thing that I do?
Right. Yeah, if we're going to use boxing analogies, this is also 2 fighters that can take a lot of punches.
Absolutely. Lots of removal, lots of card advantage effects, ramp, sweepers.
For most of the weekend when we've seen this type of play happen, it usually more or less closes out the game. It doesn't necessarily end the game that turn, but it usually does the next turn. That's not the case here.
Right, because your opponent can just do the exact same thing on the crackback. So as long as you don't just die immediately, right, at any given point, your opponent can just play their own Zur and hit you back and gain back all the life that they lose. Matt, thinking about how much damage you can possibly take here. By attacking this way, you still have 3 2/1 flying tokens available. So if you want, you still have a triple block available on an Overlord of the Hauntwoods to actually trade.
And then Matt's going to pass the turn back over to James.
And James's hand really doesn't have a whole lot. Beza not especially strong here, so I think the only play here is just Zur, activate my Overlords, and attack back as well. Now, Matt Nass is the one who does have the answer for James's Zur. So what that'll basically do is let's say you use Get Lost on James's Zur once it hits the battlefield, well, James still has an army of Overlords, but they don't have lifelink.
Right.
So that kind of changes at least the racing situation.
Yeah, it's funny. I've described this matchup. You know, sometimes we talk about things having like a small incremental advantage. This is more about big incremental advantage. It just swings back and forth.
Right.
Okay,
You have more cards.
Less creatures, less life.
Okay.
So just
So you go to
life?
16
Just
and get 2
gaining
fish.
some life here.
Okay.
Oh, and creatures, right, okay.
Yeah. And then now do you run out the Zur? There's nothing else really to play, right?
There's Zur.
Certainly want to activate the Overlord of the Mistmores.
This will only let you activate one.
Right, not two. Now, the other one you can still keep on defense, right? Because it's on impending one.
Sure.
Combat.
So,
tons of lands available here. Will at least gain 13 life here. Make two tokens. And like you said, in most other matchups, it's just game over if somebody does this.
I mean, come
Not
on.
here, though.
Large incremental advantages being shipped back and forth.
Right. Imagine if Matt Nass draws a sweeper here. Then just everything gets reset.
Right.
And then Matt has the second up the beanstalk. Might even have a slight edge if he can just find Day of Judgment off the top.
Yeah, I think, if Matt Nass were to win this game, he's been behind since the beginning. He mulliganed twice.
Right.
That second up the beanstalk would be.
I'll do this.
How?
Sure.
And look at this. You see the fact that Matt keeping the one token back, mattering significantly here, able to get one Overlord off the battlefield.
So these trade.
Well, no, I gained more than 23.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. That was that one you did animate, or you did not?
No, that one's
you
not.
You did not animate.
I did not. This is just.
Yeah,
it's
so
a
that one's
6/5.
So
29.
Sorry
14.
about that. And he's dead.
Yeah. And yeah, you took your damage.
Yeah, the Hongwoods is a little bit
7,
weird.
14.
If you animate it, it's a 5/5. If you don't, it's a 6/5.
Right.
It's somehow bigger. But the Mistmores is the other way. It ends up being a 7/7 when animated.
But no removal from James here. Now Matt can probably lead things off with an up the beanstalk here. Possibly uses a map first to just see what he can draw. Also has a surveil land in hand. So sequencing going to be very, very important here.
Yeah, not a lot of wiggle room here for Matt Nass. He just got assaulted from the other side with all of that lifelink.
Oh, he instantly kept that thing.
Wow, he usually doesn't leave it that quickly.
I'll go to combat. Attack with this. Get to.
I imagine James is going to. Oh, not actually trying to get it off the battlefield, just chump blocking.
Oh, okay.
Beans?
Now we're going to see Beans.
Yeah.
I'll play Beans. Draw.
Ride Zen maybe? Oh, another Overlord.
I'll play Leyline.
Oh, Leyline.
Oh, okay. And draw two.
Draw two, kill Zur.
Oh.
Wow, and he found the Ride Zen.
He found Ride Zen too.
You can use that here too and draw two more cards.
Yes. Matt Nass staging a comeback.
Oh. Right, and this guy 2 draws.
This is incredible.
What a turn for Matt. Drew his card for the turn, drew a card off up the beanstalk, drew 2 more cards, and now 2 more cards off up the beanstalk.
Yeah, up the beanstalk is kind of a problem. It just gets really out of hand here. And he's got to get lost here. Do you hold on to that or do you kill the beanstalk, right? It's like that's a real legitimate question here.
And then I'll pass to you.
Just turn the question.
Turn 7 or 8 of the game. Both players at a healthy 21 to 29. And James flooding out here.
Oh, he's flooding.
3 lands.
I kind of had him penciled in for just drawing a sweeper, but.
Right.
Does he have any way to get any cards in hand here?
There's just no way to actually draw cards.
No.
Just
So you're going to
attacking.
I just think.
And Nass
Yeah,
does
you
have
can
get lost. But at this point, it doesn't matter if James gets more lands, right? He's already got 11 mana sources in play.
Right, that's not a bottleneck at this point.
I'll
And these don't have lifelink, remember.
Right.
So Matt's just going to double chump, and the turn gets passed to him from James. Matt must be wondering what is going on.
Yeah, and now he is turning things around here. Look at his hand. A 3rd beanstalk if he wants. Might be a little bit scary playing the 3rd one. There might be a little bit of fear of potentially decking yourself before you get to kind of play everything.
Yeah, it's worth noting that up the beanstalk, not optional.
Not optional.
Can fly a little too close to the sun.
Right. And how aggressive does Matt Nass want to get here with the Zur? Has the option to animate the...
Yes, 3rd beanstalk.
The Leyline binding here as well. Finds another Ride Zen. So that's just kill a thing, draw 2 cards. Oh, 3 cards.
He's drawing
This is ridiculous.
3 now. And Matt Nass, let's just say he's turned the corner.
Absolutely. What mulligan to 5?
No kidding.
Leyline binding, things just completely snowballing out of control here now for Matt Nass. Leyline Binding, 1 mana, kill a thing, draw 3 cards. Overlord of the Hauntwoods as well. Infinite gas here in hand for Matt Nass.
So with Zur out there, is he going to just start waking up bindings and maybe even up the beanstalks and getting frisky?
Doesn't necessarily have to because of all the removal spells that he has. I could see animating the Leyline Binding just because that hits for so much.
It's so huge.
Yeah, and because this is now allowing you to attack for 13 damage, make 2 flyers, and James doesn't even have a good block. You can't kill the Overlord of the Mistmoors.
No, this is a tough position for James because he needs to find a sweeper just to reset, but he's down so much in straight up card advantage and up the beanstalks on the board that it's hard to imagine that that would even fix the problem for him long term.
And then
probably just passing here. Could maybe just fire off Get Lost on the beanstalk at this point, given that you do have a Leyline Binding.
This is the counter, and your upkeep.
Upkeep, kill the beanstalk.
Yeah, kill the beanstalk. That's how he comes back. You're so far ahead. What are the avenues to victory for James? And it's chaining a ton of expensive spells in a row.
You know what the avenue is? It's exactly what Matt Nass just did to him. Another land off the top, and I think that's game 1 going to Matt Nass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, James Dimitrov just conceded. Wow, that was an unfortunate run of lands near the end. James with a big lead in the early to mid game there, but he wasn't able to hold on to it primarily because Matt Nass stabilized just enough and then found the second and then third copy of Up the Beanstalk.
Yeah, you just see how important that beanstalk is in the matchup. It's still important for you to draw the expensive cards to go with it, which James wasn't able to pull off, but you saw James aggressively use his Get Lost to deal with Matt Nass's first Up the Beanstalk, but of course Matt Nass was able to find 2 more, and then it really doesn't take much, right? Once you have 2 beanstalks in play, you play the 1 spell, that'll often just make sure that you never run out of things to do for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the way this deck is constructed, it's almost, less likely.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get to play 2 removal spells in Ride's End and Leyline Binding that cost 1 or 2 mana that draw you a card every time you do so. That's just incredible.
Yeah, Ride's End has been clutch all weekend for this deck. The exile effect matters a lot, too.
Absolutely.
Take a look at Matt Nass, up a game. This is very much an interesting battle in terms of experience. As Dimitrov is playing in his first Pro Tour, handling himself very well, I have to say. But Matt Nass has been here before.
And Matt Nass has multiple Pro Tour top 8s, 5 Grand Prix titles.
Right.
So no
13
stranger.
top 8s there. He just knows what it's like. And he's used to it.
Yeah. Looks like James going down to 6 here. But as you can tell, this is not necessarily a matchup where a mulligan really kind of ruins you. Your opponent doesn't just run you over. And if you mulligan and you do find an Up the Beanstalk, that can just completely unmulligan you, basically, in a sense. And you saw that with Matt Nass. Went to 5 that first game.
So much more important on the long-term outcome of the game, whether you have an Up the Beanstalk or not, versus some mulligans. By the way, it's worth noting, you saw the players shuffle, and now they're resolving mulligans. No sideboards just yet. This is a best 3 out of 5 match here in the finals. In fact, all day on Sunday. And the players will be going to sideboards after this game, regardless of the outcome.
Is this a no green source hand?
Yeah, it is, and that was a big sigh there.
Oh, geez. There isn't Beanstalk, but no green source to potentially play this on turn 2. But that might have been one of the first times I got some indication of perhaps some slight frustration, or just, this is kind of a tough one.
There's a big sigh from
You're down a game. You're keeping a reasonable hand if you can find that green source.
He's got blue and white mana available. If you watch Matt play, he will look at the card for Surveil and then go back to it to decide whether he wants to keep it or not. Sometimes it looks like he puts it right back on top.
Okay, Surveil land into the graveyard, needs a green source.
That was not a green Surveil land.
It was not. Now Matt Nass does not have a Beanstalk of his own, so this game can certainly go on for a bit. He doesn't have any big edge here, but Matt Nass does have turn 3 Overlord of the Huntwoods. That is, if you don't play the Beanstalk turn 2, that's the thing you at least want to be.
Ooh,
have
force
turn
off
3.
the top,
Wow.
untapped and green. Clean living for James Dimitrov.
Okay, that's big.
Gets the first up the Beanstalk on the battlefield too, so we got ourselves a game.
And Matt Nass certainly going to run out an Overlord of the Huntwoods here, get the ramp going. Will be the one who's actually has the mana advantage here, despite being on the draw this game.
Yeah, that is the one thing that he's going to gain after. It didn't, you know, not a land drop stumble for Dimitrov, but a color stumble.
Right. Yeah, next turn, Matt can even just hard cast another Overlord of the Huntwoods, forcing an answer and still ramping you.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't have the Beanstalk.
Rough hand again for James. He's just going to play a land and pass.
Yeah, noting that one thing with James's list is that he plays 3 copies of Get Lost and only 1 copy of Ride's End. So slightly fewer up the Beanstalk. Still has plenty, but slightly fewer, whereas Matt Nass is playing the full 4 copies to make sure that the up the Beanstalks are just far more powerful. And yeah, he did go for the hard cast. But James...
And it looks like James is going to lean on Sunfall here.
Yeah, Sunfall, kill Overlord, draw a card. Still very, very strong there.
5.
And he just wants to find more action, right?
That's right. He found Lush Portico there, too.
Yep. Let's go 1.
And we're going to see just that Overlord after Sunfall resolves. And, of course, the Incubator token.
Matt can just maybe hard cast another Overlord. Right, now you can play Overlord of the Mistmores. Just get it out there. It's like, hey, you already played a sweeper. This is my only play here. The other option is to play maybe temporary lockdown just to get Beanstalk off the battlefield, but it's very likely James has some answer to the lockdown.
Right.
Oh, Matt actually didn't have an untapped land to be able to hardcast Overlord of the Mistmore, so the only play here might be just to make a couple of flyers here, or just run out the lockdown and hope.
Yeah, the lockdown does feel reasonable, especially given that he's got Day of Judgment in his hand. This takes care of the non-creature problem. Also, he gets that Incubator token kind of for free.
Right. Next turn can play out his own Overlord of the Mistmores.
But there is that answer that you were just talking about.
Yep.
And of course, feels bad, man, when it hits the battlefield and you get to draw that extra card off of it. Ooh, another one here.
Another Beanstalk,
James Dimitrov. Hey, both players have started off a little behind in their game, but up the Beanstalk will help get them back in, and it looks like James Dimitrov is set up for the mid to late game now.
Yeah, double Beanstalk here to 0 on Matt Nass's side, so really, really tough here for Matt. Now, he's got another temporary lockdown, but at this point, it seems far too risky now. You get 2 Beanstalks. If that thing dies, your opponent just draws 2 more cards on top of that. Like, what do you do? I feel like you might have a better chance of winning if you go with the Overlord of the Mistmores line instead.
And he is, though. He's going to impend it.
Yeah, because he wants to utilize the map tokens here.
Oh, okay. What is he looking for?
Up the Beanstalk?
They're always looking for that, huh?
They're always looking for up the Beanstalk. I can't imagine James's interest. I guess when you have 2 Beanstalks, you can kind of just fire off your removal spells on anything.
You're almost
just
looking
getting
for
your
an
cards
excuse.
back. Right.
Chat says beans or bust.
Yep. 2 mana, draw 2 cards, fizzle a map trigger. Probably going to do it again. Doesn't really have any other good plays here.
I'll map onto an insect again.
This one actually happens.
It's a land.
This.
Okay. Play the land.
I'll play it as my land for the turn. Okay.
And the nice thing about this Leyline Binding is it didn't kill anything that has a come into play effect. Right? You actually kind of want to just use Leyline Binding on any token, because then if you play Azure, you just animate it and there's no fear of getting blown out when you lose your Leyline Binding.
If it dies, yeah. You see that. They look for reasons. Plus, I mean, when you have 2 up the beanstalk, like that's all the push you need, right?
Exactly.
There's a targetable token.
Yeah, you literally just go, can I cast this card and
Right.
have it do anything and draw me 2 cards? Yes, I'll do that.
In this case, it was even better because of map token was being burned as well. So when you put it in that context, that's easy play.
7 mana.
That's going to be Overlord of the Mistmores.
More
double
cards.
trigger. Again, Dimitrov is just priced in to casting anything that costs 5 or more, basically whenever he can, and he's never going to run out of gas doing that.
Yeah, and Matt he has answers, but the thing is, James just continues to draw cards off of everything he plays. He's got the Day of Judgment, which I imagine he's going to cast, right? You're probably going to attack with Overlord of the Hauntwoods, then maybe play a Day of Judgment, and then possibly impended the other Overlord of the Mistmores. But James just has another follow-up, right? You have Analyze the Pollen. You can go fetch for another Overlord of the Mistmores if you want, draw some more cards. Sure. 3 mana. Is this a lockdown? 7.
Bad news for Matt Nass.
Yeah, I think found a Leyline Binding as well, so that can also potentially change things up. But nothing you really want to Leyline Binding because it's so likely James has a way to kill your binding.
So he is going to play temporary lockdown.
Okay.
So this means that Matt feels, well, he gets to get in here too, right? No, not quite. He does feel that he's at that position where he has to take a fairly tremendous risk here.
Right.
Like, if that temporary lockdown gets blown up, that's 2 more cards in hand for James, and he's already got 7 in hand.
Yeah, and at the moment, James actually doesn't have an answer. It doesn't actually have a Leyline Binding or a Get Lost to get it off the battlefield here.
It's 20, all right? 2020. Yeah.
So he's going to take it.
We're so used to Overlord of the Mistmores being a 7/7 due to the activation, but currently it's a 6/6, so not interested in trading here.
So Matt, considering one of his 3 options,
Go ahead.
he has the answer.
Yeah, he has the answer. It's still just a really tough spot, just because your opponent has 7. Oh, and another beanstalk.
Sure.
Yeah.
This has been the story of the match so far, as Matt was able to win game 1 after casting, well, I guess he got all 4 of them down somehow, but he ended up with 3 up the beanstalks. And that's the 3rd one there for Dimitrov, even though 2 are probably temporarily locked down, actually. Right. Like, they'll probably be back.
Sure. Okay, so no combat there. Matt could have gone with a Leyline Binding on combat, but probably just happy with getting another land with Overlord of the Hauntwoods and then just firing off Day of Judgment. And then the his Overlord of Mistmores that's currently on 2 will get turned on in a couple turns.
Matt kind of casually taking that damage, sure. That's what he said.
James going for Ride's End. Hey, kill your Overlord, draw a card. Which means this is going to be a very easy Day of Judgment.
I was going to say, not bad for James. 2 for 1, but Matt Nass, it makes his life very simple.
Yeah, but James just continuing to get extra pressure in. You do have Analyze the Pollen here. Has the ability to just fetch another Overlord of the Mistmores if that's what he wants. Has in a track set, but in the sideboard.
It's in the board, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking. I know a few of the players had 1 in the main.
Right, yeah, it makes sense, right? If you, with 2 copies of Analyze the Pollen in your main deck, having a late game answer for this type of matchup is very strong. The downside, of course, being if you ever draw it and you play against the Gruul deck, it just kind of sits in your hand and does nothing.
Right. Okay, back over to Matt.
Matt really just needs to find a beanstalk. He's got a couple of those Leyline Bindings. You don't feel as bad when your Leyline Bindings die if they drew you a card in the process. But right now, he doesn't have anything. And this is the big advantage here. Both players have been dropping haymakers, but James has basically had a beanstalk over the course of the entire game. So he's still sitting on 7 cards in hand, where Matt's only got 4.
Yeah, at one point he had 2 up the beanstalk going at the same time. That's why he's able to get that big card advantage that he's got over Matt Nass.
And this is just Day of Judgment and impend your Overlord of the Mistmores possibly. Or looks like maybe just considering hard casting one actually. Okay.
Interesting.
Saving that Day of Judgment here. James happy to trade here, and Matt saying, go ahead, hit me. Matt's gonna go down to 8 here. And if you're concerned about sweepers, then you probably don't want to just hard cast the other Overlord of the Mistmores. I think you want to kind of wait on it. If anything, you just impend it. But I guess the trade actually just is happening here.
So then do you just cast it?
I still think it's probably good to impend, because the thing is, when you impend it, you still get 2 2/1 flyers. So even if you do that, you draw a card, you leave yourself less vulnerable to Day of Judgment, and you still have the ability next turn to attack for 12 in the air.
My turn. Yeah.
Oh, playing nothing actually.
Wow.
Oh, Matt finds up the beanstalk here.
Okay, that's what he wanted to see.
Very, very big, because that can definitely get him back in the game with the pair of leyline bindings in his hand.
Yeah, particularly if he can find another one.
Yeah, how many cards now? 4.
Because looking right now, that temporary lockdown still is precariously holding on to those 2 copies of Up the Beanstalk of James. But you got to feel like if those ever get freed up, it's going to be a cascade of card advantage towards Dimitrov. He has an Up the Beanstalk on the battlefield as it sits. Oh, herd migration.
Oh, yeah, the one of.
Yeah.
Get you some lands, get you some fixing, gains you some life. This used to be a staple 4 of.
Sure.
This attack tells me James is going to run out of sweeper.
I mean, lands and fixing in life is nice, but you can pay 7.
Right.
Get you some elephants or
Sunfall, draw a card.
Beasts. Oh, he almost did.
Not too much downside, given that he does have a backup sweeper as well. The question is, do you care about drawing the card here, or do you want to just run out Day of Judgment just because you have so many cards in hand already? And how much mana do you have to follow up whatever you do? So if you play Sunfall, you can still impend the Overlord of the Mistmores here. So you can still, so you're drawing 2 cards, you're clearing the board, drawing 2 cards, and still putting 2 2/1s into play. And if you're Matt Nass, you're probably happy just firing off these leyline judgments on these tokens. Right? It's just like, hey, maybe I just kill your 3/3 token, draw a card.
The bindings, yeah.
Right.
One thing we haven't seen much of is Zur. You can see 1 in hand here for James. It's been there for a while.
Yeah, and that's got to be James's last copy of Overlord of the Mistmores, right? That's he's got 3 in the deck.
Yeah, that's it then.
Oh, didn't have the mana to actually impend the Overlord of the Huntwoods there with how he tapped.
Awkward.
Needed to be a little more careful with that Sunfall. Could have untapped the Forest.
Wow.
Yeah.
So a little misstep there from Dimitrov. It could cost him something. Oh, wow. Another binding. He's got triple binding now.
Oh, hey.
But only 1 up the beanstalk. I mean, you got to get the other one going to impress me here.
He might just fire the first one off just to try to find a threat to play here.
Yeah.
Right? You just go, hey, I'm going to kill your token here, draw a card, and then just see if I can find an Overlord. But, choosing to play it patiently. Is James considering just land cycling here, the herd migration?
He's just going to wake up his incubator.
Sure.
Yeah.
Stack for 3, that's the easy part. Down to 7 goes Nass.
It's another beanstalk here, so that's all 4 beanstalks here for James. You know, what if there's some wild situation here where at some point Matt goes, you know what, you have too many cards.
Oh, no.
I'm going to kill my own lockdown, give you all of your beanstalks, and then you just deck yourself.
That's not impossible. He would have to do it proactively because once the spell's on the stack, it's too late. But he may be able to lock James out of just casting half of his deck at some point.
Right. It's more likely that James just has far too many resources and just wins the game here.
Yeah.
Because he just has too many things in play. But it's on the table if Matt finds a second beanstalk and has plenty of ways to just kind of stabilize the board.
That Day of Judgment looks like it's back on the menu here for Nass at some point. Right now, though, James is still just being patient. He impended both of those, so his board state is still 3. No, cancel that. He did actually play a third one now.
We need a cards and deck check now at some point, because up the beanstalk is a forced draw. It is not a may. And so sometimes you got to be careful how many beanstalks you play, because if you get to this late point in the game and you can't close it out.
Oh, he did impend that last one. Sorry, Paul.
It can get pretty tricky.
Yeah, that's weird. He's discarding a hand size right now, by the way. What the?
And we saw Matt Nass.
He discarded 3 cards.
We saw Matt Nass win, by the way, in a similar fashion. It's eerily similar to what he did in the Swiss. Impend a bunch of overlords, have a ton of mana available, then you slam the Zur. And no matter what you have, I still get to attack you for, what is this? 5, 10, 15, Leyline Binding, that's another 6 damage. That's 21.
21.
And Matt's only at 7.
Yeah, and the sweeper doesn't do anything here. So what does he need to find?
Is there a creature that kills all enchantments? That would be pretty good.
He does not have one of those.
Yeah.
But Overlord of the Mistmoors does give you a bunch of blockers.
It definitely does. And does give you a card.
Grab this. Sure.
Now Matt does have a ton of instant speed spot removal in hand. So, you know, even if James tries to animate everything, Matt can go, hey, I'm going to kill the Zur with Get Lost, for example, and then go Leyline Binding your Overlord, Leyline Binding your Overlord.
Right.
So
it's draw a couple cards off.
Right, and we'll have a couple of tokens here in play as well, just to chump block.
I'll suspend this. Draw and then 2 dudes.
Impend.
Suspend is a very old mechanic.
It is. He didn't say that on accident. That's what all the old school players call anything that makes you wait a couple of turns. Suspend.
Suspend. Still has ability to cast 3 cards.
All last year after that, this goes to 3.
All right.
So he's got 2 blockers.
2 blockers and 3 removal spells.
What does James's library situation look like? And could we see a weird play where Matt actually gives him back his 2 up the beanstalks at some point?
Get Lost my lockdown.
Life total 7. 4.
4, and they're all good except for the Day of Judgment right now.
Right. So I feel like it's pretty likely here for Matt to survive in attack. Let's see, James has 3 mana and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 additional mana after the casting the Zur. Hedge Maze comes into play tap, so it can animate 5 things after playing the Zur. So is that something that we choose to go with? 6 mana. Oh.
Herd Migration.
Herd Migration. And you know what? Matt Nass
mana.
does not mind because he does have the Day of Judgment here. Will note, though, if Matt casts Day of Judgment, he loses his tokens.
That's true.
Which means after the Day of Judgment, he only has the 3 removal spells, and James has the ability to attack with a ton of creatures.
Yeah.
Right, and you have to kill the Zur right away.
The Zur is a must kill.
So you kill the Zur and the 2 Overlord, or you kill the Zur, the Leyline Binding, and an Overlord, you're still taking lethal damage.
Yeah, you are.
And James can even animate some of the up the beanstalks too.
James is discarding Zurs right now, by the way. He has 2 backups.
Yeah, so Matt has to know that there is another Zur here coming. A really tough spot now here for Matt, given that he has had such a low life total. No way to gain life. No Zur in hand for Matt. Probably has to go Day of Judgment into... Can he go Day of... I don't think you have enough mana to go Day of Judgment, hard cast Overlord, and play the 2 bindings and get lost, right? Because that would require 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana.
He has 12.
1 short. Yeah, these pre-board games, they take a while. Both sides have just tons of removal. And Matt, after seeing James discard this Zur, has to be thinking, okay.
Well, there's another one in
you
that hand.
100% have a Zur in hand. What can I do to kind of mitigate that and not die next turn? And I think he's, this just looks like Matt's pretty likely to be dead here, unless he can maybe string together some good draws with those leyline bindings.
Really sweet sequencing here by James Dimitrov to be patient to try to set up effectively a combo kill. You know, when you apply all that pressure simultaneously, it can just overwhelm what your opponent can do about it.
Right.
Now,
oh, James also has found his own leyline binding here too, which could be used to kill Matt's leyline binding. So he's digging.
Yeah, this will get him a card into hand, as well as everywhere.
Okay, so now can you go Day of Judgment, impend Overlord of the Mistmores, and keep up a bunch of removal? I feel like you have to cast Day of Judgment here. You can attack first, I suppose. There's no reason not to because they fly. Those are beast tokens on the ground.
Yeah, Dimitrov's down to 14.
Those beasts alone are kind of representing lethal.
They have to go.
Yeah. I'll crunch you for 4, 10.
I think James is going to take this game down.
It does look like it. 5 mana left over here for Nass.
I'll pass to you these 2.
So he can cast both ley lines and a Get Lost.
Yeah, you just go Zur.
But he has no blockers.
Right, you just go Zur, animate 5 things. Right, and Matt has 3 removal spells to kill whatever. The 3 creatures, let's say on the right, that's still 5 and 7 damage coming in for lethal.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that James also has a leyline binding in hand to answer one of Matt's leyline bindings.
James could animate 6 things if there were enough targets.
Oh, he has enough mana.
He's got all of it.
Oh, and he does have enough targets.
Especially now.
Sure.
So we see leyline binding on end step.
Hey, that's another 6/6, Marshall.
Yeah? Yeah, it's a big deal.
He drew another one. Do you fire that one off too?
Yeah, this is just overwhelming now against Matt Nass. And Matt says, sure, you got it. But that's also a little bit of resignation there because it looks like James Dimitrov is going to be able to even things up. Is there anything Nass can find with the leyline bindings? Nothing, right? Or, I mean, he can't get anything now of the beanstalks gone.
He's targeting the temporary lockdown.
James is?
Seems that way.
No.
Get
He's not gonna.
more beanstalks. But then if Matt leyline bindings, that leyline binding, you get your lockdown back, and then you get to cleanly deal with all 4 beanstalks. Not before James draws a million cards.
And probably ends the game.
Right.
What that library's looking like for James.
As long as he's got 10 cards or so, he's probably fine. Okay, 2 more cards. Now James has got to be super careful, but remember Zur doesn't actually trigger anything.
Nope.
So you can just go Zur, activate all my big cards.
Yep.
Activate all my big cards. Don't even worry about activating my beanstalks. There are 3 ley lines and 3 overlords in play, and James has enough mana to activate and turn all of them into enchantment creatures here.
Yeah, you see it says total cards 11, so he's got 10 now. There's Zur. He throws it on the table and looks at Matt.
Do you want to concede?
Matt does not look impressed thus far. I guess he'll make him go through the motions here.
Although I'm sure Matt is well aware that this
he
is
knows.
basically, yeah, this is basically over.
Oh, yeah, so one of these is on your hand.
Oh. Yeah, all you have to do is just add up the number of removal spells. No, there is a shot. Oh, no, he doesn't even have up the beanstalk.
I know. I went down that road too, Paul.
Right.
But the first thing that James hit on end step there with the binding was up the beanstalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm dead, he says. And James Dimitrov,
My turn to draw 4.
little bit of a slow start for him, but he was able to come back. And, you know, as we've been talking about since the beginning, Paul, it really is about up the beanstalk here. The early to mid game is completely dominated by it. And then by the time we get to the late game, people are drawing 2 extra cards per spell off of it, maybe even 3 sometimes.
Yeah, and you even heard James say there, it was my turn to draw all the up the beanstalks here. So both players winning their respective games based on basically just the number of beanstalk activations that they got. And in that game, James was the one who kind of came out on top. Now we get to go to sideboards.
That's right. Players are going to start sideboarding now, and we'll see what they end up coming up with.
That's James's mother. Got an opportunity to speak to her a little bit. She was giving us some compliments, actually, saying thank you so much. She was saying thank you so much for making the games easier to follow as somebody who doesn't play as much Magic. She was
very
constantly
nice.
looking at her son because she was playing. James always keeps playing against aggressive decks. He goes, "My son was at 9 life. I thought he was in trouble." But you actually were able to explain that he's actually winning the game because,
that's
of course, he's playing the domain deck, and you're always kind of going to be on the back foot, though. But
Right.
she was very, very happy for her son, so it's nice to just see James getting a little extra support there.
That's
outside.
right. Yeah, it always helps to get a little extra support. Okay, well, we're going to take a short break here. Give ourselves a little drink of water. You go get one, too. When you come back, though, we'll be into Game 3 of the finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Aetherdrift. We're in Chicago, Illinois, and we're in the finals. That is part of what we're playing for here, the trophy. And we've got a game 3 coming up for you here. That is going to be the sideboarded games, Matt Nass versus James Dimitrov in a relative mirror match here, Paul. Sideboards, big difference?
Yeah, definitely, big difference. And this is kind of almost an old school card that you don't see as often, but James really did not want to lose to the mirror. I think this is going to be a really important card in this matchup. That's 2 copies of Jace, the Perfected Mind, because you've seen what these decks do. They like to draw a lot of cards. They like to dig really deep and go through lots of cards. And what better way to win the game? Just mill out your opponent. Don't even worry about attacking your opponents to death. Just let them draw themselves to death, run out the Jace, and mill people that way. I think that is a very legitimate win condition and something that James is going to be leaning on after sideboard.
That's something that Matt Nass is going to have to keep in mind if these games go as long as the first 2 games went as well. You don't want to fly too close to the sun. You know, Jace can come down and mill you for 15 out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, all that digging with up the beanstalk can be something that you regret later. Speaking of, Matt Nass does have it on turn 2, and all right. Can we just take them both away?
That would be nice. I'm sure some people would be very happy if that was what happened. Can we just agree not to play with up the beanstalk in the finals?
Well, I just mean if they both have one, they just counteract each other and we don't.
Oh, so neither player draws cards?
Yeah, it's like legend rule. Like,
hey, you know
circa
what?
2005 or whatever.
I'm okay with this. Well,
right.
Matt Nass doing
disagrees.
his own legend rule impersonation there.
He's going to tell up the beanstalk to get lost, which I think I saw that in chat somewhere earlier today too.
And now James not able to draw a card here off the beanstalk. Does have his own interactive spell here, but it's the much worse removal spell here. Kind of Leyline Binding. That's typically not the one that you want to use on the beanstalk.
Yeah, anytime it's precariously stuck underneath there, but could come back, it's just another card.
And this is great for Matt Nass, though. He gets at least 1 trigger here. Boom, Overlord of the Mistmoors. Put some threats on the battlefield and draw a card here.
Great start for Matt Nass. He had the answer to the opposing up the beanstalk. He had his own, and he's got Overlord of the Mistmoors to put pressure straight away.
And is that a Zur? No, that's not a Zur. I believe that might be on James's side. But James has his own, but a little bit less impressive because his Overlord didn't draw him a card. Now, if James can just rattle off a bunch of lands in a row, maybe he doesn't care about all the cards that he would have gotten off the beanstalk because he's got a really important sideboard card in the matchup here. You see that 1 copy of Atraxa Grand Unifier, really amazing card, something that we've seen a lot of in the past of previous domain decks, but both of these decks playing 1 copy in the sideboard. And you know what? With 2 copies of Analyze the Pollen in the main, you're effectively playing 3 copies of this powerful angel. And it looks like Matt Nass here just continuing to get value here off of up the beanstalk. Drawing cards, and now there's just so many enchantments that James needs to deal with here. You gotta deal with the up the beanstalk, you gotta deal with this Overlord. Matt's the first one who gets to attack with the Overlord of the Mistmoors as well. Just so much to answer. Also, Matt's got some nice sideboard tech as well. You see, he has 1 copy of Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. This card is amazing as a sideboard option in this deck because you play Elish Norn, all of a sudden you counteract all your opponent's triggers. Everything has an enter the battlefield effect, right? Additionally, you double all the effects that you have. So James needs to find Get Lost or Ride's End as ways to deal with Elish Norn once it's in play. But this is big here.
So I take 7 down to 13.
Down to 13 goes Nass.
Yeah, James choosing to be very, very aggressive here. He doesn't. He's not the one that has Beanstalk in play, but does have the Zur. And right now, Matt Nass does not have a removal spell, but he does have Stock Up, which should probably be able to help him find at least an answer to the Zur.
Long game looks like it would favor Matt Nass, but James Dimitrov says, how about we just play a short one?
Right. We're going to be digging here now for Matt Nass. If you can find Get Lost plus Leyline Binding, or possibly just 2 Leyline Bindings, really just needs to find some removal spells here.
James just has to laugh here. Matt gets to see so many cards.
And I don't think he found
Did
any
he manage to
removal spells.
not find an answer somehow?
Yeah, stock up. This is a 1 of as well in Matt Nass's deck. He's like, I don't have enough removal in my deck. Let's just play another one. And stock up is an incredible removal spell. This is a card that was seen in some of those Azorius control decks that we saw in the tournament, piloted by Team Handshake. Eli Cassis's list playing the full 4 copies of this sorcery. But Matt Nass does see a Zur there, so if he can survive the next turn, and if James doesn't have a removal spell of his own, could potentially gain all the life back. Play the Zur, animate your Overlord of the Mistmoors, and get it back that way. In fact, this Overlord of the Hauntwoods is actually just ready to attack, right? So you can't just play a Zur and just attack for 6 and gain 6 life. Assuming Matt has the mana, but right now it's like there's 2 green-white lands, it looks like.
What does he need, a black source or a blue source?
Yeah, he needs a black or a blue to be able to play the Zur this turn and attack with Overlord of the Hauntwoods and gain some life back.
And then it starts that kind of ping-pong match.
Right.
Of like, I hit the ball over to you and everything feels great, but then you hit it back and the life totals go up and down.
Exactly. Does have, wait, let's see. There's a forest, there's a Flood Farm Verge in Matt Nass's hand. So he can run that out to try to gain some life back. What are the other options though? Not a lot of good options. If you look at Matt's hand, there's a Negate, an Elish Norn that he can't even cast. And I'm not sure that he's going to be keen on just playing an Overlord of the Hauntwoods here and just kind of have not much of a board. Yeah, I think we're trying to race here, get some of the life back.
He's going to play Zur and attack.
Gain 6 life. James doesn't really have spectacular blocks here, so I imagine he's just going to take it here. I don't think he's going to look to triple block here and lose all 3 of his creatures.
Matt really wants to survive to his next turn, because look at all the extra mana, cards, everything. It seems like every turn this game goes further, as long as he has the Up the Beanstalk going, it benefits Nass.
It does seem that way, but remember, James does have that Atraxa. So while Matt's drawn a lot more cards, it just takes 1 Atraxa to just basically kind of tie up the resources that you have against your opponent.
Maybe even exceed them.
Right.
James a couple of turns away, assuming land drops here from casting Atraxa Grand Unifier, but getting close.
Now James does have a Leyline Binding here. After sideboard, both players also board in Negate, so James does need to be mindful of Negate. And it could be one of those instances where, hey, if I really want to get that Zur off the battlefield, do I need to just fire it off now?
Mistmoors on top of the library.
It's weird, he's got a bunch of ways to search for cards.
Ooh, doesn't want it.
Right, he's got the Herd Migration and Analyze the Pollen.
Oh, gonna get it shuffled away anyway.
And if he thinks he's gonna very likely shuffle anyways, just puts it in the graveyard. Yep.
This does allow him to analyze at full value here. And it looks like he wants to keep his mana going so he can get to Atraxa.
Yeah, and has the Hushwood Verge in hand.
So that would set him up guaranteed.
Right, for the second green source here.
Okay.
And you still have a Plains left over to be able to cast Leyline Binding as well.
I'm fine.
Yep. So do you just fire this off and attack?
Comment?
Sure.
Does not look like it here. Going to keep some blockers back and still have the leyline binding available.
Yeah, no blocks. So I take 7 down to 12.
This negate could be very, very pivotal here if James waits.
So Matt does get to untap.
Matt gets to untap and now has the ability to activate that Overlord of the Mistmores with Zur while keeping up negate for the leyline binding in James's hand. So Matt will at least be able to get a good attack in this turn and gain a bunch of life.
Sorry.
And that's what he really needs to be able to do here.
Right. And I'm curious when it's time to run out the Elish Norn, because if you play the Elish Norn and James says, sure, it resolves, leyline binding no longer does anything on James's side of the battlefield. It just counteracts that ability. So maybe you play the Elish Norn, see what James does, maybe negate the leyline binding, but once it's in play, James needs Get Lost or Ride's End as the way to deal with Elish Norn.
Right. Well, Matt Nass is going to continue to develop his mana base and his board.
Right.
I'll turn this into a creature.
Turn this into a creature.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that'll happen no matter what. James just wondering if he can respond by trying to leyline binding the Overlord, but that's not going to work because you can just activate it again and give it hexproof.
Right. Right, you just end up making him pay 2 mana and counter it without even having to use a card.
Exactly.
Matt likely wanting to lean on this negate. Will probably be pretty wary about tapping out past it.
Go to combat.
Yep. And these are really important combat steps because these are the life swings that need to keep happening to keep our players alive.
And given that Matt is currently sitting at 12, I wonder if James is interested in leyline binding or he just lets Matt gain a bunch of life.
Sure, I'll pass. So
okay, playing it patiently here.
James is not going to play that game.
25.
He was able to utilize his resources, though. 2 insects jumped in front of one of the Hauntwoods.
I'll play beans. Draw.
And there's another up the beanstalk.
With negate up here.
Yeah. Now, what about Atraxa?
Doesn't counter the Atraxa.
That's coming down next turn, right?
Right.
4.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't really see a lot of people play cards like Disdainful Stroke. Theoretically, it's strong against the Domain Overlords deck, but most of the Domain Overlords deck play 3 to 4 copies of Cavern of Souls. So that's the thing. This deck just feels really hard to attack from any angle, just because if you're going to play a deck with a bunch of counter spells, if they draw Cavern of Souls, they're still just going to resolve their Atraxa or their Overlords anyways.
Yeah, and once that happens to you once, you go, I'm not doing this anymore.
Right.
I'm not gonna bring these types of cards when somebody's just mana base can take it over. All right, here we go. 7 mana. Oh. You got me, James.
Third Beanstalk here for Matt Nass. No removal spells. James is very, very aware of the fact that Matt Nass could be holding the gate in hand.
Right.
So, for example, just running out Herd Migration, probably not in his best interest here. If he wants to slam something big, it's going to be the Atraxa. But Matt, that was a really, really big turn. Matt's drawn way, way more cards.
Definitely.
Has way more mana available to him. James needed to take an aggressive line, and he did, but Matt was able to stabilize with his own Zur.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, interesting. He's actually going to animate here, which means no Atraxa.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, this is still just 2 incredible triggers. Both players just doing the Zur thing.
It's funny, they look at their hands and they think about it, and then it's like, this is still just the best thing I can be doing
right
now.
I'm going to chump with some tokens, and then I'm going to attack you back. Okay, I'm going to chump with my tokens, attack you back.
You're at 40-something. Cool.
But if this keeps
I'm
going,
at 30-something.
but if this keeps going back and forth, you have to favor the person that has more mana sources in play with double up the Beanstalk.
Oh, yeah, 12, 46.
46 is the life total for James.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm really curious when Matt is going to decide to run out Elish Norn Mother Machines.
Thought he had played a land there, but Matt said no.
Yeah, don't think you're... Oh, okay, main phase here.
Sure.
Zer down.
I'll animate this thing.
Sure.
So in response, Matt is going to animate the last of his unanimated. He still gets the die. Yeah, put the die on there though, yeah.
Yeah, but that is pretty big as Matt Nass no longer gets to gain life.
Go. Sure. Lose some dice also, even though it doesn't matter.
Yep.
And,
is it time? It has to be, right? There's just nothing else here for Matt Nass.
No, there's nothing else.
2 cards here from the Elish Norn. That will also counter Atrax's come into play effect, by the way.
Oh, no way. I didn't even think about that, of course. Don't cause abilities of permanence your opponent's control to trigger.
So with
how annoying for James.
And with James having the leyline binding.
Look at him.
Yeah, yeah. With James with the leyline binding.
Did you see him shake his head?
Is he going to let it resolve?
He did.
Because he could have run out the leyline binding in his hand and at least kill something else that's in play.
Yeah.
But now the leyline binding doesn't do anything.
Oh, no.
So perhaps James is just on the use my Zer to just activate my other leyline binding, I suppose?
Wow.
I thought he was going to fire off the leyline binding there.
He shook his head, kind of laughed, and said, okay.
It is a one of. You can search for it. It is very powerful if you don't have the answer.
I'll attack with both. Get it everywhere. 2 of these guys.
Double triggers. Oh, excuse me. That only counts for enter the battle.
ETBs, that'd be sweet.
5.
But again,
but it just, the thing is,
swing.
if Elish Norn is in play, it just shuts off most of what your opponents can do.
Right.
They need to draw a hard removal
I'll
spell.
Suspend this, draw 2. Yep. I get 2 everywheres.
You do get 2 everywheres from the ETB there. Do you get the extra beanstalk triggers? Or is that not how it works?
If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time.
Okay, so that's casting, so that's why. So it doesn't.
7.
Now Matt just has a ton of cards, tons of good come into play effects, and James's hand is just kind of turned off. Atrax is still a good card.
Yeah, I mean, it still has a big effect on the board just as a massive creature with a bunch of good abilities.
Right, but Matt's now got a huge advantage. James is really relying on the ability to cast the Atraxa to just get back and kind of, you know, keep up with Matt Nass's card draw engine, given that he has double Beanstalk. Oh,
James
wow. But Matt Nass has negate.
Yes, right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That was a good draw. That was a great draw, but Matt Nass has been holding that negate for most of this game.
He'll find a target for it.
He's got no choice but to. Oh, not running it out, though. Yeah, and this is where just Beanstalk just kind of runs away with the game here.
All target, Zer, and...
Oh, 2. You get to target 2 things. That is incredible. Here we go.
So he takes out 1 token plus Zer.
Double chunk once again. No life gain this time, at least, for James.
Yep. This is where if Matt, you know, can really start to apply pressure, we could see the life total of James start to drop quite quickly.
Yeah, so let's see. James is at least at 41. I wonder how many cards are left in Matt Nass's deck. Does James really need to hope that a pair of Jaces are on top of his deck, and maybe he can survive that way and just mill Matt Nass? Because Matt Nass might be priced into using the negate here just because of the impact that Elish Norn has in this matchup. But Matt Nass also aware that James has 2 copies of Jace in the sideboard. So actually letting it resolve, recognizing that James's main win condition here is to play some Jaces. The problem here, though, is this has now unlocked the Atraxa in James's hand.
Right. Really interesting sequence here. Because Matt is going to have to rebuild his board. He can do it quite quickly.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you say it was 8 or 7?
7.
But I totally get Matt's perspective. Atraxa is kind of the only card that James can have, which makes things kind of annoying.
And he could beat that.
Right, and he has so many other cards. Oh, that is a Nissa Ascended Animus. Now, if Matt can rebuild his army, those everywhere lands, those are forests. We saw him already pull this off before. All you need are maybe 3 or 4 creatures in play. Use the overrun ability on Nissa Ascended Animus, and you can just kill your opponent in 1 turn.
Which, if you pay full price, you can do that right away.
Absolutely.
7. I'll play Nissa with full mana. Draw 2.
Double beans.
Double beans. We're assuming it's not enough.
I'll
no.
minus Nissa.
You get your Zur back.
On your Leyline Binding.
Yeah, these are some of the really big sideboard cards coming in now.
I'll animate.
And that one was already on the battlefield, right?
Right. Now, James can activate the incubator token here to block. But Matt trying to build a big board here.
Play a land. I don't think I played one yet.
Might just use the Terra Sunder on the token, actually, after James chooses to activate.
Just soak up that 2 mana and then zap it.
Or Leyline Binding to just draw cards. And that's a good target for Leyline Binding.
I'll attack you with both. Get everywhere.
So much mana here for Matt Nass.
I'll play this. Draw 2.
Yep.
Kill that.
This is 11 damage coming in now.
And then,
James down to 30.
Sure, you take 11 to 30. I gain 11.
Matt definitely going to keep up the negate in hand. We can't see all the cards now. Matt has 10 cards in hand. Going to have to do a little scrolling, but certainly going to keep that negate that he's been very, very patient with.
Go to my discard. Or sorry,
this and then the cleanup step, as it were, 3 cards going away.
And that's when you know you don't need any more cards, when you start discarding up the beanstalk.
Right, when it becomes a liability. Look at all that mana, too, for Nass. That is crazy. He has got James Dimitrov down to 30. Are we finally going to see Atraxa here? Yep.
Yep, that one resolves. Now, Matt Nass does have the removal spell here in the Terra Sunder to cleanly deal with this, but hey, that is a get lost, which is very nice. What kind of enchantment do you want? Leyline Binding is another removal spell, if that's also what you're interested in.
Can he find enough off of Atraxa to turn this back in his favor?
He is at 30, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a cushion.
Yeah, I don't think Matt necessarily has lethal, although that Nissa's on 8, so he played it last turn.
Okay, Leyline.
I think it's on 6.
It should be on 6, right?
I
but
think that is a 6.
Oh, okay.
Because the 8 doesn't need a dot.
Yeah, okay, it's just the lighting on it.
The dots
It's
for
kinda,
the 9,
yeah,
you
so,
get me? Yeah.
So given that the Nissa is on 6, Matt Nass will not be able to actually use the overrun effect next turn for a potential lethal attack.
Yeah, he'll make a creature with it, and then the next turn, watch out.
Yes.
But he does need a board state to do that with. It doesn't have to be crazy, but he needs something.
Yeah.
Which he will have, by the way.
Yeah.
Assuming he can dodge a sweeper or something.
Couldn't actually find it. All right, so good removal effect, up to Beanstalk as well, and at 30 life, so likely not dead here.
Yeah, James is interested in drawing a bunch of cards still.
Right. Still has Leyline Binding available. Let's see, we're attacking for 5 plus 6, that's 11. There's another Leyline Binding, that's 17. 2 beans is 4 more damage. It's 21.
Leyline.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just Atraxa, right?
Yeah. Does he want to animate up the beanstalk? It is a death toucher.
Still end step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll animate one of the beans.
Okay. Okay.
Sure. Do you still want to stop in my upkeep?
You thought it was good,
right?
When it was just drawing you a bunch of extra cards. Wait till it starts attacking.
It does everything.
I'm sorry, I won't. I won't.
You want to stop? You're still in your end
I'll
step.
just do it now.
Okay.
And then draw.
Oh.
What did he do? He had a removal spell there?
Okay, yeah. He
okay,
he Leyline Binding the Nissa.
Kill you.
Wait, but if he kills the Nissa, doesn't it just come back with max loyalty?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just overrun, right?
Actually, that would be a nice shortcut for Matt Nass if he can just get rid of it.
A million forests, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually doing
That
the
is
math
rough.
now. This might backfire on Dimitrov because it wasn't actually doing anything that turn on 6.
He wasn't going to be able to win, so this absolutely just works, and it's lethal, right?
And he's tapped out.
Yeah.
It's like easy lethal too.
Wow.
Wow, that really backfired on James.
Yeah.
Matt Nass picks up game number 2.
Yeah.
Maybe I made some mistakes, but
Yeah, I mean, these games are complicated.
And when Matt Nass says these games are complicated, these games are complicated.
Yeah, I was a little scared I was just going to get cheesed by the
turn
Zerg
5, yeah.
stuff.
I thought that was my best.
Yeah,
there.
I've been to Sunfall. Maybe I shouldn't have. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a tough game. Lots of tough decisions to make. You know, we know that if Matt maybe just countered the Sunfall, he probably just wins on the spot there. But of course, completely understandable where if you're in Matt's position, you are so far ahead on resources, you go, you know what? I know this is a bad exchange for me, but I still have a ton of stuff to play out of my hand. The only way I think I can lose is if you maybe draw both of your Jaces,
Yeah.
and he was playing around that.
Right, he goes Jace full, Jace full, you're done.
Yeah.
That was a long game, and James couldn't even find one of those Jaces.
No kidding. How many does he bring in?
There's 2 in his sideboard.
2 in the board.
Yeah. But at that point, it felt like it was going to be too tough for James to really be able to come back. Matt was just way too far ahead on resources. So many everywhere tokens. He was going for the leyline play on the Nissa, just going, you know what? Look, I just got to hope you don't have a way to kill my binding, because I'm just in a really tough spot here anyways. If there's an active Nissa in play, you give Matt Nass every single turn, Matt Nass just gets to kill another enchantment on the battlefield.
Yeah, we did see the sideboard cards that did make it have a pretty good impact on the game. Nissa was huge. Atraxa was what kept James even kind of hanging around there.
Right, yeah.
Didn't ultimately get him over, but
Drew him 4 cards, but by that point, Matt had just drawn simply far too many cards and got far too many activations with the Overlord of the Huntwoods, where even Atraxa and all the cards from that were just not enough.
Good luck.
okay, Matt Nass up 2 games to 1 versus James Dimitrov.
Me too.
Can the Pro
No,
Tour
probably
veteran finish off
Seven
the
each.
newcomer Dimitrov on his first Pro Tour?
What a run.
He's got to win back-to-back games in a complicated, drawn-out mirror match against Matt Nass. This is hard mode for sure. If he can pull this off, well, he'll have earned that trophy times 2.
It would be the dream run. Looks like both players with Beanstalk. I imagine Matt Nass is going to keep this. I see an Analyze the Pollen and an Up the Beanstalk in hand with some mana sources.
All right, game 4 underway here. And Dimitrov decides to surveil his Overlord of the Mistmoors into the graveyard, back over to Matt. James on the play.
Yeah, Matt Nass needs to find a blue source here with the negate in hand and 2 green-white lands, I believe.
Like to get up the Beanstalk
All right,
going, and it's the same thing that James says.
Here we go again. But this is a great start here for James. You have the turn 2 Beanstalk on the play with turn 3 Overlord of the Hauntwoods. That is the ideal start, especially in this mirror. Nass drew that Elish Norn again. Could have a pretty large impact in the game if James doesn't have a Get Lost or uses the Get Lost on another target. So Nass can choose to either use Get Lost, get the Beanstalk off James's side of the battlefield and then play his Beanstalk on turn 3, or just kind of play the game of, all right, you have your Beanstalk, I have my Beanstalk, let's just see what happens.
Go.
Never feels good.
Right.
But it also feels pretty good.
Yeah, well, Matt's just kind of playing the role of the control player here. He was the one on the draw in this game, so just trying to control all the ways James can get ahead on cards. Great hand here for James, actually drawing that Jace to Perfected Mind. We'll see what kind of impact that card's going to have in this game.
Go.
No counterspell available or removal spell here for the Jace. Do you just run out the Jace here, or do you just get the Overlord going?
Yeah, I'm curious to see if James is interested in just having one on the battlefield, or if it's more of like a finishing move that you wait till the very last second and set up.
Nope, it looks like he wants to go after the Beanstalk here.
Okay.
You could still play the Jace, it'll just have less loyalty for 3 mana. That is an option. And he's going for it here.
Okay.
All right, it will have 3 less loyalty here.
It adds up quickly,
yeah.
You know, and this deck isn't very good at pressuring the Planeswalker from a creature standpoint, so sure.
Yeah, and you got to draw a card off of the exchange, and now you just have another problematic permanent that's in play, and it's not like Matt can kill it by attacking it this turn. Taking a look at Matt's side of the battlefield here, a lot of powerful options here. Might just go for up the Beanstalk here. Has analyzed the pollen, but might be interested in keeping up Negate. But James probably doesn't even care that much. Ooh, you get to see the one of Doppelgang in James's sideboard here, which can be very strong, but it's gonna have to wait for a situation where Nass doesn't have 2 mana available here. Gets to pick up the Jace, and then probably just running that Overlord of the Mistmores here. Get some 2/1 tokens onto the battlefield. Put some extra pressure here on Nass's life total.
James doing a good job of getting the front foot out and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, and now you can also use the map token here on one of the tokens to just make sure you find something good here to play. Now if you're on Nass's side of the battlefield, do you just slam? Do you just run out the Elish Norn? Just kind of hope for the best. Is that his best option here? There's no Overlords in play. He's got a Zur in hand.
It is starting to feel like he needs to just do the best thing he can every turn. That isn't really where you want to start. Whoa, that library's.
Yeah, and if Matt plays Elish Norn, then James can cast Doppelgang and copy the Elish Norn and get one on his side as well.
Funny. And then nobody's doing anything.
Right, it's just creatures. But James has the far superior board if you just look at what's in play. We got 2 Impended Overlords in play along with Jace. Probably just getting a land here. No lands in play in hand here for Nass. But then what do you do? Yeah, Matt didn't even have land number 5 to play the Elish Norn, so his only option here is play Zur or keep up Negate or the Leyline Binding. So not a lot of strong options here for Nass. A little bit of a clunky hand here.
No kidding, and a nice clean curve out for James Dimitrov. Perhaps one downside to milling your opponent, though, is that it does set up Analyze the Pollen for them.
All right, so it looks like Matt's going to go get Overlord of the Hauntwoods. right? Because that gives you the chance to guarantees you the land still, and you can draw a card off the beanstalk, which could potentially draw you another land. So you hit kind of double land drop for the turn.
Overlord.
Yeah, that would be a nice thing to get him right back in it as far as mana goes, but he's behind on board.
Right.
I mean, even with this, he'll have no relevant board.
Yeah. And how much mana are we looking at for James's side? 6. So kind of want to get to 8 mana to get some really, a lot of extra value here with the doppelgang if possible.
He did hit a land, it looked like.
Oh, that is very big.
Yep.
The surveil one.
Because that also turns on Leyline Binding. Right now you can play Leyline Binding for 1 mana. You can even go Elishnorn at Leyline Binding. Get rid of 2 things if you feel you're super behind on board.
Oh no.
So that's definitely very, very strong here. Yeah, but Matt has a lot to fight through here.
He does. I mean, he's got the 4 permanents out front, the double maps, the Overlord, and the up the beanstalk, but they just don't do anything right now.
Wow, did James draw Zur?
Yeah.
Zur is really, really nice here. Got to be, of course, a little bit careful about potential sweepers. So maybe you don't attack with the Mistmores. Maybe you just attack with the Hauntwoods, because that's becoming a creature this turn anyways.
Sure.
And you still get to develop your mana.
Sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
It's an attack for 10.
10 damage coming across.
10.
You're down to 10.
You gain
Wow.
5.
Gain a bunch of life. Get an extra land. You still have a Jace activation here available with a Leyline Binding for 1 mana.
And take up.
Sure.
Tick up, no targets, go. What is Matt going to do to get out of this mess? I mean, a sweeper would be a decent start, but he doesn't even have one.
Yeah. Day of Judgment. I think he needs a sweeper here, really, to kind of come back. Now, he does have Zur. You can go Zur and activate the Overlord to try to get some life back. That might be kind of what he needs to do here. We did see him do something similar in the previous game to help with the life total situation here.
I'll play Zur. Sure.
Might need to just animate here and probably just attack the Jace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'll target this.
No good blocks. James has Leyline Binding, but you can't even target the
the damage is done.
Overlord.
You can take out the Zur.
I have.
Although that being said, if he takes out the Zur, he can wait until the attack happens, right? And now there's no blockers.
Oh, sure.
And no life gain.
But Matt Nass also just has Negate, and this could be a situation where he's behind enough where if James runs out to Leyline Binding, you're like, you know what? I'm on the back foot. I just need to fire out this Negate. Which means you will be able to get in for 5, gain the 5 life, etc., etc.
Huh. So James is going to do this now. I believe that Zur is still targeting the Overlord of the Hauntwood.
So you can get the Overlord. Yeah, so now Matt can either just activate it again.
So he just wants to tap Matt out?
Well, here's the thing, though. It's like, what is James going to target? I think it's still on the stack.
Oh, I see.
Because James can just target the Zur.
Of course. But
right?
you would.
But I think Matt kind of wants the Zur in play.
I think that you would wait, though, right? Because then Matt can then just leave this creature back. Because if he attacks with it and loses Zur, then he stays at 10.
Right.
And he just dies.
He's just going for the negate. Yeah, this definitely makes sense.
Yeah, he kind of has to.
Attack the Jace.
I'll send this at Jace.
This is the way that he can actually go up to 16 and get this attack in.
Right. Now, James
lost him dearly, though. Those negates are very important.
This has been going on.
Yeah, so
life totals are 10, 23.
Or sorry, go up to 15.
15, right. So now James has to decide, do I want to just keep my Jace alive here and just chump with my Zur, given that the Overlord's already animated, or can he just win with the Overlords and the Zur and not worry about the Jace? Now, James has 7 mana in play. 8 mana next turn. We're talking about a doppelgang for 2. That can be extremely powerful. Just get 2 Overlord of the Hauntwoods and 2 Overlord of the Mistwoods in play.
Get out of here.
Or copy 2 Beanstalks, like get 2 Beanstalks and 2 Overlord of the Mistmoors in play. There's no real wrong thing you can do if you can just resolve the Doppelgang for 2. But big decision here for James. This is very, very key. We know how important Jace is in the matchup, but James valuing the Zur here instead, going, you know what? You're at 15. I'm just going to animate my Overlord and just try to kill you here.
Removal for Zur also very live here.
Right.
As it is currently the only blocker left.
Is there a Leyline Binding in play anywhere?
Terra Sunder.
Oh, he found removal here. It's Terra Sunder. And that's going to be enough to be lethal. And game 4 goes to James Dimitrov.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting the full meal here. Game 5.
Hey, what a...
Matt will be on the play.
Right, but what a heads-up play there. Not just letting the Jace die, because if the Zur blocked, that's not a lethal attack. So he gave himself the out of drawing a removal spell to go for the win on that following turn.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you had a few draws that killed me there.
Big smile there for James Dimitrov. This is the moment where, you know, our competitors, it's good to take a breath, look around, just kind of let it sit. I'm about to play a game 5 for a pro tour. You don't get to do this very often in your life, if ever. And even though it's stressful, you want to kind of enjoy it in memory, you know, have a memory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Matt's just thinking about the perfect draw here. It's like, all right, I'm on the play.
Visualize it.
Right, I'm on the play now. Let's have a Beans in my hand. Let's have some Overlords in my hand. That's a funny thing. Even after sideboard, don't really care too much about the sideboard cards. Just give me the core of what makes this deck successful, which is up the Beanstalk and the Overlords. That's just kind of what, you know, has been the key so far, and Matt's going to be looking to do that. And of course, being on the play is still very important. Monty ran it through the simulation. Being on the play gives you a little bit of an edge. So that's what Matt Nass is going to be hoping for here.
That's right. So we're going to let our opponents continue sideboarding, and we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll be back with Game 5 of a Pro Tour Finals. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of the finals here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift in Chicago, Illinois. Our players are each one game away from that title and that trophy. Welcome back to the news desk, Maria Bartholdi and Mani Devuti. But you at home could be just one tournament away from joining us here at the Pro Tour. The Spotlight Series is a new series of events, competitive tournaments that are happening all over the world, and we're so very excited for them. We're going to talk about Spotlight Series Modern, which is happening in Utrecht, coming up pretty soon here, March 14th through the 16th. And check out this sweet promo card that could be in your hands if you head there. So if you're a fan of Modern, Utrecht is where you want to be.
Next up, we do have Spotlight Dragons happening in Denver, Colorado, right here in the US of A, April 11th to the 13th. This format is limited. You don't want to miss this one. And there's a sort of Forge and Frontier promo up for grabs.
That one is so sweet. I'm excited. And then, of course, there's Magic Spotlight Secret Lair happening in Indianapolis, Indiana, May 30th through June 1st. Check out that sweet Garrick Wildspeaker promo card. Very cool stuff. Check out a Spotlight series near you. All right, everyone, we're headed up for a game number 5. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out what's happened so far in the tournament. We are in the finals. It is a Domain Overlords mirror match between Matt Nass and James Dimitrov. They are all tied up at 2 games apiece. Paid for the whole seat. Only need the edge. Talk to me about these decks. What needs to happen here, Monty?
Well, Maria, we are in sideboarding, so everything we're seeing here, it's pretty irrelevant right now because a lot of these cards, specifically a lot of these removal spells like those temporary lockdowns, are out of here. We are looking at the sideboard. So for game 5, Matt Nass, most importantly, he is on the play. That has been the deciding factor in every single game so far. We've been going back and forth with the player on the plate getting it done. So the difference in this final match could come down to just him being that #1 seed. On the other side, James Dimitrov, same idea. We are in the sideboarding, and I think he has the best sideboard card in the matchup in Jace the Perfected Mind. The only question is, can it overcome the play advantage that we have seen be so prevalent so far in the matchup?
All right, I'm going to send it on down to the feature match area for our finals here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the feature match area here in Chicago, Illinois. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And this is what it's all about, Paul. This is why we watch. This is game 5, 1 game.
Already
to decide the Pro Tour.
Matt Nass keeping a 3-land hand with up the beanstalk, but no green source. Did have a Surveil land turn 1, but if he can't find that green source soon enough, might just fall a little bit too far behind. Does have a controlling hand here, but wants Forest.
And you see no up the beanstalk here for Dimitrov on 2. That's a sigh of relief from Nass about that, but can he get his own green mana going? Hushwood Verge?
Hushwood Verge,
Thank
really,
you
really
very
good
much.
draw here for Matt Nass. Had plenty of draws here. Now you can go Beanstalk, and James just fires off that get lost.
That thing wasn't even on the table yet. Of course, that individual transaction benefits Matt Nass, but he would like to have his up the beanstalk on the battlefield here.
Oh, and if Matt Nass goes for Overlord of the Mistmores here and makes 2 2-1s, James now has 5 mana next turn, can go Zur into activate Overlord of the Hauntwoods to get another mana in play. But Matt doesn't really have any other options,
I was going to say, what's his other choice? Yeah.
So this is a big turn here for James. You get to get another ramp effect, attack for 5, gain 5 life. That is really, really strong, and especially because Matt doesn't have a Zur of his own to turn on the Overlord of the Mistmores.
Right.
Even if he does draw Zur, doesn't have an untapped land, so can't even activate it next turn.
Can't have both here next turn regardless. There's Zur.
Oh, geez.
There's activate, and there's the attack, and Matt Nass has to take a deep breath.
5.
I take 5, 10, 15, go up to...
Great start for James Dimitrov. Had the answer for up to beanstalk, and now gets a curve into the combo.
What can Matt Nass find here to come back from this really explosive start here for James Dimitrov?
He finds another up the beanstalk. It does feel like if this game goes long, Matt could be in pretty good shape. He had an up the beanstalk, got a 2-for-1 in his direction off of that, and now he's got another one.
Yeah, beanstalk does have a get lost in hand for some interaction while still playing another land here. Could also just choose to go Overlord of the Hanwoods, but looks like he's going to favor going for get lost here.
Just
does
take
he
down Zur.
Right, and do you want to fire that off now to play around a potential negate?
Oh. Downside being that if there's another Zur,
that would, I guess that wouldn't change.
Wouldn't even really matter,
right?
So I guess you just would.
Yeah, the damage has already been done with the Zur.
That's why it's so good.
Firing it off here. But it doesn't really matter here for James.
Get lost yours there and attack you for 4. Sure.
At least you get in for 4 damage this way.
James is like, go for it. I am happy with this. I get to get another land here.
And with a backup Zur in hand for James Dimitrov, he doesn't even mind that one dying. If he'd like to deploy another at some point, whether for the life gain or to start breaking up other things, he can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because if he runs a Zur here, it's just more life to be gained, although the Zur isn't especially powerful. Now, the nice thing about the Zur is if you get it out and you run, if you have the mana, I'm not entirely sure that James does, but if you can go Zur plus Jace the Perfected Mind, you do have a body in play that can actually block and protect your Jace, right, from those 2/1 tokens.
Okay, map token now.
Oh,
Dimitrov.
Another Overlord here. So this is now a 6/6 Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
And then an Overlord of the Mistmoor sitting on top of the library.
Leyline Binding also in hand here for James. Just kind of has all of his angles covered. You know, if Matt Nass goes Zur, try to activate my Overlord of the Mistmoors, James can simply go cast Leyline Binding, kill your Overlord of the Mistmoors in response.
Right. Yeah, the only thing that James doesn't have is up the beanstalk to cover if Matt can find a way to stabilize. Matt could pull ahead over time, but he's giving him all he can handle here to get stable in the early stages.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this domain deck. There's so many different angles of attack you can win with. Even if we saw in the first couple of games up the beanstalk being the absolute most important card. But hey, Overlord of the Hanwoods into Zur, Overlord of the Mistmoors into Zur, also a very, very strong win condition. And that's the type of effect where you can potentially overpower up the beanstalk.
Yeah, we saw James on a mulligan earlier do a similar play to this, and you heard Matt Nass say, I was worried you were going to cheese me out in that early stage.
Right, he got close.
And he almost did. Yeah. Matt was able to stabilize that game, and then up the beanstalks took over. But it's not obvious that he can do it here.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Dimitrov is, by the way, deep in the tank. I believe he's still resolving that map token with the Overlord of the Mistmoors on top of his library.
I'd be surprised. Overlord of the Mistmoors feels like one of the most important cards in this matchup. So what else are you looking for here? I think he's also got the Zur and the Jace. So just kind of figuring out what to do here, and keeping it on top makes sense. Very, very strong threat.
Okay.
Okay, not interested in the life total swing here. Can actually go Jace, shrink one of the flyers, and still keep up Leyline Binding. Could be looking to do that.
That's pretty
right?
nice.
Just really good use of your mana if you do it that way.
And that's what he's going to do. So Jace's loyalty is at 6 now. Miles away from Matt being able to kill it via combat, unless Zur shows up, I guess.
Yep. But even if Zur shows up, remember, James does have the binding for the Overlord to prevent that from attacking this turn.
Well, that was Zur off the top of the library.
He did, and I think Matt's just going to go for it here, but it's not going to work out exactly the way that he wants here because of that Leyline Binding. Good sequencing here from James. And does Matt play around Overlord of the Mistmores and just go, excuse me, Leyline Binding and just make 2 2-1s instead?
Oh, he
does. Now
and remember, he gets a card too.
He does, and now he has enough blockers for the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
This is a big step towards stabilization here for Nass. But he's going to be under serious pressure next turn. I mean, look at the hand there. Zur, remember what's on top of the library for James?
Right. And the problem here,
Mistmore's there too.
The problem here is Matt Nass doesn't have 7 lands next turn. Because if he had 7 lands next turn, you can go Zur and activate both of your Overlords.
Oh, sure. And just have that huge life
Right,
total
and
swing.
if you're on 6 lands, you can only go Zur, activate Leyline Binding in response, and you're in trouble, right?
Yes.
You can't attack that turn.
That's a tempo play.
I'll
right.
map onto the insect that can attack.
Did you play around this turn?
I haven't yet.
Oh, he hasn't played a land yet. Okay,
No,
so
but he doesn't have one, does he? Oh, he does.
He's got a pair, so he actually can do that next turn.
Leyline Binding the insect I map onto.
Wow.
Okay.
Leyline Binding to take out the insect.
Well, he's got a Zur in hand, right? Just be
does.
aggressive. Matt Nass is down to 9 life.
I'll mill that.
But Matt has all these flyers.
He's got
Can't
3
he just
flyers.
jump with them?
He can, but hey, that clears the way. If Matt can't find a sweeper, it's still going to be kind of tricky.
Okay.
Overlord of the Mistmores as well here for James.
Yeah, that's what he left on top of the library with that Surveil. He thought about it forever.
I'll minus. Mill me for 3.
He wants to draw a card
He wants
here.
to get a card now. See if he can find the tools to try to close this game out ASAP. He knows that he's off to the quick start. And he knows that Matt has been setting up, and he's got up the beanstalk. He needs to try to close this game out. There's Zur.
Is he getting aggro here?
Okay.
He is.
He is.
This is a lethal attack. Matt Nass has to chump block here. And James is going to go up to 33 life after this attack.
Yeah, sure.
This is 5-5.
With a +1/+1 counter, right?
So 12. So at least one of these needs to get blocked. He does have one of the insects that's a 0/1.
Yeah, Matt has to block with at least one, possibly both, just to keep his life total alive. Maybe find a sweeper, something along those lines to stay alive.
We've seen a play pattern of, activate Zur, attack with a couple of huge creatures, gain a bunch of life, and as long as one of them is Overlord of the Mistmores, use those tokens to try to chump block or keep yourself alive while gaining over 10 life per swing. But it's precarious, because if those tokens go away, you can find yourself dead.
Yeah, Matt can also triple block with the spirits on the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Just go to 3.
Okay.
So at least you don't have to worry about the Overlord just getting you a land every single turn. And then just go for the Zur next turn and to activate both my Overlord of the Mistmores and attack.
I mean, that's pretty good.
That is. I mean, you're down to
4
3
tokens, though?
Yeah, that's 3, but you gain a bunch of life as well. You gain 12 life.
14 life?
Excuse me, 14 life, right? Because there'll be 7.
So you're at 17 and you have 4 2/1 flyers
yeah,
to block with? I mean, assuming that all goes well.
Right.
If you're in Matt's seat, that's pretty good.
That is huge.
There's another Overlord of the Mistmores, the one that he had left on top.
So Matt's going to be able to get in here for a huge attack.
Is it enough to keep him alive on the crackback?
Well, with 4 2/1 flyers, probably.
Probably.
Right? You go up to 17 and you have 4 chump blockers in play. So unless James draws the 1 Nissa in his deck to give everything trample,
right,
that might be enough to just win in the game on the spot.
That could do it. All right, here we go. Zur now from Matt Nass activates both of these. And this is a huge combat step coming back from Matt Nass. Are they going to Jace? I don't suppose life totals are
right. You're at
critical at this point.
You're at 33, so yeah, probably. And I don't know that James has a lethal crackback, especially with all these spirits in play.
So he's going to keep Jace alive.
14.
Playing for a longer game here.
17.
Yep, goes up to 17.
There's a counter.
Okay.
So go back over to James. What does he find for the turn first and foremost? It's just another land,
Oh,
Paul.
it's just a land. Matt is going to turn this around potentially.
Oh.
Digging here with Jace.
3 hands.
He milled 3 lands, and he found out the beanstalk. That's a redraw.
That gets things going here for James. What can he find?
Removal spell into removal.
Okay,
Well, it's a get lost, which doesn't trigger up the beanstalk.
It doesn't. It kills the Zur.
Yes.
So no life gain will happen, but Matt Nass actually hasn't analyzed the pollen to go get another one if he needs.
Ah. Again, another slight downside to all the milling that's happened.
Yeah, but this is not.
What did he do here? He Zerred.
Yeah, it looks like he's Zerring here.
Yep.
And then he's going to map token.
It's another land.
Another land in hand. So 3 lands and a get lost.
Will Matt be able to turn this around? There's just get lost here. You can be, I guess, patient with this, and if Matt attacks, then you kill the Zur, and at least Matt doesn't gain life. But the issue is you still have 4 2-1 flyers.
Right.
Sure.
Can Matt leverage these flyers to get something relevant off the battlefield?
Yeah, I mean, given that he's at
Does he
17
quad block?
Given that he's at 17 life, you could just put 4 creatures in front of the Overlord of the Mistmoors to get that off the battlefield. And then at that point, James has the get lost and might be tempted to fire that off on one of these tokens.
Looks like Matt's first inclination is just to go chump chomp. But he's thinking about it now.
He did go triple block before.
Yeah, he picked up 2 tokens and almost blocked with 1 each, but now he's got 4 tokens in hand.
I'll
And
single block.
He ended up deciding on 1, it looks like.
I'll chump.
And take 6.
Yeah, I'll chump 1 and take 6.
Okay, you're down to
I'll
11.
gain 13 to 46.
These life totals.
These life totals are crazy. Somehow Matt Nass is at a very low life total at 11.
Right.
You milled.
Yep, surveilling something to the graveyard here. James has an interactive spell here, but Matt was really on the back foot, down to 3 life, has turned it around here. James doesn't really have a great answer to a pair of attacking Overlord of the Mistmoors.
And the best he can do is kill Zur here.
And Matt has the follow-up if that happens.
Yeah, now if that were to happen, he could prevent Matt from gaining the life this turn, but he just floods the board with 2-1s.
Right, so unless James top decks, again, Nissa, to give everything trample, that would be enough.
Yeah, the fact that these are both Overlord of the Mistmoors means that...
Oh,
wow. Oh, he wants to get Jace off the battlefield here?
Interesting, actually attacking with those, because remember, there's a Zur in play.
Wow, he drew stock up for the turn too.
Right, so there's a Zur in play that can at least eat one of the 2-1 flyers here.
I'll send all this at Jace.
Yeah, at your opponent's at 46.
Yeah, so this,
4
I mean,
dudes.
assuming James doesn't have like 3 removal spells or whatever, this does guarantee that Jace dies.
He's like, all right, fine.
Oh, but Zur also still alive, so that's 14 more life.
Yeah, and did it actually block? Why wouldn't you block a 2-1 flyer?
Yeah, you would eat 1, I
right?
think. He may have overlooked that.
Yeah, you definitely just eat one of those. This is a huge
Every
board
piece
here.
of cardboard counts for sure. James has to make sure that he stays focused.
I'll suspend this.
Okay.
I draw. I get it everywhere.
All right, Matt, trying to even
Matt.
up the mana situation here.
Yeah, 2 turns ago, he had to feel like very much up against the wall.
Right.
And now?
Now does Matt cast stock up to try to find a negate so that he doesn't die to a Nissa off the top?
Absolutely.
Only looks at 5 cards, though, and there's only 2 negates.
I'll play stock up.
James gives him a smile.
Day of Judgment. Oh, there's a negate!
That is a negate right
That is
there.
really, really big. That is really, really big. That allows Matt Nass to not die to a Nissa off the top. Yeah, the negate is 100% going into
I'll do
Matt Nass's
this.
hand.
I'll do those. You notice that his tone of voice doesn't change at all, even though that was a huge step towards him securing what could be a Pro Tour trophy here in Chicago.
Yeah, Matt Nass setting things up so beautifully there with that Zur. Waiting, could have run it out earlier.
Yes.
Could have run it out earlier, but waited till he had a double activation available.
Another land off the top for Dimitrov.
Oh, jeez.
He's drawn so many lands. He even surveilled 2 lands over the last 2 turns as well.
And all he has is a get lost here. Now Matt found the way to stabilize here. He's the one that got multiple draw steps up the beanstalk. He's got a huge board advantage. Life total doesn't actually matter here, given that Matt Nass is at 25 life with that negate backup for a potential Nissa off the top.
We're going to see the life total swing back and forth repeatedly here, but it feels like Matt is going to be able to start leveraging these insect tokens to start chewing away at the board.
Matt Nass blocked the 2-1 with his
He did
1-4.
remember to block, yeah.
Does feel like things are slipping away here for James.
Especially given his hand.
Block like this.
You know, if he had some action, maybe
So I take
something to trigger up the beanstalk and get something off the board, then it's like, hey, anything goes.
Yeah, Atraxa would be a great draw here. Right, get back into this.
To 59.
Or some way to rattle off multiple spells with the up the beanstalk in play.
17 to 59 is a life total, yet somehow Matt Nass is the one who's ahead here.
Absolutely. He is significantly ahead on this
End
board.
step, I'll make Overlord a creature.
So he's going to be mana efficient here because there's nothing.
And then I can untap.
That's source. It's all sorcery speed, the stuff that he's actually worried about.
Exactly. This is going to be 3 Overlords attacking unimpeded.
With that's a ley line excuse me, a
Leyline Binding?
A Leyline Binding,
yeah.
right.
So multiple Leyline Bindings, you can use those to kill the tokens, and then you can animate them. So end of turn, I imagine you're just going to fire those off and just make some extra 6/6s as well.
This is where Matt Nass gets to just dump resources onto the battlefield.
Look at this.
We're going to run out of tokens here. He's making so many.
How many spirits do we have on deck?
Block. So total, I gain. You take 5 down to 54.
Library size
7,
isn't relevant
14,
just yet. Nass hasn't
19.
gone through enough of it, right, to make another Jace off the top. And you know, you can mill for 15,
36.
but we're not at that point of the game.
The life totals are now 54 to 36, but James is running out.
Agreed.
He's got nothing left here.
I mean Atraxa's the best draw, right?
Atraxa or just a ton of 5 mana plays back to back to back to back.
Right.
A sweeper doesn't even work because of the negate.
Right.
I'll suspend this guy.
But wait, there's more.
There is more, but James is at 54 life, so he does have a couple of hits that he can take.
I think you mean it when you say a couple of hits.
Oh,
that's
look
like
at
a
how much
2-turn
power's in play.
clock.
Yeah.
And
James has to find something here.
I'll pass to you. Trigger.
Right, impending triggers.
Something for James.
What can James find off the top here?
Leyline Binding.
Oh, Atraxa.
He did find Atraxa off the top of the library, and there's nothing Matt can do about that. That was probably the best draw in the deck.
That can certainly get him back in this game.
He's going to look at the top 10 cards, and he can take one of each type, basically.
I think I'd be fine. I'd be okay to give it to you, but it's kind of awkward too at this point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the bot. I mean, this.
So there was supposed to be a trigger from up the beanstalk
Beanstalk.
that resolves before Atraxa cards get revealed. And Matt says, I'd be fine to give it to you, but the problem is we know what the card is.
Matt has the option now to give it
I would
the
say
card.
no.
So if it goes on the stack, does he draw the archive or does he draw like the next card down? Like how does it even
Normally we
work?
put it on the stack once we're done resolving this. So 11 card. He would do total 11
I don't think you could.
Putting this on
I
Matt's kind
normally
of
give
tough.
miss triggers, but this one's so awkward.
No, it's a, yeah.
I'm fine with it being the archive part of the card. if it's
Well,
allowed.
yeah, I mean that's also awkward though. I think let's just not do it this time. It's just too awkward. Sorry. Yeah, I'm happy to give you stuff, but this one's kind of weird.
He can't just give him a card after all this.
No, no shot. I mean, this is the finals of the Pro Tour.
Right.
It's just you have to remember your triggers.
Creature.
So that's Day of Judgment there.
Right.
Day, Beans, Port.
Up the
Overlord.
beanstalk. Oh, he said that, didn't he? So you mentioned Day of Judgment before, or a sweeper before, Paul. Is it just the case that the board is so lopsided for Matt that he would use the negate to maintain status quo here, or does it open the door?
Yeah.
We saw him before let a sweeper happen when he was significantly ahead.
Now-
Jace doesn't seem to matter as much right now.
Not as much, and remember, we've already dealt with one Jace. There's only one Jace left in James's deck, but this is tough. James has now got 2 Beanstalks in play. He is right back in this game, I think.
That draw was so nice for James.
Okay.
Draw 2, get another land. I don't see how Matt can at least win on this next crackback.
No, 54 life total is just too high, right?
Wow, it was looking nearly
everywhere.
hopeless here for James. The one Atraxa, probably the best possible, because even if it's analyzed the pollen, there's a chance Matt Nass just counters that.
Right.
Right? But if it's just Atraxa, you just can't do anything about it. Wow, and James has a Doppelgang in hand as well. So if Matt has to use negate on, if Matt has to use negate on the Day of Judgment, and then James resolves a huge Doppelgang, he's probably going to win the game.
He probably would.
Look at how much mana's in play.
Favor. Yeah.
Imagine casting a Doppelgang here for 3, right?
Right.
3 Overlord of the Mistmores, 3 Overlord of the Haunted Woods.
What a top deck there for Dimitrov.
Huge.
Now Nass will have a window here, though, right, to make his life easy and just draw
Step ball, play this, draw
a
card.
Nissa.
Right. Certainly could, but 54, like how many forests does Matt Nass even have?
He doesn't need many.
That's,
If,
yeah, that's the second. How many every land? There's 2 in play?
yes.
There's,
I mean, I think regular overrun would be enough here,
right.
though.
There's also Hedge Maze.
And because he's going to have a ley line here, too.
Right, and he has all these tokens. Now, remember, the Atraxa also has lifelink, but Matt Nass does have the removal spells here in Terra Sunder and Leyline Binding.
Right, he had to churn through. Let's see what he finds here.
2 Nissas in the deck here. You have to assume, you have to imagine that that's going to be a lethal attack if Matt Nass can find it here.
Absolutely.
But I think he's out of draws here, right?
Except for the top of the library for his
Except for the
draw
draw
step. But yeah, I mean, with the bindings, he still has his Zur going.
Yeah, do you want to activate this Overlord? Do you want to activate this Leyline Binding?
And then I'll tear us under with kicker Atraxa.
I mean, this does clear the way for an absolutely
let's see. So if you block
crazy
the biggest
attack.
thing, 216.
I mean, is it enough?
2, 4,
8,
6,
16,
8, 10,
17.
12, 14, 16, 18.
It can't be.
And then 19, and then there's 19 here, that's 38.
Okay.
And then
Plus
6
12,
here
50.
is 46.
So not
So
enough.
I don't think you're quite dead, even if I
48,
kill.
yeah.
At least not on board.
Right, unless there's
But there is a
on
top of the library for Anissa to end it right now.
Right, you can even analyze for something that's expensive, draw a card off the beans, and
Yes.
still try to find a
See
Nissa.
multiple cards here from Matt Nass to try to close this out. He does not want to have to pass a turn back.
What can it be?
That was a get lost.
I can do this one too. Do they count that?
That would be
Again, 2, 4,
48.
6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. And then
21.
Jesus. Then this is
There's a map too, by the way.
20 if I animate, and then this is 11. So what did I say? 19 plus 20 is 39. Sorry, I can't count. What's the best way to count this?
The best way to
2,
count
4,
it
6,
is
8,
all of the
10,
flyers
12, 14,
plus
16,
the beanstalk
18,
is 20.
19.
Yeah, you just
This is
assume
5.
your Overlord of the Mistmores
So
gets
that's
blocked.
24.
But no, Matt Nass has a removal
This is
spell.
7.
Right?
Yes, he has get lost.
31. This is 738. This is 644. This is 6
50.
50.
And then 50, and then the 2 from the beanstalk, right?
So did I already count this?
Just count it again, Matt.
Sorry. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19.
You can plus 6,
21.
I think it's 52 damage.
I think
Wait,
it's 26.
There's an overlord there as well.
I'm just thinking if it's worth trying.
7, 14, 19 plus 7, 26, 26,
18,
26 plus 12.
20, 21,
38,
26,
39,
33, 39, 45, 52, 59.
No.
7, 14, 21, 28, 34, 39, 40.
Plus 20.
Plus
Wait, that
18
is enough, isn't
58,
it?
60.
60!
60.
These
Do I have
are-
enough what do I need to animate?
Right? 'Cause
Yeah,
what
that's
is
the question.
So
If that's the case, then he
4,
wins.
6,
Yeah, because he has enough
Yeah, I can't
mana.
kill that.
I think this is lethal. Wow, I didn't think he had enough to deal 60 damage in one turn.
He says
10,
it's
12, 14,
60.
16, 18,
This is
20.
the
20. He
biggest,
did it how I
21,
wanted to count, by the way.
26.
the most important math problem in Matt Nass's life.
33.
And it's just
You just got to add.
arithmetic.
It's just simple addition here.
He can do math a lot harder than this.
Oh, absolutely.
53,
But this is a
60.
little different with the lights on you.
This is for the
He
Pro
thinks
Tour.
it's enough, and that's... Can he do it?
He's going to. I mean, if you're going to get lost, you definitely go for the win
He
here.
played Get Lost, Animate,
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 animate.
Animate.
Oh, man.
Let me just count this one more time. Just
Yeah,
2,
you
4,
really
6,
should.
10, 12,
That's
14,
20.
16, 18, 19.
Oh, he keeps skipping the... Oh, did he wake up the beanstalk yet?
24, 31, 38, 45, 49, 54 already.
Oh.
You're at 54. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 24, 31, 38.
And that's going to do it. Matt Nass
I'm
wins
just so paranoid.
Pro Tour Aetherdrift. Math is hard.
Math is hard, especially when you are playing for the title of Pro Tour Champion.
Look at Matt.
Well-deserved title here for Matt Nass. Back-to-back 2-hour matches in the domain mirror to finally come out on top here.
We broke Matt Nass. What an incredible victory for Matt as he runs over to his friends and teammates.
What a run here for Matt Nass.
Unbelievable for Matt Nass. Always double check your math.
I would triple, quadruple, quintuple check. That is the biggest attack in Matt Nass's life, and he got in there for 60 in one swing.
Look at him. He says, I probably counted it out 5 times.
I'm sure all of his teammates already knew, and they were like, please just attack. Please.
No matter how he did the math, it came up a victory for Matt Nass. He is your Pro Tour Aetherdrift champion. Wow, what a victory for Matt. He hasn't been out here on the Pro Tour in a little while. He has a long history on the PT, big testing teams, 5 GP victories. This is his 3rd top finish.
Third time's
And
the
he
charm.
finally got that trophy. You know, a lot of players have really great careers, and they never get it.
No.
You know, some of the best players around, it's hard to get that trophy, and they can never take it away from you. Congratulations, Matt Nass. And, you know, we have to say, what an amazing run for James Dimitrov. First Pro Tour, and you're like a turn off of the trophy.
It was so
close. That was so tantalizingly close for James. I think we'll be seeing a lot of him going forward.
Absolutely. I mean, he is now qualified for every event this year, including the World Championship. Gets to go home with a big chunk of money. He's got to be super proud of his performance this event, beating tons of fantastic players on the way there, just running into Matt Nass, and he was just so close too. He had such a great start in that 5th game. There was so much back and forth there. It looked like he was ahead. Then it looked like Matt Nass was able to turn it around. And then all of a sudden we had the attracts off the top, and he was looking like he's back in the game. So just what a wonderful way to finish it here. You know, kind of going into this, I was thinking, man, we're gonna have kind of a long, grindy match. And it was, but it was still a really great match.
Really great match. Yeah, the matchup plays out really cool on the board. Right. You know, sometimes the long, grindy matchups with counter spells can have a lot of non-action where it's kind of like it all happens at once. But in a matchup like this, it's still on the board. It may not be creatures turning sideways, but eventually it was. Or enchantments turning sideways in this case for Matt Nass. You know, it was interesting to watch. You saw him collapse afterwards. Of course, he's probably exhausted and his brain's a little broken. But there's such an interesting combination of both joy and relief, right? You know, you've been playing this game your whole life. The thing you always want to do is win a Pro Tour, and you could see that on his face there.
Yeah, and he was absolutely able to get it done there. I mean, this is just kind of everything you dream of. He basically saw the win, and he was like 90% sure that he had it. But you know what? We would all do the exact same thing that Matt did there in the final turn. He counted 60 or 55 or
it changed a couple times.
It changed a few times.
But it was always above 54.
But it was always lethal, and he double-checked, triple-checked. And, I mean, you know what? If you're playing to become the Pro Tour champion, that is absolutely what you need to do there.
Yeah, really great stuff for Matt, and he ends up winning the trophy and the money. But, you know, for players of his caliber, it's really that trophy. You know, it's really the ability to say, I'm in that club. I don't know if you saw, but, you know, one of his best friend Sam Pardee greeted him right afterwards there, and he says, you know, welcome to the club.
Yeah, Pro Tour champion is just the absolute dream for every single person who comes to play in this event. Congratulations here to Matt Nass, your Aetherdrift champion.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. That's going to do it for us in the booth. For Paul Chian, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe saying thanks for hanging out. Let's send it back to the news desk.
Thank you so much, Marshall and Paul. Well, we've got a new champion, Monty. Your reaction?
One, well-deserved.
Yes,
Two,
absolutely.
I thought going into that match, Matt's brain was going to be fried from the semifinal he had played. His brain was fried. 3, call me a bad person, but that was my favorite match of the weekend.
It was a great match, Monty.
Delightful
to watch. I was on the edge of my seat for all of that Game 5, especially. That was so exciting.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. So back and forth. So many moments where it really did feel like it could go either way. And just watching things end with one of the best math-oriented player, someone who regularly played KCI and complicated combo decks, having to do the math 8, 9 times just to make sure he's getting it right is just beautiful.
And wonderful to see him, too, after so much success on the Grand Prix circuit, finally claim that Pro Tour title. It's time to give him his trophy. Here's Riley Knight with the trophy presentation.
Welcome everyone to the feature match area for the very last time here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift as we crown a champion, Matt Nass. Matt, here at the scene of your triumph, surrounded by your friends and supporters and teammates. What an incredible feeling it must be. Talk us through what's going through your mind right now.
Yeah, it's a mix of emotions. I'm obviously exhausted. I fell over, but lied down after the match. 5 games of the Domain Mirror after 4 games of the Domain Mirror is a lot. Pretty sure, apparently I missed lethal in game 2. I can't even keep track of what was happening.
You don't even have to wait to read Twitch chat. You've got these people telling you all the mistakes you made. You just got through a $20,000 addition problem. I want to talk to you about that last turn, drawing the get lost. When did you fully realize, lock in, okay, I've just won a Pro Tour?
I did some quick math end of turn and thought it was lethal, but I kind of felt like I had to make a decision. And because I had negate, I was kind of okay with just jamming a little more aggressively. And if it was a kill over 2 turns, hope that he doesn't have a negate or a second Wrath. But it was definitely risky and scary. And then that math, I'm a math major from college. I normally play combo decks. I'm pretty comfortable with math, but that was the hardest math problem I've ever done.
Never mind imaginary or irrational numbers. You're just there with basic integers counting up to 54. Mate, I want to give you this trophy, but before then, is there anyone that you want to thank? Are there people who have been part of this process that you want to shout out? Anything that you want to say at this point before we hand over this trophy and crown you a champion?
Definitely want to thank my team. I wouldn't have been here without them. The domain list was already in pretty good shape when I started working on it, and that's because of them. I got tons of reps in all the matchups because of them, and I also performed in the limited portion because of them, because I didn't practice limited that much. And so huge thanks to them. Also to all my friends and family. The support means a ton.
Well, Matt, you've done it. I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to give you this trophy, and I'm going to tell everyone in the building, please put your hands together and congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
The race across the multiverse kicked off here in Chicago this weekend with 348 players ready to rev their engines and get off to a fast start at the Pro Tour, each hoping beyond hope that they'd be the first across the finish line and crowned Pro Tour champion. Days 1 and 2 started with Aetherdrift Draft, a super sweet format stuffed with surprises as colors other than green showed they could get the job done just as well. Standard was a story of 3 top decks, but one rose above it all, and I think I speak for all of us when I say I welcome our new domain overlords. As the race neared its conclusion, one player found himself ahead of the pack, and that was Grand Prix Master Matt Nass as he crossed the finish line to claim glory with an epic swing for 60 damage. Congratulations to Pro Tour Aetherdrift champion Matt Nass. Thank you to the players, the crew, everyone at MagicCon Chicago, and everybody at home for an absolutely fantastic tournament. Remember to keep your pedal to the metal if you get my drift. See y'all next time in Vegas.